What's the matter, Dad? What's the matter, Daddy?
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda.
Motion picture shit. This that penthouse suite you can't reach without your elevator key and shit. You know, my niggas living. Said these rap niggas couldn't write lyrics to save lives. And I don't want beef unless it is A5. Till my room views like 71 above. A real plug, never finesse the people they love. I lost 30 G's and easily bounced back. A few months later came back with the Porsche rap. You ain't living what you spitting, my nigga, that's force rap. And that money y'all been getting, I know it ain't from the trap. That's SBA. Small Ballers Association. Slow your pace and know your places. I seen admiration turn to hatred, I use it as motivation. Niggas that never fold, show them your poker face. I'm in it for the green and the gold like Oakland A's. Some niggas that never make it this far, and that's okay. Next time you see me, it's flat screen TVs. And get these VVs off EDDs. That ain't a knock, I just want you to use your head in this shit. Niggas is moving like they forgot the feds exist. Niggas is game goofy, straight lames. Same stage, it ain't the same movie. Don't lose me, show and prove my niggas living. They wanna get like me, so they spike me. But I was rich when the only check I had was on my Nikes. Who really for me, I don't know who is. Bleeding my soul out on this Pro Tools grid. Believe in yourself, nigga, and you could prevail. They expect more from me than they do from themselves. I ain't surprised. Had to learn to see the world through grateful eyes. You ain't prepared to deal with the weather, then stay inside. That's just my state of mind. Look, lunch at the Ivy, extra plate of truffle fries. Had a handsome 2020, shit finna get gruesome. I out-rap niggas and out-produce them. It's business as usual, a day at the office. Try my best to guide niggas, now I'm off it. You disrespected my name by saying I'm top 10. I'm really the top one, I ain't just pop up. Stack W's cause they love seeing us fail. Realest thing you could be is yourself. That's the realest way I could put it. Look, 909-626 all the way back around.
Like the Genovese with no penalties, cutting through fillets while the metal bleed. Cruise boulevards and double R's, peep the light shining through the mirage. Just subtle stars, just a dice, throw away for niggas. Learn to lend a hand, but never wait for niggas. Play for niggas, envy that. Make sure it's counted right before you send me that. If you don't spend my time right, I'm taxing. Procrastination, nothing but lazy niggas in action. Who's ahead of you? Stick to the schedule for the revenue. A nigga sleep with one eye open, who they provoking? It's a thin line between niggas stunting and niggas fronting. We in a skybox overlooking like how it's coming. What you ball like? Nigga been on mics and small type. Never been too good to pull long nights for tall heights. Living.
All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host. Right back at the helm of today's show. Give me 1 second. It's Player Talk Radio. 1 second. What's going on, Raven? All right, let me see. I don't even know if you guys can really hear me. Let me let me do this real quick. Let me hold up. Let me see. See if you guys can hear me. Hold up. I don't know why it's low for some reason. Let's see. Am I low to you guys? I mean, it says I'm high here, but hey, hold up. Let's see. All right, I guess I'll go higher. Maybe that'll work. All right. Well, we're here. Hold up. From what I can hear, we probably sound okay. So put this one on mute, and we're good. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Welcome to the show. We should be all right, you know. Oh man, we got a lot to talk about on today's show. I was supposed to do a show last night, man. I'm not gonna lie, I was paralyzed, you know. So I took off and I had some rest and let y'all, enjoy y'all. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Hold on, real quick. We're gonna do this. Give me 1 second. Now I have to change up everything on StreamYard. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Hold up. All right, I turned off echo cancellation. Let me see. All right, we should be all right now then, I guess. Fuck it. Anyway, got a great show for you guys. Okay. Hold up. So yeah, you got a lot of people now, commenting on the whole Anton and Corey and all that other goofy, BS situation. And they literally coming to the conclusions that we came to on day one. But you know how niggas are. They want to, they'll send you around the world because it equals more content. And then in the end try to play dumb like, "Oh, I didn't know. What do you mean Corey tried to bully Anton and it backfired?" Like, nigga, it's 2 months later. You know. Now you got people repeating me talking about some, they should make up, or they should, you know, uh, make amends with each other. It's just funny. Cause like I said from day one, Anton was right when he was trying to tell Corey, about deriding black people. This what happens, Same thing with Corey and O'Shea. O'Shea did all that ass kissing. Look where it got him. You know what I'm saying? I got some more people here coming out of nowhere, especially in the quote unquote pro-black community. And they're openly discussing how O'Shea is afraid of Tariq Nasheed and doesn't want that smoke with Tariq. Hold on, y'all. What is this? Okay. Yeah, so they're talking about how O'Shea don't want that smoke with Tariq, how he fell out with Tariq and shit like that, and the first time, and Tariq was like flaming him up, and O'Shea did more videos on Corey. You know what I'm saying? So O'Shea, he basically, he just said, "Fuck it, I'm not, I mean, even though he was already being disrespectful, I'm not gonna hide. I'm gonna keep making more videos about Corey and his situation, which is gonna make him even more mad, And y'all will get to see it on tomorrow's show. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's Monday for you guys. Well, about to be Monday for you guys now, but it's Monday for us over here in Asia. But shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. Got a great show for you guys. Let me give you all an exclusive. What's gonna happen? 1 second. Anton is about to do an interview with Tasha K. Ha ha. You know where you heard it first. I just went over a whole show of Tasha K and Charleston White for the most part. Anton about to do a show with Tasha K. So who you think gonna be on top of that? Like I said, I got y'all. Just get your boy 1 or 2 times, man. You did? Get some water. Give me 1 second. Let's go check the internet real quick. See everybody else reacting to this stupidness, man. Give me 1 second. So I went over a video with Tasha K and Charleston White. And like I said, Charleston White said the exact same thing that I said the first day. That Corey tried to bully Anton. And in the midst of Corey trying to bully Anton, you know what I'm saying? In the midst of Anton getting bullied by Corey, he stood up for himself. And now all of a sudden people have a problem because the nerd nigga is standing up for himself, or the would-be nerd nigga. He's supposed to be the nerd nigga to y'all. You know what I'm saying? He's not supposed to be the Pookie, Corey's supposed to be the Pookie in the situation. Anton's supposed to be the nerd nigga. And that was one of the biggest fallacies, like I said, of the black manosphere and in black spaces and stuff like that. Because niggas would lie to you, or they would, gaslight you, copying us, trying to say, oh, well, we're on the side of the good black men, the nerds, But and I'm not saying Pookies are bad people. That's the narrative that they try to run with y'all. Pookies are horrible, and blah, blah, blah. So if that's the case, they should have been on the side of Anton. But guess what? They chose up with Corey. Cool. That shit backfired. And then now they're just being hypocrites all the way around. Now, Corey put his hands on a sister. Now we gotta act like, he did something so terribly wrong. He's violated the black community. While trying to hold a coon / nerd nigga, to the fire, because he wants to convince everybody that, Anton is kissing up to white boys. And the funny thing is that Anton was like, hey, black people will turn on you, try to fuck you off, fuck over your career, fuck everything you got going on up and stuff like that. Corey's goofy ass didn't want to listen at the time. I hate to say it. Fucks with you, Corey, but that was some goofy shit. And now look, black people trying to fuck up your career. Ain't that crazy? And that's the thing too, man. If you a bully black man, you know what's going on, Ron? You know what? I'm gonna go over that today. I didn't see it. I didn't see it, but we definitely gonna go over that today. Good to see you, bro. But yeah, if you if you're a black dude, right? Because niggas don't care about niggas. You can make a lot of money. You can make a mint. You can make a stupid mint. Bullying other black men and going at other black men crazy. You can make a stupid amount of money bullying and going at black men crazy, man. For sure. But when you on camera, doing shit like that to black women, they pull your card. So what I'm saying is that you can have a whole career talking crazy and bullying other black men, and niggas ain't gonna say shit. Actually you gonna get more support from niggas. But that moment you go against the sister, or there's footage of you going against the sister, oh my God. Plus the black community is so jaded and jacked up. It's so fake, I was showing you guys, we were going, what case were we going over? We were going over the Diddy case. We were going over the R. Kelly case and stuff like that. And people like, oh, these guys are PDF files and blah, blah, blah. When in a certain time in history, in hip hop, it was cool to be dating young girls. Oh, niggas don't want to talk about it now because they brand new. Oh yeah, it was cool to be dating young girls. I remember even somebody was talking about a scene in Belly. I think there was like a scene in Belly where DMX was dealing with a underage girl. I was showing y'all that magazine cover where it had Stella, how Stella got her groove back. And it had R. Kelly on there. It had the black women going to Jamaica dealing with young Jamaican men and stuff like that. This is all black subscription. This is stuff that black people subscribe to. But now it's different. That's the community for y'all. Shout outs to everybody that supports the show off air. I want to give a big shout outs to EB in the place to be. Shout outs to my brother Eric Bird. Hold up.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle.
Shout outs to Eric Bird dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Off air. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for supporting the show. All right. So yeah, ooh, hold on, y'all. Y'all gotta think twice before you put yourself on the line for this quote unquote black community. If that's what you call it. If that's what you want to call it. That shit is not worth it. And I'm saying this to black men as individuals. You know what I'm saying? Individually you have to come to this conclusion. Wanting to stick up and protect their community, that's noble. Nothing wrong with that. But throwing your common sense out the window to do so, that's not manly, especially in 2026, a community crash out, nobody gives a damn.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Nobody gives a fuck about a community crash out, all right?
What's the matter, Daddy?
All right. Player Talk Radio. Let's get into it. Let's see what other people are saying. Give me 1 second. I gotta configure some stuff in the background as we go. But let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to JB Reacts.
Corey Holcomb.
Let's get into it.
Hold on, let me take
has been on our radar, our gaydar.
Antoine, he's very manicured, so you might think you might think a little sweet. But man,
and Corey Holcomb sat
Antoine got a lot to lose.
Yes. And Corey sat his fat ass the fuck down and then go out there.
He tried to bully my Corey was doing the same thing, trying to bully him and intimidate him on camera, thinking he would go bow down. That's why he didn't take the invitation to go outside. Yeah. All that was for show.
When Antoine Daniels asked you to fight, you did not get your fat ass up. That's gay.
Take the gayness out of it. Most secretly resent their mama.
I want to switch the subject.
Yes, ma'am.
There's been a lot going on online. I feel that your voice needs to be amplified in this. Corey Holcomb
Hold on, let me take
has been on our radar, our gaydar.
You've been on this for a minute.
Oh, I've been on this.
He normally turn around and swing a few punches at you, but he ain't been throwing none back at you lately.
He ain't throwing nothing back at me because I know where the bodies is buried.
Yeah. A few years ago, he'll throw your name out there.
Yeah,
he shied away from it. You say you know where the bodies is buried.
I know the family. When he saw me release that audio of his, I'm like, this just one. Nobody with him. So this whole persona, this gangster persona that he's like, did online, all of that is cute when his family comes out to talk about it. He's angry with them because they don't with him. So when he got out to call his daughter, who is a nurse, never been slutted out, getting her on masses, he never paid for her to go to school, he paid $200 a month in child support, got online and called his daughter a black bitch. You would have thought she was like out here, baby daddies everywhere. She ain't got no kids. She ain't got nothing. People in the nurse's room are watching 5150 and watching her daddy, and she does nothing but say, that's my daddy. And he on there calling her a black bitch. You need to get your life together. Meanwhile, the mama done came forward and said, I'm a school teacher, and I left the back when I got pregnant because he asked if he can move in with me and my parents. My daddy said, hell no. His ego been bruised ever since. And then when I took him to court for child support, all he had to do was pay. First, he was ordered to pay $125 a month. She went back 10 years later, asked for a raise. They gave her $200. He has been calling her every name in the book behind them couple $100. But yeah, you got a rising comedy career. So he has a lot of smoke for women. He used to come at me until I started dropping the receipts from his family. These are just the ones I've queued, okay? The Antoine Daniels situation goes off. They talking, Antoine and them, they exchanging words. That's a male conversation.
Yeah.
Antoine does the man thing. He wants to mutually agree with you that we should fight. So it's not illegal. Because a lot of people were saying, Antoine should have just swung on him. No, because then he would have been charged on camera. Yeah. But if he says, let's go outside and fight, and Corey Holcomb agrees, nobody
it's called
can
mutual
go to jail.
Combative.
Exactly. Nobody.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are acting off emotion just to say that he should hit Corey right there on the set, live cameras rolling. That's goofy. Anybody who has anything to actually lose, you don't want to go that deep and start throwing hands or whatnot. Even on Corey's end, if he would have did it, it would have still been goofy or whatnot. I do think that if they went outside, it would have got de-escalated. The whole situation shouldn't have happened like it did. But I'm.
All right, we back. So what I was saying is, give me 1 second, Joe. No worries, take your time. Hold on. God damn it. This nigga in the background talking. Yeah, so what I was saying was Corey tried to, he tried to bully Anton. And it literally just backfired. You know what I'm saying? He tried to bully Anton and it backfired. Anton invited him to go outside. You know what I'm saying? To fight. Corey didn't want to go outside to fight. So, it got stupid. Nothing was gonna happen anyway. That's the funny part. nothing was finna happen anyway. So, you know, give me 1 second, y'all. What the fuck? Okay. So yeah, nothing was gonna happen anyway. But you know, by the time this shit gets to niggas, it's like, oh my god, yeah, Corey wasn't gonna do anything, man. You know, like I said. So now you got Corey versus O'Shea. Corey now is finding out that, you know, O'Shea's a snake. O'Shea this is about to get him back into it with Tariq. You know, the quote unquote pro-black community, they don't really respect Tariq or O'Shea at this point. You know, so it's a lot that's going on, man. You know, we keeping our eye on the sparrow. But let's go. Give me 1 second, y'all.
Glad nobody did throw hands, because it would be even worse than what's going on now.
Go to jail. They was like, oh, okay. I was just telling my people that last night when we was live. Yeah. I said, so that's the difference. And Anton knows that. And Corey Holcomb sat
Anton got a lot to lose.
Yes. And Corey sat his fat ass the fuck down and then go out there.
He tried to bully my Anton, he's very manicured. You know, so you might think you might think a little sweet. But man, no, that a fight. Nah, he'll fight. Mm-hmm. But Corey got mad because he said, "You've been sucking." Well, Corey was saying a whole lot of other disrespectful things to Anton long before Anton said he was sucking about something else. So Corey said, "Say I'm sucking again." But nigga, you've been disrespecting him. He been passively, aggressively taking your disrespect. But your voice tone and your body language started to display that you're about to give off violence.
The thing about it, they were having just, it was kind of like, it was supposed to be intellectual discourse. It was supposed to be debate. Like, there were ad hominem attacks that were thrown on both sides, but that's what a spicy debate does. The thing about it, what really jumped everything off was when Corey said that you kiss white ass. And then Anton used that same derogatory statement in a different form. Granted, sucking D is worse than kissing ass, just being honest, but they're both talking about private parts. That's below the belt.
Can't no do that to me. That's why I keep weapons. I'm gonna attack you. If you go to proceeding toward me and we're having I'm gonna attack you with some kind of weapon, mace, knife, something.
So you think Anton was in the right to defend himself when Corey walked over and sat in front of him and got in this personal space and said, "Say I'm sucking dick again."
Antoine is not a tactical guy based off his impulse. He's a very logical thinking man, so he thinks ahead. Antoine did what he was supposed to do as a man. If you bought what you saying, let's go outside and settle this. That's what two men do. I'm a dirty mother. I'm a surprise fighter. I'm on attack. Surprise, nigga, you acting, yeah. So I'm a surprise fighter. Yeah. So I know he playing for the cameras. It's no different when I was on stage and I hit the guy with the flower pot. I knew they were playing for the camera. They were standing there talking too long. The camera's out. So the comedy show over with now. So I'm playing for the camera, even if I die. Even if I die. Corey was doing the same thing, trying to bully him and intimidate him on camera, thinking he was gonna bow down. That's why he didn't take the invitation to go outside.
Yeah.
All that was for show.
I agree.
The video now is resurfacing of a woman, Christina Payne, who he punched or mushed in the face or whatever they're trying to say. He's always calling women they ain't.
That was his opportunity to go outside.
All right. So that should let you guys know that, you know, if you're not worshiping women in the black community, you can get canceled anyway. If you got something to say about, you know, single mothers or birth rates, if you want to go over the numbers or whatever, you're going to get canceled, you know? Yeah, Ron, I'm gonna see if I can find Joe Budden cooking Corey and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I hate to say it, and you know, I'm not the biggest Anton fan, but like I've been saying since the beginning of this whole debacle, that Anton was right. They will cancel you. And look at how Corey tried to bully him and tell him to stand up for the black community. and look at how he gets canceled by the same people he tried to throw Anton under the bus for. You can't make this shit up.
What's the matter, Daddy?
You can't make this shit up.
What's the matter, Daddy?
You can't make this shit up. All right, Kuda keeping it a thou wow. All right, let's go.
I and mush torn in the face. He could have did that with his opportunity to take advantage of a man.
Let me ask you something. Do you feel like hyper-aggressive men who are always, they got a lot of energy for women, you this, you that. He walked up on a woman and punched a woman in her face. Or mush, or whatever he's trying to say now, even though we covered that story a year ago, and now it's coming back up because they're saying, when Anton Daniels asked you to fight, you did not get your fat son. That's gay.
If he was so offended by sucking, I know some people would have took a swarm.
That's what I'm saying.
Off the initial disrespect.
So do you feel like, and Corey, and I was speaking with a lot of black women last night on my live stream, and they were saying that they were once big fans of Corey. They felt like Corey was one of the niggas that they grew up with, that they could vibe with if they were tomboys, even though they were feminine women. But
now, sisters being a fan of Corey Holcomb is laughable. You know what I'm saying? Is somewhat laughable and funny. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, Corey is a niche comedian. You know, some people would say Chitlin Circuit. I wouldn't necessarily say Chitlin Circuit, but Corey Holcomb is a niche comedian. So, there will be a lot of, he'll have a mixed bag of fans, but urban America usually is the market that he should have appealed to or would appeal to. But like I said, you see that footage, it looks bad. And when you have somebody that, is going to make 1 billion videos, and not even get the story right, O'Shea Duke Jackson. Of course, he's going to fall out with Corey. He wasn't your friend to begin with. But anyway, let's go. Hold on. Let's go.
Just being around that just act real hood. Now it's turned into hate and disdain.
Hold on. Before they really try and classify Corey, I'm gonna be honest. Corey never presented himself as a wholesome type of guy. If you ever watch any of his comedy skits, he always spoke of how he loved.
That's what I'm saying. These are some new niggas. Imagine posting yourself as a Corey fan because you hate Anton. Goofy.
Of Project P, he loved, a chick that's down bad, P that he might pay for or whatnot. He never spoke to where he's just uplifting and bigging up everybody. I mean, he's a comedian. So I'm never gonna try and throw shade at his experience with women to say that he don't like women. I think he still like and appreciate women. I don't agree with the whole.
I mean, this is playground politics. Like, we're all adults here now at this point. It's like, what do you get out of calling somebody gay? Let me know when it was a crime to be gay. Women don't even, black people, we've worked ourselves into a situation where women don't even respect masculinity anyway. Oh yeah, that gay friend a lot of women have, they get shown way more respect than a hardworking father. That gay friend don't gotta ask that woman for no damn respect. That gay friend don't have to ask that woman, hey, acknowledge some of the stuff that I've done for you. That gay friend don't have to ask her a fucking thing. So where did we get into this point where it's like, it's just playground politics where we can just talk crazy about black men and then also at the same time talk crazy about gay men. Do you know that shit? You're gonna be sorry for that in the future? The niggas gonna make y'all pay. And guess what? When black women start paying for what they're saying about gay people in the future, guess who they're gonna try to lean back on to help them? The same man that they were using that shit as a racial slur or whatever type of slur towards, That's why if I'm playing around and a woman says some shit like that to me, I'm like, oh, you're homophobic. Because truth be told, black women are they're the most gay of women. Yes. Yes, they sleep with other women all the time. Hate to say it, but let's go.
Pushing of the situation and whatnot outside, but I wasn't there, so it's only so much we can really speak on just seeing everything that's on video. I don't know what was said, but I still never agree with actually putting hands on a woman. You should not do that because you willing to throw your life away, throw your career away, and throw your moral compass out, because I don't think you should be hitting a woman if she's not hitting on you. So I say that to say that I don't want to never disdain someone's experience with women as to how they might speak about women, because it's okay to be honest still. If he has an honest experience on how he has dealt and been dealing with women, it's okay to speak on that. That don't mean you hate women because you actually want to be honest with them and you want to end up telling them the truth.
Especially for women. And I used to that is allowing. They feel like he is allowed to get away with it. He's put his hands on a woman, but you don't ever see him fight with a man.
No scuffle, no bump, nothing.
Is that gay?
How is that
more
gay?
respect for men and more love for men than he has.
Like it's getting to the point where you're just calling anything gay. It's stupid. How is that gay? You never seen him put his hands on a man. Ain't that gay? What? What? Why don't you just use your common sense and say he's probably afraid of another man? You know what they call that? A coward, not gay. But let's go. This is how goofy the shit gets.
As for women,
let me just say this, ladies. Take the gayness out of it.
Right.
Most secretly resent their mamas. She was overbearing.
It's therapy.
She was verbally abusive. She was neglectful. She was inconsistent in her love. And it hurts a boy. It hurts a boy to let anybody know he feel this about his mama. So he take.
I don't feel like it's completely just how young men feel about their mothers. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's the experiences as a whole with women possibly, which might send a man through some form of disdain. Everything goes through experiences. Some men had great mothers or whatnot that still have a disdain for how a lot of women act, because guess what? They might have a great mother at home, but then they go into the world and start experiencing women and they're horrible. So they might treat them women bad, but they still might love their mother and treat their mother with love and respect. So I think it goes down to the overall experience of how men actually experience women in the day-to-day life possibly.
Get out on women. He take it out on women.
But he respects men.
Men never hurt him. He still hurts mama. Man, you gotta understand, if a nigga is mean to women, it comes from his mama. But it's abandonment issues, feeling unloved, feeling unwanted, feeling neglected. He was abused. It's somewhere. And what made me start realizing is my uncle was very brutal to women. He beat women, he got nothing good to say about women. And one day,
what's going on, Shannon B? You said, okay, this is silly. Corey calls any and everything gay. Now people think it's crazy. Well, you know, there's another comedian that I like. I mean, his name is Tony Baker. And let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Why is YouTube acting stupid now, man? Give me 1 second. He did a bit recently going on Corey, and UFO Kamikaze and myself was saying this a minute ago because we did another breakdown of you know what I'm saying, of you know, back in the day, like I said, we're thorough, not back in the day, but last month of Corey, the Corey Holcomb show, when he went in on Anton. And we were like, dog, why are you why are you? Like a nigga is overtly going out of his way to make himself seem like he's not gay, and it's like, bro, it's a slur. We get it. You're not gay. Like nobody thinks that you're gay. Like why are you overtly responding to it? Like why are you going? He going crazy about it, and I'm like, they say it about everybody. And literally, Tasha K's right here calling a man gay because he didn't swing on another man. That doesn't make you gay. It makes you a coward. So, she's up here trying to prove that he's gay. Like it's like that's where we at right now. This is how juvenile this conversation is. It's like, oh man. And then listen, I will go as further as to say, okay, what if he is gay? What are you gonna do then? It's not against the law to be gay. I mean, would that be disheartening? Like, yeah, but fuck it. Another one bites the dust. What's going on? What's going on, New? Shout outs to New in the building. He said, what up, gays? Shout outs to Shaka Nulu in the building. Good to see you, man. Make sure you guys head over to his channel and subscribe. I think he's doing something soon with another brother in the space. Yeah. If you gay as hell, hit the like button, man. I need all my gay brothers to hit the I need y'all to hit the like button, y'all. I mean, I'm just saying that shit is like kicking a dead horse at this point. It's like, oh, let me guess, he's gay, huh? You gonna call him gay? Oh, I guess. I guess, We're gonna get into it though. We got a great show for you guys. Please hit the like button on the way in, and please hit the Cash App. Please support the show. Trying to reach our goal. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Let's go.
When we was grown, that nigga said, nigga, I'm just glad mama loved dad enough to lay down and give him some to have me.
Damn.
And when I think back in my life, my uncle tried to tell me everything bad about women. He told me even your mama a hoe on you.
Wow.
Even your mama a hoe on you.
Wow.
He got resentment for women. My uncle beat women.
All right. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. Midnight Madness. Yeah, we in the Midnight Madness. Let's go.
So if they resent him and they hate him, why lay down with him?
12 a.m. Let's get it.
A man can actually have sex with a woman that he completely dislikes and hates. It's very different when it comes down to the act of sex and the act of actually loving somebody and what they actually offer and bring to your life. It's completely different the way how men deal with women. They can do it on multiple levels. It could just be sex only, or it can actually be an actual connection the way he actually appreciates this woman.
Gay? Because a lot of people lay down with what they resent. Women do too. They resent the last man that beat them and get the same like that.
And hold on, give me 1 second. That's what I was saying about like femcells. Femcells. They absolutely. Femcells. They absolutely lay down with men that they resent. So that's how they keep and harbor that. That hate for men. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, let's go. Hold up.
You attract what you are, your pain, your hurt. So a lot of get women to get back at their mama.
What's going on, Knife? Good to see you, player. Welcome to the show.
What's your effort? He can't get past his mama. He wants you to be his mama. He wants you to resemble his mama in your ways and how you present yourself. He wants you to be an image of his mama in your relationship. That's why he can't be a leader.
I don't completely agree with that. I'm gonna be honest. I think guys still look outside of what their mother is. Don't get me wrong. You still want womanly traits.
New said, but that's true. Somebody's mom has been somebody's hoe for sure. A lot of people don't want to. They don't want to. They don't want to think like that. But you says somebody's mom has been somebody's hoe, somewhere born because she swang an EP in the Jeep. Freak Nick needed Freak Nick needed full. God damn, you killing me, New. But no, I know what you're talking about. But New, you black pill just as I am, right? You already know we got a saying for that. And you gamed up just as I am. You know what that complex is called. See, these new cats that's here, they're not giving y'all no new knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to my boy Shakanulu. The complex that is being talked about here, which is the elephant in the room, is called the Madonna whore complex syndrome. Oh yeah.
What's the matter, Daddy?
It's called the Madonna whore complex syndrome. You know what I'm saying? You say you don't know about the 40? Not the 40 though. $40.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Yeah, it's called and another part is called the Oedipus complex, but it's called the Madonna whore complex syndrome. You know what I'm saying? If you have a sister, if you have a mother, and let's say you with your boys, you about to go out, you about to go to a party, and you like, man, I hope the hoes are in there. You up there pre-gaming, you like, man, look, man, them hoes better be there when we get there type shit, So you pre-gaming and you're partying and stuff like that, and you don't want to go to a party and like, damn, your mama there. Damn, your cousin there. Damn, your sister there. Damn, that's your niece. It's a part of the Madonna whore complex. It's another side of the Madonna whore complex syndrome. You dig what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Welcome to Player Talk Radio. Please support the show. Let's get it. Player Talk.
Or going to be a conducive family or whatnot.
It's like you gotta remember, your mama, she's a female. She's a lady. She's fair game. You gotta remember, your sister, fair game. They're going to go to a party, and there's gonna be dudes at the party, and to those dudes, they will be hoes. Let's go.
Have a good mother example. Now, if you don't, usually you always look outside of that example. Usually men always want the opposite sometimes of what their mother represents if she was a bad mother. Now, if she was a good mother, yes, men would actually definitely like those traits in his life, because that's the nurturing side on where women offer those things to make a man want to appreciate to have her in his life.
Because he wants you to be an image of his mother. And you're gonna be shamed, abused, praised, rewarded for being like his mama. Nigga want you to meet his mama standards.
Yeah, that's true, New. But it used to be like that. These Gen Zers, they go after old women, and old women go after them too. And it's like, okay, well, it's like either you get play or not, So when these old women take advantage of these Gen Zers, they're not looking at themselves as victims. They're looking at themselves like, I'm the man. I got old women trying to pull me and shit like that. It's like, nah, nigga, you a victim. You're a victim. You're a victim. So they're not looking at it like that, So.
You're a victim. Here we go, CSI.
And it's kind of like the reverse effect. Because young girls be running after old niggas. And then later on, they like, oh, well, I didn't know. You know, yes, you did. You were shitting on the niggas in your age. You know, these bitches be getting in the car at 16 years old, getting into Jeeps and shit. The Lex Coupes, the Jeep, the Lex Coupes, the Beamers, and the Benz. They getting all the cars, bro. And they would stun on dudes their age. Oh, you don't have a car. Oh, you can't get liquor. Oh, you can't do this, that, and the third. They thought it was going to be forever with that old nigga. And then guess what? Nope. You know? So it's a reversed effect. But you know what? I'm not going to say because I came of age and I've observed this, you know, in hindsight, that it's a reversed effect. I think it's something that has been going on for a long time. It's just that, you know, when you pay special attention to it, then you'll realize, like, damn, motherfuckers have been doing this the whole time. You know? And when you a young dude trying to jump off the porch, you don't see it. But oh yeah, it happens, you know? And it's happening, and it will happen. Look at these teachers nowadays. These teachers nowadays are getting caught sleeping with their kids, their students. And they bad as hell too. It ain't like these old, decrepit, you know, teachers that you need to turn in. It's these baddies. And it's crazy how they get a second win because guess what? These bitches will have husbands and all kinds of stuff, kids, full lives, and they'll be flexing on niggas that's trying to get with them that's in their age range, and then niggas find out that you sleeping with a 13-year-old. It's like, what the fuck? What? You can't make this shit up. And if you could, it wouldn't be as good. You dig? Women are goofy like that. They'll turn a nigga down that's living in his mama's basement, but then go sleep with a woman's husband.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Bitches in the 4 months DM, bruh. Come on, man. This shit is crazy.
So ain't that he gay? And his mama standards was up. Then guess what? He up.
Not the father.
Not the father. The father is absent. How out of sight, out of mind? So if out of mind, how can I have an impact if I'm not there? What's there has a greater impact. I don't choose my woman based off what my father did to my mother. I didn't get to see it. I choose my woman based on what I see my mama did. Was she laying in the bed all the time? Did she cook? Was she I don't know the truth. I never seen a man love her. So what kind of I know to be?
That is true.
How? Every she done got over. So how I know how to love her? And now here I am trying to love you. Where's my example? Where?
So
we need more men out there. We need more fathers. We need more husbands that actually can give examples to the next generation of men to show how to actually be qualified men in relationships. And I'm not talking about just a man showing up who can
Well, first of all, even though a lot of it is going to be based on your mother, on some player shit and some real man shit, you shouldn't be basing. Your mother is a great example, but she's not the example for women for you. You know, she's a great example, but she's not the example. It doesn't work like how it works for women. Women can say, oh, you remind me of my brother. And that's an actual, I hate to say it, that's a low-key compliment when a woman says that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you remind me of my father. Oh, my dad is he's the same way. That's a compliment to men. You know what I'm saying? From women. But honestly, you know what I'm saying? If you looking for your mother in women, like as a man, you bro, you fucking up. You know what I'm saying? You fucking up bad. Give me 1 second. What the hell? Give me 1 second, y'all. And you putting yourself behind the 8 ball. You know? Give me 1 second, y'all. Let's get it.
Match a woman up is how can you still mold a family and a generation to move through the future. That's going to be the biggest part of it. If we out here don't have no morals and values, we'll have no actual ideals that we stick to, it's going to be chaotic.
I feel like, in your opinion, Corey Holcomb is just displaying misplaced anger towards women. And he's even portraying it in his comedy sets now, because they said people are walking out of his shows. Have you heard that?
Yeah, wow. I've seen some shows. Most of us in our adult life are displaying our childhood trauma, whether it's in relationships, at work, how we manage at the job, how we.
So they were trying to say that Tasha K kept trying to bait Charleston White into talking crazy about Corey Holcomb, and he didn't take it. But let's go.
We supervise all of us because it's unhealed, it's unresolved. So it has to show somewhere in life.
That's true.
That's very true.
It has to show somewhere.
That hit me. That's very true.
That's why some niggas are overly sexual.
Childhood insecurity is a mother. Childhood insecurity literally shaped you into the person that you are today. From being an adolescent, teenager in high school, the things that you were ashamed for, the things that you were insecure about, it will mold you into the adult that you are. And you have to definitely heal, and you have to get past that as fast as you can so that it doesn't stifle you in the future in your endeavors, because you constantly think about the things that made you insecure as a kid.
Sexual abuse, some abuse, some molestation somewhere in there.
Very true.
So all you have to do is look at the patterns of behavior of an adult. Motherfucker drinking, they start talking about their child.
You said, why would he? I've never seen him be on a bandwagon. Yeah, for sure. But you know, Tasha K, she's into it with Corey, so you know, people be trying to recruit people. So
good. That drunk go to coming out. I hate a childhood drunk. Give me that happy, freaky drunk. So, you can see it. I started watching me, right? So I watched me online to see what I reflect or what I project. There are some interviews, there are some live videos where you can seem angry and hateful. Yeah. And when I look back at what I was going through at the time, I was angry, but not at what I was talking to.
I don't know. I saw an interview on, I forgot exactly which network he was on, and he spit on the dude's floor. He was talking about Nipsey Hussle. I spit on the grave of Nipsey. And I saw like, man, Charleston is tweaking. He spit on this man's floor. You gonna have to clean that up before you leave, brother. That was wild.
You see what I'm saying? So
carrying that anger.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. There was a time when I joined a group that they call I Hate Single Mothers. Well, I'm over here single daddy with the kids, while baby mama going through what she going through. And it's impacting the kids in me. So yeah, I hate a single. I'm a single daddy.
Oh, damn.
But I'm in the house with my baby sister, who's a loving single mother. I'm raised by a loving single mother. But because of what I'm going through, I done joined in with these ass niggas talking about I hate single mother. Until my sister started seeing that shit online. Yeah. Yeah. And then my mama asked me one day, she said, son, you must hate your mama. I said, why, mama? She said, because of things you saying online and your sister's hearing it and seeing it.
Wow. Well, we're gonna ask mom.
Yeah, my mama had me there.
I can't wait to ask your mama.
So she's supposed to be interviewing his mother recently. Well, soon.
Everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting to see.
That's what checked me. That's what checked me. Oh, how can I say these things and I got a mama and sister and a daughter looking and listening? Yeah. So that's how you know.
That is the challenging part when you have women in your family that you actually care and appreciate about, and your.
Well, most men do. Most men do. Most men, this goes back to the race loyalty conversation that I've been giving y'all the game on for the longest time. Most men have women in their family that they love, adore, they worship, and they care for. You know what I'm saying? And that gets taken advantage of. You know what I'm saying? That gets taken advantage of when they try to pull you back into the race to be race loyal and stuff like that, because you have women that you actually care about. The reason why I said that, even, and this is a twisted thing also too, the reason why I say it's a compliment when a woman say you act just like my dad, you know, definitely you want to go after women that have fathers in their life. But in the black community, a lot of times you don't meet the father, you meet the mother. You understand what I'm saying? And even if the woman is not tight like that with her father, it's still it's tongue in cheek, but it's still a little fucked up compliment. You know what I'm saying? It's still a little fucked up compliment, you know? Or if a woman say, you remind me of my brothers, you know, why would they say you remind me of my brothers? Because the father ain't there. So the people that she had to be around in her family usually was probably her brothers. You understand what I'm saying? And, you know, we can get into that game. But what's going on, UFO Kamikaze? I just gave you a shout out, you know, not too long ago. You dig? Shout outs to you. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. 19 minutes past the hour. Midnight Madness. Okay, an hour and 7 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. You already know. You know. News said, why is it not okay to hate your moms or females in general? It's gynocratic. Skip the race. I mean, it happens. You got women with whole fathers and they hate their fathers. And then you got women that get shamed. You got women that get shamed when they like their father, you know, when they love their father, especially as a baby girl. You know, it's some real shit. You got mothers that will get jealous, you know, of their own daughters for loving the father. Crazy shit. Crazy shit. I've seen it all. You said, or you meet the brothers or uncles who are doing the same shit with chicks they don't want you doing with their sister, for sure. For sure. Or they in and out of jail. Culture. Let's get it.
Comments can be a little bit outlandish, but is it still the truth though? Even though the way how it's being said, it might be being conveyed a little more extreme, but is the message, see, we have to really internalize what's being said opposed to how it's being said. And once you can digest what is being said, and if the shoe fits, then you might have to wear it. And you might have to autocorrect. And if it hurts, shit, you might have to heal and repair.
Okay. All right. Well, Corey, he need a therapist.
Man, if a nigga say that to his daughter, nigga really need to take a step back and look at himself. Your baby? Man, I couldn't imagine calling my baby no bitch. I couldn't even imagine.
Call her a black.
I couldn't even imagine.
Wow. And she needs to get.
I think that's cap. I fucks with Charleston, but there's gonna be a point where he gonna call his daughter a bitch. Come on, y'all. It's Charleston White. He calls everything a bitch. So let's go.
Her life together. Wow. And she put herself through school. He didn't pay a dime. She has a master's degree in nursing.
That's wild.
Man.
When I came out and said that, it dispelled every image he was trying to build about her and showed more of him than it did her.
Yeah. Nah, he ain't my kind of nigga. Nah, nigga talk to a baby like that. The old nigga told me if
he said a nigga talk to a baby like that when Charleston White was literally saying F Little Woody's baby that passed away, F his living baby that's autistic. Like, come on now. And he talked about it in the same interview. Respectfully, it's the game. Let's get it.
Disrespect his mama. Ain't no way in the world he can give anything about you, nigga. How you gonna be friends with a nigga that disrespect his daughter?
Facts. I agree with that. If you got a guy disrespecting his mom and his kids, do not be around.
And look, Charleston White is the same guy that he claims you shouldn't be around. And I was gonna say this on the last show. Shout out to Charleston White, but let's keep it at that. Wow. Lil Woody shouldn't even be around Charleston White. You know, even though he could probably help him in a situation, but it's like, bruh. How much times a nigga got to show you he is not your friend? Charleston White was like, even Little Woody should have put, you know, should have did something to him. But he was comfortable being around him. You know, he was trying to see if Little Woody was, you know, still a killer or still had it in him to kill. You know? Yeah, I mean, look at these people talking about some Glorilla should have took care of her family. What if she did? You don't know if she did. And her ungrateful sister that tried to shoot her at one point. I ain't gonna lie, you look at Glorilla, it's like, okay, you were the better looking one out of the family. Shit. But anyway, let's go.
Around that guy, he is not somebody who you want to keep in your company.
How can you be friends with a nigga that'll spit on his daughter? Nah.
What about these kids?
All right, we're gonna leave it right there. I'd rather not go down that road. I'm not gonna be around somebody who is that hateful or has a disdain like that to where they speak about their own members. I don't know all the details, so I don't know how bad the situation could have possibly been. But that's why I say Corey never presented himself to be like a wholesome guy. He's a comedian, gained a big following and whatnot off saying a lot of outlandish takes. Whether it might be true or not, when it comes down to how he deal with women, that's one of them things that the culture eat up a lot of the times. And that's what we got to be honest on, the things that really draw our attention to.
Yo, that's funny as hell. That's so true. The black people are always born with the IOU instead of birth certificates. That's true.
Be glorified. And if it's bull crap, man, we can't blame nobody but ourselves if we put it to the forefront. I don't care who you say, who put what in your face. If you watching it, if you're entertaining it, if it's you, then it's gonna be you. So I'm never gonna pick Corey to be some type of martyr or somebody who's supposed to be speaking on black unity and all that stuff. So even that debate, how it started off with Anton.
Oh no, when he was holding Anton to task, y'all was cool with that. Y'all was cool with that until it was time to cancel him. This is how fake the black community is, man.
It was already kind of crazy because it felt like he was gonna be debating things that was probably gonna backfire on him, because the side that he leaned on, I would say that Anton already grouped him as more of like a Democrat or leftist, whatever side however you want to classify it. He wouldn't be considered conservative. So that's already gonna be problematic when you bring somebody like Anton on there who got completely opposite views. That interview was destined to go to a heated route. Whether it was it never dragged out to something extreme to fighting or not, whether it was just discourse the whole time, it was still going to be heated. But it definitely went too far when it came down to the attacks on kissing certain genitalia parts. That's where the conversation derailed, went off the.
How did it go crazy on the attacks of kissing certain genitalia? Why didn't it go off the rails when somebody was told they was kissing ass? See, because with y'all niggas, it's cool to call somebody a coon, but then with somebody that got insulted strikes back, now all of a sudden that's wrong. You shouldn't have said that. So the decorum wasn't lost when somebody got called a coon, but the decorum was lost when somebody said, okay, well, you sucking black people dick. And you know, a lot of niggas, you know, that drink the Kool-Aid, they're gonna get mad at that statement because guess what? They sucking black people dick. All right, but let's go.
Rails, and that's where everything imploded. And I think if they would have went outside, I think it would have been able to be de-escalated.
And nigga, if they went outside, both of them still wouldn't have done shit. They would have sat out there and yelled at each other and started talking.
But I think it was just a manhood game at that point on, can I check you to chill out? I'm not gonna lie. If I was in that situation, If I was Corey, I would have said, "Hey man, don't disrespect me." Like, I mean, don't say I suck D. That's kind of, that's disrespectful. It's a way you could have did it opposed to being hood and street about it.
All right, well, stop saying niggas kiss ass. Learn how to articulate yourself. Find a better way to call a nigga a coon.
No, but when you come and try and check with disrespect, it's only sometimes gonna make somebody show a little bit more disrespect back toward you, because nobody wanna get off.
This is week 2, and the knuckle dragging Negro mind just now picked up on this.
The high horse.
Like, all of the stuff that we've been talking about, and I've highlighted this in these epic shows that you guys have been gifted to be able to hear through your airways on Player Talk Radio. Please support the show. I showed you guys that if you look at this shit, a lot of this shit is based on Negroids having some type of fucking decency, common sense, some type of decorum. Why do we have to talk to black people in 2026 about common decency and having some type of decorum? Think about it. You dudes want, your lady to fucking cook and clean for you and be a decent person, getting made fun of it on Al Gore's internet. And that's just decency and decorum to your spouse. It's showing just common decency and decorum to your spouse. That should be automatic. Should is the key word. So you're begging women to be decent human beings. Cool. Especially the one that you're laying down with. Somebody comes onto your show as a guest and you have no respect for them. And it's like, hey, it's not a good idea to say, oh, this person kisses ass. Even if he does. It's just not a good idea to say that about your guest. Especially when you have a limited amount of knowledge on something. You know what I'm saying? Just saying.
So, and it's kind of crazy, the whole situation.
And it takes black people 2 months of goofy ass content. It takes them 2 months to realize this.
How everybody is still dragging it out. And I don't think Tasha and them dragging out. It's just a new interview, so he just speaking on it. They're speaking on it because it's being extended because of Corey's.
No, niggas are dragging this shit out for no fucking reason. Well, not for no fucking reason, because they need content.
Video situation, but everything with the anti-hate, it's going out of control. People gonna have their opinions about it, but people literally living off the drama. It's crazy. All I see is just constant videos about. I'm like, man, there is no more hidden details. Like, what are y'all talking about? It's crazy. Yeah, more things you don't know about the Anton Corey beef. It's like, what are you talking about, man? Everything that we need to know is already there on the forefront that happened on the show. Anything else is just gonna be more gossip if nobody's actually saying anything from either Corey or Anton's mouth. So yeah, man, y'all make sure y'all like the video. I have this link in the description.
All right, shout outs to JB Reacts. This is goofy at this point. Hold on. Nope. Wrong thing. Hold up. What happened to Jason Wynn? Who the hell is that? Give me 1 second, y'all. Yeah, it threw niggas a bone. Yeah, because these are new podcasters, so these people, they don't know. Now here's Tony Baker throwing shade at Corey. Corey is into it with a lot of comedians in his own sector. I mean, I'm pretty sure he tried to bully them also. I really wish Patrice O'Neal was still alive, y'all. This would have been completely different.
Well, it looks like comedian Tony Baker is throwing a couple subliminals Corey Holcomb's way. He was on stage not too long ago and made some references about people who care too much about others' sexuality.
See?
Specifically men. Tony says if you are...
So shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. Like I said, when we were going over the Corey Holcomb clip all over again, you know, it's like he kept putting emphasis on you know what I'm saying, on gayness. And it's like, you know, and it started getting annoying because he kept trying to tell Anton, like, you know, when you come to when you talking to a man and you're calling him gay and blah blah blah, or you don't do that to a man, and men don't do that with each other. It's like, bro, we get it. We get it. You know? And it's like, you know, after a while, it's like he just kept doing it. And it's like, bro, it's like, okay, you trying to communicate something different. You know, you're communicating something different to us at this point. You know, like, we get it, but like, why do you have to keep constantly reiterating it? You know what I'm saying? Why do you have to keep constantly reiterating it? Like, did something happen? Is this like a cry for help? You know, respectfully. You know? Let's get into it.
A man that cares if another man is gay too much, then you might be on the down low, in the closet, secretly taking meat pistols to the rear. Now, the reason why I say that Tony might be throwing these shots or subliminals at Corey Holcomb, because we all know that Corey spends a lot of time on his 5150 show talking about who he believes is Backdooria. Now, him and Tony Baker have had some issues in the past with Tony telling Corey to his face, I don't mess with you. And the reason why he doesn't mess with Corey is because he says he's always in some stuff. Now, you would think someone like Corey would respect that regardless if it was negative or positive. But instead of talking to Tony himself, he went back to his platform to air it out to the 5150 Nation. He let it be known that he feels like the only reason Tony doesn't mess with him is because, surprise, he might be Backdooria too. Now, Corey says he can't prove it, but he has a feeling that he does, because all Corey really talks about majority of the time is the LGBTQ community. Now, Tony has not responded to the things Corey has said a few times on his platform, but Corey has not let up, bringing him up a few times on the 5150 show.
Black men jumping in and out of bed with niggas and the black men that ain't jumping in and out of bed with niggas. Black men who sleep with men versus black men who don't sleep with men is the biggest divide amongst black people now. Nobody's gonna like me, even more than they don't like me now. I have so many people. He always starting crazy stuff with people. But then when I watch him, I be like, there's tendencies to that man where I can understand where he may have an attitude with me. I saw the one brother, the Baker boy, do a whole rant about Backdooria. I can't prove that the man is Backdooria, but I'm saying, like, what he said made so much sense to why he has an issue with me for nothing. Like I said, I didn't even know something was wrong, but I know when somebody is cutting their eyes at me, I was like, what the hell is that?
Now, the word Backdooria is an urban word in Chicago culture for being backdoored. All right, you know, niggas be like, okay, you know, there's somebody in your crew that's not solid, so I smell the Backdooria. You know, I can sense the Backdooria. I can sense if there's somebody that's gonna, you know, screw you over or do you in. You know, is this person is basically to explain, you know what I'm saying, getting backdoored. That's what it's called, you know. So that's why they say, you know, don't leave your back door open, you know, for somebody to you know, to come screw you over. All right, that's what that's for. All right, now I'm saying this because it's not properly being used in context here. All right, but let's go. So he's just talking about, but you know, backdoor, you know, no homo, you know, your ass could be a backdoor too. Pause.
Hey man, is it all right? You always starting stuff with people. I'm like, okay.
Tony being somebody who has been crushing it lately on stage, not just by himself, but also accompanied with Kev on stage, he is taking it to the comedy clubs to go ahead and seemingly respond to some of the things that Corey does. And honestly, he is only echoing the same sentiments as a lot of people who pay attention to some of the things Corey does. And anybody with common sense could say that if you are somebody who is too hyper-focused on something that you are not a part of, maybe you are secretly with it, or you just have a real boiling hate for it. Either way, it's unhealthy. Some people also believe that folks who spend too much time thinking about who's gay and who's not may have had some things happen to them in their childhood or some point in their life that they necessarily cannot get over, and it's traumatized them so much to the point that they are projecting a lot of their hate out to the world.
There you go.
Now, I don't know if that's the case for Corey. Who knows? Maybe he's just an old school soul who really is against that lifestyle. But listen to what Tony Baker had to say on stage right here.
When dudes be bashing women too much, I'll be like, you gay on the low. You having an internal struggle. There's something going on internally. You got an origin story you ain't rectified. You know what I'm saying? They all bitches and hoes. Except your mom and your aunt, man, what's going on? If you gay, just come on out, man. Especially when dudes be worried about who gay too much. When dudes be worried about who gay all the time, be like, you're gay. You just trying to figure out who you can run up on and run up to.
You know who you talking
Shouldn't
about?
no man be worried about another man's sexuality? What you worried about it for? Now I can see if we was in prison. You need to know who's who in prison. If we in prison, I need, hey, you gay? I got to know. It's vital in prison. On the streets, when we free, why the f you care? I could care less. And I'm sure men are sitting down to pee in prison. You got to, man. The toilet stool right in there with your bunkmate. The bunk bed is right here. Here's the toilet. I'm sitting down. I want to hear your strong ass stream and the pee droplets coming up the top bunk. Man, sit your ass down and cover that up. I need you to be a filter between the piss and me. And we men in prison, we men.
As you can see, the comment sections immediately knew exactly who Tony may have been referencing to. Now, I won't say that that was something that was deliberate or something that was on purpose for Tony to go up there and talk about that as a slight way to respect.
Oh, you know it's a slight. You know, the people in person may not have picked it up, but, you know, honestly, believe it or not, there's still a divide between online and in person.
To Corey, but Tony Baker seems to be a very intelligent brother, so you can almost guarantee that he knew in the back of his mind him making that joke would be interpreted as him maybe throwing some shade at Corey Holcomb. Now, we all know after this video comes out, or maybe people were tagging Corey or sending it to him when it dropped, we all know he's gonna get some vicious vitriol on Tuesday night on the 5150 show, and that's if Corey doesn't spend too much time calling Joe Budden backdoory on his show. Now, let me know what y'all think about what Tony had to say on stage. Do you think that he was going at Corey? You think he was throwing subliminals? Let me know in the comment section below. Leave a like and subscribe to the GMS show. I'll see y'all later.
All right. So what's y'all thoughts on that? What's y'all thoughts on that? You think Tony Baker was going at Corey Holcomb? Of course he was going at Corey Holcomb. Like, come on now. Come on now. All right. All right, let's see what Joe Budden had to say. This is my first time seeing this too, all right? Y'all hit the like button, y'all. If y'all are enjoying the show, please support. Let's get the support train started. Player Talk Radio.
Okay, so in today's video, we got to talk about Joe Budden and Corey Holcomb addressing each other live on their own platforms, man. So I want to get into this because it's a hot topic to discuss right now, man, because we know Corey Holcomb, since this Anton Daniels thing, man, he just been going off on everybody who had something to say about his.
I mean, and then turn around and keep emphasizing that that's not the way you talk to men. It's like, bro, what is he, 16? I mean, in internet years, Anton would be a 16-year-old trollish kid to Corey because Corey don't know what the hell is going on the internet. But let's keep it 100.
Current situations, like the other situation that involved a female comic with Corey Holcomb and her getting into an altercation as well, as you guys can see in this video clip right here. So yeah, man, Joe Budden has said something about that on his podcast show. Let me show you that clip because it's going to put everything into context in today's video. So let's check out what Joe Budden had to say about the Corey Holcomb situation with the female comic. Here's the video.
Here, bro. He spent his whole chair on you, boy. What are you doing?
That. He was like, yo, dog, like, I'm not scared of you at all.
And as somebody, like, I don't watch Corey Holcomb stuff. Corey Holcomb comes off harsh to me. So and I like dark humor. I like shit like that. But some of that is too rough. When he was like him and Jess had a thing, Jess Hilarious, and he was going real hard on her. It just turned me off. I stopped really watching after that. But I will say that for me, as a black person, especially an angry Negro like myself, when I see stuff like that, the same way I was real impressed by Glasses Malone, with him having this debate with this guy that says all shit that I hate, and I'm expecting for you to whoop his ass. If it get that far, I'm expecting for you to beat him up.
If I buck up and you don't cower, then I got to punch you in your face.
No, nigga, outside of it being your show.
Now, Anton had security there. They both alluded to.
Said, don't disrespect me like that. We just getting loud. I ain't getting loud. Then don't switch seats. It's a threat. Okay, well, it is a threat.
It's supposed to be a threat.
And I understand that. It was meant to be a threat.
It's a threat.
Right.
What you talking about? I don't dig that. Conversation.
All right, Anton's winning me over in this.
That's what I'm.
Okay, so Corey Holcomb caught wind of what Joe Budden said, comic, right? So this is what Corey Holcomb said, calling out Joe Budden. Let's check out that clip right here.
This man jump on women. You think this is a lie? A lot of men who mess with men and women fight women. A lot of men who mess with men and women. Guys, I just gotta say something. Women.
No.
Do you know who I'm talking about? Fruit Booty Buttons. See, I never say their name.
Yeah.
As you should.
I got a name for him. Fruit Booty Buttons.
I know you.
And his crew. Fruit Booty Buttons is a serial woman beater. Fruit Booty Buttons is a serial woman beater. Was talking about how he said.
So I want you guys to understand how much contradictory stuff is being said here. You know, oh, this person's a serial woman beater, but then footage of you whooping a woman's ass comes up online, or oh, this person is gay. You know, and it's just crazy, man. It's like, why even bring attention to half this shit? You know, imagine people calling somebody something that they probably directly are. And it's like, damn, dog. Like, why y'all put me in this weird ass alley? Like, you know, I wasn't even trying to go this far, but like, god damn, dog. Yeah, it is kind of funny, right? Yeah, it was a mushing. Yeah. You know, let's go.
They said, the girl said he sat on.
How's everybody here? Please hit the like button. More than 20 people in the building. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. And please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Check out our book, you know, over on the coffee store. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
On my stomach, it made me have a miscarriage. You know what he said? I sat on top of her titties or something. He said, I sat on where her breast was. That's where I was sitting.
Oh, wow.
Fruit Booty Buttons, I know you ain't talking crazy about me, homie. I know you ain't talking crazy about me, homie. I mean, most of the time, all you guys who say what you say, I don't.
And listen, I like Corey Holcomb, but Jesus Christ. You know? And then another thing, too, he did pick up on that O'Shea is a two-faced backstabbing friend. Let's go.
I don't care what you say online. I expect you to talk about me. Yeah, Fruit Booty Buttons. They know who I'm talking about. Fruit Booty Buttons. That motherfucker say, I think he said I was a bitch ass nigga or something. Yeah, I'll be a bitch ass nigga online. Online, I'm a bitch ass nigga. Man to man, I ain't no bitch ass nigga, homie. But man to man, you a serial woman beater. Everybody do the homework on Fruit Booty Buttons and all of the women that have accused him of actually beating them up.
So as we can see, man, Corey Holcomb went in on Joe Budden, and he started talking about Joe Budden's past and stuff like that. And yeah, man, Corey Holcomb went off. Typical for Corey Holcomb, he doesn't hold back when he responds back to people. And yeah, man, so I guess Joe Budden caught wind of what Corey Holcomb said live on the 5150 show. Obviously. And Joe Budden had went off on his platform, man. So I want to highlight that clip for you guys. So if you can, be sure to hit that thumbs up button. That really does help support my YouTube channel. And I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Damn.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Damn.
What's the matter, Daddy?
That's crazy.
Fucking
Definitely don't want to beef with a comedian. But I will say, you definitely don't want to beef with a comedian, but it definitely varies what type of comedian you choose to beef with. I will say there's a difference between beefing with Cat Williams and Corey. But Corey ain't no slouch, man. Whoo-wee. Oh, man. If you in the building, let it be known. Shout outs to you. It's Player Talk Radio. We are here. Shout outs to everybody in the building.
What's the matter, Daddy?
All right, let's go.
You look ashy work with nobody.
What's going on? Cut to the chase.
What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy?
Shout outs to Cut to the Chase in the building, man. He said Joe destroyed him. Jesus, peace.
Right this second. It looked bad, that video that came out. So
I mean, is he gonna fall out with Craig? I mean, I don't know. I mean, he could be squandering what they got going on, People are like, oh, well, he fired Darlene. I don't think he fired Darlene, I think Darlene will be on the next show. So that will kind of shut that up. But then again, the same people that would like to see Darlene fired will be talking shit about her if she appears on the next show. Can't win with niggas, y'all. Can't win.
What's the matter, Daddy?
prayers up to you, my brother. You gonna need it. What else we got going on?
Okay, so that's Joe Budden calling out Corey Holcomb, man. And Joe Budden didn't hold back either in his response to Corey Holcomb. And yeah, man, it took a lot of people by surprise when I looked at the feedback. Everybody was like, dang, we didn't expect Joe Budden to call out Corey Holcomb. A lot of people didn't understand what happened. And so that's why I want to break everything down for you guys so you guys can get the full context of what happened. Because like I said, a lot of people thought Joe Budden was just calling out Corey Holcomb for no reason. But yeah, man, obviously it's because of everything that's going on with Corey Holcomb after the Anton Daniels situation, TMZ putting the footage out of the altercation with the female comic. So yeah, guys, that's it for today's video. I would love to hear your thoughts about today's video. So don't forget to get in the comment section.
All right, so that's crazy, man. That's crazy. And at this point, Anton already done moved on. Give me 1 second. Anton already done moved on, with what he got going on. Oh, shit. Cat Williams was on Big Boy, has no regrets, will not apologize. I might have to see that. I don't know if he was asked about this situation. But anyway, this shit is crazy, man. How this went from somebody getting into a fight or an almost fight between some old niggas, and now it just leave it to black people to turn this shit into some goofy shit, man. Leave it to niggas to turn this shit into some goofy shit. They really wanted to go after Anton, and they did. They spent all week going after him, his family, his love life, his finances, and now these same people have turned on Corey Holcomb. Niggas. I'm telling you, man.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
Niggas. Niggas, y'all. Niggas. Don't know, confused, don't know which target they want to go after, but go after all the targets. Fuck it, just attack everybody. Berserk. Just go berserk. Instead of saying you're confused, just go berserk and try to make it look good. Just say you don't know. Classic Negro style. All right. Speaking of turning on people, a lot of people got a lot to say about people turning on Nicki Minaj because she's with Turning Point. Ain't that, look how listen to the irony, y'all. They turned on Nicki Minaj because she's with Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk has to be doing super backflips in his grave, bro. Super backflips. Super backflips. We're supposed to go over this, but we're going to check this out, and I got some more content. Let's get it. Shouts to Jason Whitlock. See what he has to say about it.
Thank you for joining me. Happy Monday to you and yours. I'm joined today by Shamika Michelle and Dre Baldwin. We want to start by talking about last night's Grammy Awards, guys. It appears Trevor Noah, the former comedian, made the mistake of cracking a joke at Nicki Minaj's expense, and that has sent Nicki Minaj into a Twitter storm, an X storm. She has been snapping all last night. One tweet: Trevor refuses to come out of the closet when everyone in the industry knows his boyfriend allegedly. Holy cow, that's a heater. Your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in a satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of blood sacrifice to their god. You see, when your master is Satan, you must constantly shed blood. However, the jig is up.
Damn.
And then, let's see, we got another one here. Are y'all understanding that these people have been sacrificing children as a way of gaining and maintaining power? If you ever vote Democrat again, you're just as soulless as they are and will perish. Maybe it's time for me to do some story times, since I was trying to not say what I know, yet they continue to attempt bullying. Also, I won't be releasing an album until my contract is renegotiated and until I tell you about all the sabotage this Rico is finding out about Billboard. She has exploded, and I didn't include the shot she took at Jay-Z. Shamika, when I saw this, I immediately thought of you. Did you watch the Grammys, and what do you think of Nicki's response here?
Yes, I did have the Grammys on, and I'm glad she actually fired back because I thought Trevor Noah was just not funny. He's never been funny to me. I think it's comical that you called him an former.
Now that's crazy because sisters fought for a lot of, they fought for a lot of quote unquote LGBT people to get into politics, only to turn around and not agree with the politics that they're getting into once they got into those, you know what I'm saying, into those spaces, because it undermines them. And this is some shit that they opened up. So hey,
get out of here, you damn nigga!
Comedian. He's not a comedian now, and I don't think he ever was then. It was just pitiful, but it really shows you, along with how the gay man came out about Nicki, Billy Porter, how they just want to keep you pigeonholed to the Democrat Party, and anytime they feel like you step,
because it's in their interest, it's in their best interest. Stupid. It's in their best interest. And what's even more sad is that a lot of these people that's gonna just run over to the Republican or conservative party, they're gonna act like they didn't spend years talking crazy about them. They're just gonna just turn up all of a sudden, just rehaul their old social media. They really can't because they don't know how. And they're gonna act like they never spent years talking and going in on these people crazy. You know what I'm saying? And they're only doing it now because some of the stuff that they got, some of the stuff that's going on now, it doesn't benefit them anymore. I mean, obviously go to where stuff benefits you, but damn. You know, when you have something like that, when you weave something like that into your identity and then you just flip-flop like that, that's crazy. Let's go.
Away, then they want to ridicule and shame you. As someone who has seen a little bit of Nicki Minaj's career over the years, it's very telling that now they have an issue with her being fully clothed and supporting Donald Trump more than they did when she was naked and just saying all types of foolishness.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Nicki does look crazy naked right now, and that booty do look hard. That shit look like a stone. Shout outs to Nicki. You said this dude came into Gold P's chat this morning and said the FBA who voted for Trump or sat on the couch and didn't vote Democrat is the reason why black people got set back. Listen, we're going to get into that too. We definitely going to get into that too because they're mad because I think what NBC did a special. They had a FBA special actually on the news on like a big station. I think it was NBC. In the DMV area, that's channel 4 for us. And it got pulled. So a lot of them are upset about that. We're going to get into it. It's player talk. Let's go.
Yes. It speaks volumes about the black community in general.
Shout outs to Gold P also. Shout outs to my brother Gold Professor. Let's go. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. You can support the show. Yeah, it's gone. I wish somebody had to snatch it. We're gonna go look for it. I got y'all.
And about those who are so-called elite or in charge. Now all of a sudden they want to bring Nicki Minaj down.
Right, UFO.
Because of her allegiance to Donald Trump. It says a lot. So I'm glad that she actually fired back. When I saw what was happening and saw her coming after Jay-Z as she has been for some time now, I have to say, I really believe the allegations that he likes young women. I think I told you, Jason, about how I was in a singing group when I was at A&T. We performed with him. I think at the time he was...
Okay, who cares if Jay-Z likes young women? Like, how late and uninformed most of these people that's gonna be running a narrative, how late and uninformed you guys are. And this is why I said earlier, young women were a part of hip hop. Dating a young girl. I'm not gonna say it's right or wrong, but it was a part of black culture. And just like that creepy ass uncle and stuff that some of you guys have in y'all family, y'all sweep that shit under a rug. This is the black community for you. Jay-Z has a song on Pharrell's, one of my favorite albums from Pharrell, called Young Girl. And he was talking to Beyonce. And the hook goes like Pharrell, he's singing it. Okay, I got you, New. The hook goes, you know, mama help, I fell in love with a young girl. And he was, you know, talking about, you know, he was talking about falling in love with a young woman that's probably, you know, not ready. Jay-Z, he has a whole verse on there. And I think he was talking about Beyonce at the time. And his verse is like, Hove got a young girl, Hove got a young girl. Nah, still not quite 21. He said, so I pull such a vibrant thing. I introduce myself, hi, Miss Thing. You're 19. No, you're lightning in a bottle. I give you a ring tomorrow. And then I forgot what else he said, but he talks about it. Go look it up. It's a verse. Niggas, I'm going to get on this podcast and think I'm saying something new, man. I think he like young girls. What about Foxy Brown? Nobody had a problem with it then. Go and watch Belly. Wasn't DMX getting topped off by a 16-year-old in Belly? Niggas didn't say nothing then. Huh? Yeah, like what the fuck? I'm just, and these are women that sat up there and dated old niggas. Go talk to some of these dudes that grew up with some of these women. Talk about some, man, I don't like the pedophile. Oh my God, I can't believe he dating a young woman. And shut up, you were hot in the tail when you were young, and going after old niggas. Now, granted, them old niggas could have said no. But let's not act like, come on now. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. You said cats on some old enough to pee, old enough for me. You said if there is grass on the field, play ball. Oh Jesus Christ, I shouldn't have read that shit. Let's go.
With Original Flavor. This was like 93, so it was well before his Reasonable Doubt album dropped. And he was trying to get one of my friends to go with him to the hotel. I was 18. He was well in his 20s. And so this was what he liked. So just from my own experience, I know that he liked younger women. So I'm not surprised when I hear that.
And these are women his age that are mad they don't have a chance with him. That's what a lot of these women will get mad at you about. Because they don't have a chance with you.
And I think there's something to it. And I think it needs to be investigated. But just from my...
even Jason Whitlock was talking about a young girl and that pecan skin and them peanut butter titties.
Own experience, I know that that's a fact.
What do we make of the Trevor Noah gay allegations? Is this something
Get
I'm
out
out
here,
of the
you
loop
damn
on
nigga!
That's been out there? And does it I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I never heard it, but I'm not surprised. Like, he doesn't really strike me as this masculine man. So I'm not surprised at all.
Dre, what's your thoughts here? How should Nicki Minaj's meltdown, good thing, bad thing, expected thing? What do you think?
Well, the principle to keep in mind here, Jason, is this is what happens when you step out of line on the political left.
I mean, Nicki Minaj is saying what a lot of rich people and people that get money and that's getting heavily taxed and stuff like that. She's saying what a lot of them want to say. The main people that turn Republican is black people when they get some money. Can you blame them? Who gonna get a certain amount of money and not protect it?
Get out of here, you damn nigga! Get out of here, you damn nigga! Get out of here, you damn nigga!
What's the matter, Daddy?
All right, let's go.
So Nicki Minaj was on the left, and the Grammys is made for people on the left. She was outside of the party.
Now, if you're G-Hay and you grew up with Nicki Minaj, you probably should be mad a little bit. I'll give that to you because Nicki Minaj, when she first came out, you know, she was pushing like the lesbianist, you know, she was pushing like lesbian, you know, she was pushing the lesbian thing. She was kissing other women. You know, you never really seen her with men like that. You know what I'm saying? She was pissing off Gucci Mane at the same time. You know, Gucci Mane, she was around Gucci Mane for some years. Gucci Mane really wanted to hit that. Never got a chance to. He was still mad about that shit. He tweeted about it. You know? So she, you know, Nicki played with a lot of niggas coming up. You know what I'm saying? And you know, she was, you know, going off as Roman, you know, and stuff like that. So, you know, Nicki, you know, she played the game. You know, but I got to give Nicki her credit. You know, she waited until she had kids. She handled business first. She did Safari wrong, but, you know, hey, how you start is not necessarily how you're going to end, player. You feel me? You know? What's going on, party? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, bro. Yes, sir. So it's gonna happen, you know? It's gonna happen. Shout out to everybody here. 2 hours into the madness. Please hit the like button. Please support the show.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Please support the show. Let's get it.
Last night, and Trevor Noah pointed it out specifically because she stood next to Donald Trump. She went to the TPUSA event. She's come out clearly on the conservative side and attacking the Democrats. So what Trevor Noah did as the host of the show, he used comedy as a cover up for what really is gatekeeping. It's really just making sure everybody understands, hey, if you step out of line here, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make fun of you. We're all sitting here at the cool table. You're not at the cool table. We're going to make sure the whole world knows that you're not at the cool table because you did something that you weren't supposed to do. So the jokes that Trevor Noah made about Nicki Minaj was not really about Nicki Minaj. It was about letting everybody else know, if you step out of line, we're going to do the same thing to you. They did it to Kanye West. They're doing it to Nicki, and they'll do it to anybody else who was at the table who decides to step away from the table. And as far as Nicki Minaj and her dissing of Jay-Z, well, she's going through a contractual issue, a business issue with Jay-Z. Jay-Z has the authority. Jay-Z has the power. You don't hear Jay-Z saying anything, but Nicki is right now, she's leaking a lot of frustration and energy through her social media because that's all she has. Because if she could just get done what she wants to get done, she wouldn't have to say any of this. But right now, she stood with Trump. She stood with the conservatives, and she has an issue with someone who is clearly on the left, Jay-Z. She can't get her business things done because of it. So she really has no other recourse. So this is the only thing she has left.
Kanye somewhat survived his split with the music industry and his war with the mainstream. Is Nicki Minaj talented enough? Does she have enough things going on that she,
of course she does,
can survive this type of feud and war?
At least one last go round in her. Of course she does.
Or Dre?
I don't know. The thing is, Kanye had a lot of other things going besides music. He had his fashion brand. He was heavy in the fashion industry and had established himself there. And he also was connected with other people who were doing a lot of things in the fashion industry to where he could survive. On top of the fact, Jason, that Kanye West was self-contained even in music. Kanye produced his own records. He could make an entire track from zero to finished. Nicki Minaj doesn't quite have that talent. She's the artist who can come on.
Yeah, but she's around all of that talent. I don't know why you niggas asking these surface level questions and shit.
And rap on the song or sing on the song, but she still needs other
25
people
in the building. Let's get the likes up, please. Hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's get it.
Do the other pieces. And if you alienate everybody else in the industry, quote unquote, everybody else in the industry, you may not be able to do things the way you were before. So I don't think she quite has the toolbox that Kanye West has. Now, if she has other things going on that I don't know about, we'll see. But Kanye obviously had a lot more tools for himself outside of just rapping as compared to Nicki Minaj.
Shamika, how big of a talent is Nicki?
Shout outs to Raven. Raven says, Shaka, 2 Live Crew girls were my age and I didn't care at all. We knew they smashed older dudes back then. Yeah, and we accepted it. We accepted it. I'm not saying that's something that I endorse or condone right now, but let's act like you're not gonna gaslight us into seeing what not seeing what we saw. You know,
can she survive this war?
I think that depends on what you mean by when you say survive. Like, I think she'll be fine financially. I don't know if she will be as big of a star as she was, because most of her followers, or as Dre was saying earlier, most of the people in the music industry are on the left. So I'm not sure how much support she will get because she isn't on Kanye's level. But I do think that
Nicki is not on Kanye's level in money, but she's up there with Kanye. These people don't even know what the hell they talking about. Nicki's up there with Kanye. She's even affiliated. Nicki can get Kanye to do music. Nicki is friends with Kanye. What are these people talking about? Nicki is great friends with Kanye. Well, look on his Bipolar album. She's on Daughters. She killed Monster, bro. Nicki and Kanye are friends. These people. Some people done aged themselves out of the information market, man.
She will actually be fine. I think she will keep most of her barbs, as she calls them. I think they will continue to be loyal to her. I just don't know what type of music she'll
Barbs are not being loyal to her. Jesus Christ, man.
Put out, but I do think she'll continue to have a name for herself, and I think she'll be fine.
The Grammys last night, beyond Nicki Minaj, was there anything else that caught you all's attention that you wanted to comment on, Shamika?
I just think all of the praise for Bad Bunny was orchestrated. It was not real. And when he then won Album of the Year, I said, okay, this is just foolishness. They have to make it look this way so that.
You said Cardi done unfriended Diggs after the Super Bowl. The fallout happening right now is crazy. It's not like we didn't see that shit coming. He said that if he won the ring, she might get a ring. So, hey.
They can justify him being the Super Bowl halftime entertainment, because who knows this man really? Who knows his music? I just don't think he's at Super Bowl level. So I just feel as if all of this is orchestrated and it's just not real. And so that was my frustration. They constantly praised him the entire show.
Yeah, his command of the English language was a bit worse than I thought. And I was trying to figure out, is this like real or is it? Anyway, I don't know how he's going to, well, I actually think he's going to perform badly at the Super Bowl halftime. In terms of TV ratings, I think most people are going to turn it off. But Dre, did anything else at the Grammys catch your attention?
Well, overall, Jason, the Grammys are no different than Oscars. The whole point of the show is all these people who are generally leaning to the left politically, if they point anything out, they all get together, they have a show, they give each other awards, and they all have a bunch of fans, and the fans are further conditioned. Hey, this is the way we're thinking, this is the way we're talking, here's what's acceptable, here's what's not acceptable. So it's really not so much about the awards. It is, but it isn't. The awards are just that's just play. That's just icing on the cake, but it really is.
They done followed that man after they done lost the Super Bowl.
is making sure that everybody in the world who's watching, because these are big stars, knows here's what's okay, here's what's not okay, here's what we're believing, here's what we're not believing, here's who's excommunicated, here's what's in right now. That's all it is, just a confirmation.
I want to move on to something that happened on CNN with Jemele Hill.
And all these people, they claim they've been sitting on these Epstein files. You got to look at them sideways. It's like, why didn't you say something? Wouldn't that be considered defending Epstein?
She attacked Donald Trump over the, Don Lemon getting arrested. Let's play the clip.
We need to remind ourselves of the racial element of this. There is a reason why I think Donald Trump not only picked independent journalists, but Black journalists in particular. Clearly, we know there's no love lost between Don Lemon and Donald Trump, that he's been very critical of the president they've gone back and forth. But if we go back and undo all the layers of all of this, it was Black journalists that were really at the forefront of calling Donald Trump out, from the birtherism movement throughout.
Oh my God.
A lot of the things that they saw early before the rest of the press really picked up on some of the things that concerned a lot of Black journalists. Hello, me, who also called out Donald Trump in 2017.
She was just trying she was just trying to walk herself down to giving herself props. Let's go.
The reason why I think he picked these particular journalists is being independent. You don't have the backing of a CNN. You don't have the backing of a big network. The other part of it, too, is that if you can make them the face of this issue that is happening in Minneapolis, we know that given some of the racial issues that we have in this country, it is likely to have a lot less sympathy because they are journalists, one, and people hate the press, and two, because they're Black. And so I do think that—
Why do Black people always got to insert themselves into something? Like a color thing? Why? Because they're Black. What? Oh my God. We get it, bro. We've inserted ourselves into enough BS, bro. Like, God damn. I don't know what she got on her head. And then they'll give you this whole Black spiel. They'll give you this whole Black spiel and then have a blonde wig on. They will lecture you about pro-Blackness and have a blonde wig on. You can't make this shit up.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
Can't make this shit up.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Oh, man.
That's an important part of this, especially given the president's own language when it comes to anti-DEI and making Black people the face of woke and all that we've heard from this administration.
How did he do that? Black people are still out there in Minnesota trying to jump in front of bullets meant for Karens. Niggas are trying to make themselves the face of it. Let's go.
All of this is combined together and meant to drum up a certain sentiment against these journalists so that people are supporting their own rights being eroded because of who they think it's happening to. Even if
you shouldn't listen to these people no more, Raven.
She said a lot without saying much there. She's fingernails on the chalkboard for me. Shamika, your reaction to Jemele?
Jason, I'm just so sick of Black people going on TV complaining about white people while trying to look white. Clearly, Jemele.
Thank you. This is the most sensible piece of what's being said this whole show. Thank you.
You damn nigga!
Wants to look like a white woman, and she's making everything about race. It's so frustrating, but I have to be honest and say this is a lot better than when she wears the braids and we can see that she doesn't have any edges. But you know, this is what Jemele Hill does. She's always focused on race. Everything is about race to her. And now this
party said niggas uplifting Bad Bunny on my timeline while he lifting bricks up, advocating for their building of the country. That's crazy. Let's go, Bad Bunny.
This was her perfect opportunity to say, look, I've been coming at Donald Trump since the beginning, and now we know that he's coming after Don Lemon simply because he's Black. And, you know, these Black journalists,
well, I mean, Nikki's going after him for Trump, so.
Everything is about race with her, and she's just never really honest. I don't take her seriously because that's the place that she lives in. She's always trying to race bait, and it's never just really a genuine, honest conversation. Like, can we talk about why Don Lemon was
Yeah, I
arrested
forgot
in
he
the
did do
first
that.
place? What was the
On the wrestling
issue
show, yep.
that caused him to even be on people's radar to start with? Like, to just say it's because he is Black is foolishness. And we watched a journalist be arrested during January 6th, and nobody on that side had an issue. Now, all of a sudden, Don Lemon is this martyr and he's being celebrated, and it's because he's Black. I'm so over it, and I'm just sick of them being so disingenuous.
I really would like to interview that group of white people that were sitting around her and say, how do y'all keep a straight face when she's wearing this wig, she's trying to look like a white woman while talking bad about white people? The lack of self-awareness.
Yeah, I heard the Seahawks won, so shout outs to the Seahawks. Them and the Patriots meet back up, so let's go. Bad Boone. Bad Boone.
What's the matter, Daddy?
I feel you, party.
And to some of it, it's just like I feel sorry for her that she's so uncomfortable with her own natural features that she's.
Listen, y'all, 2 hours and 14 minutes into the madness. If you guys are enjoying the show, please support the show. You can support the show via the coffee store, or you can support the show via Cash App. That's $ PTV 888. That's $ PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. If you enjoy what we do, we enjoy you. It's Player Talk Radio. Thank you so much. Please support the show. Give you guys a shout out. I got you. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
It's got this. I think it contributes to her delusional hostility.
Let me catch up on the comments real quick. What are you guys are saying? That's it. We already know they're not going to come back to the Super Bowl next year. The Degenerate said, I didn't really care for the Super Bowl. I just wanted the Seahawks to win for a slight revenge for the 2015. Yeah, I said they met back up. Yep. Patriots layer down. That's what's happening when you allow sports gambling. Party said it was mild compared to growing up in Chicago in the 90s when the Bulls were winning. I feel you. They let off the 50 cal though.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Let's go.
Towards white people, it's a discomfort with herself.
Absolutely. And I say,
what's the new kickoff rule? What's going on, Bronze Flat Power God?
What's the matter, Daddy?
Shout out to Bronze Flat Power God in the building. What's the new kickoff rule?
All the time, Jason, I will continue to say it. No one hates black hair more, or natural black hair more than black women. Yet they constantly point.
Okay, I like, she kind of speaks like a slave, but I kind of like this girl here.
Finger at white people or even black men to say we have to do this because black men won't accept us or white people won't accept us this way, and that's just not the case. They hate themselves so much that they try to alter their appearance to look more white, and that's just what it is. But yet, we're the coons or the Uncle Toms.
Dre, how did her criticism of Donald Trump land with you?
Well, this is just more the same game. I mean, I thought CNN was supposed to be under this new regime where they were going to be doing more honest conversations, but we know on this show with Abby Phillip, this is what they do. They bring on a couple people from the left, usually black folks. I've seen her, I've seen Bakari Sellers and a few others. They come on the show. Champion. Yeah, they come on the show and they say the left thing, and then they get a couple Republicans, usually white men in suits, and they come on there and they go back and forth and they argue. And Jemele Hill is doing what, she and many others normally do. So they're making it about race. The Don Lemon situation, he got arrested. Getting arrested is not about personal issues. Who is Don Lemon to Donald Trump? Thousands of people have been attacking Donald Trump for 10 years. Why would he decide to go after Don Lemon? Of all the people he could go after, why did he pick him? That's not what happened. Don Lemon got arrested because he decided to put his name and his face, his brand, as the biggest name there going into that church in Minnesota. And he got all the round of applause when it got pulled off. And you get the biggest part of the blame when it comes back on you. Similar to Allen Iverson when he was in that bar brawl before he went to college. He wasn't in the fight, but because he was there, his name got mentioned. Similar to Andrew Tate when the Kanye song played in a Miami club a couple weeks ago. He didn't play the song, but his name got mentioned because he was there. So Don Lemon, you wanted the attention and a round of applause when it goes your way. You're all high and mighty. Then you get the penalty when it comes back the other way. So the arrest was procedural. He did something procedurally that he shouldn't have done. Who knows if he's going to end up in jail from it? I doubt it, but you get the arrest. And it's actually probably going to help him in the long run to get more viewers to his YouTube channel or whatever he's doing these days than anything else. But now this is all part of the game. The CNN show, what Jamel Hill said.
Party said, basically, you ain't going to see another Devin Hester or Dante Hall for sure. For sure. What's going on, Paul? I don't even know if it's stuck. That's a good question. Raven said the kicker kicks from the 35 while 10 coverage players stand at the receiving team's 40-yard line. Only the kicker and the returners can move until the ball lands in the landings. All right, that sounds weird. Okay, hold on. The kicker kicks from the 35 while 10 coverage players stand at the receiving. Oh, so they can't move until it. Okay, that's weird. Okay.
Was they made it about black people, but as Shamika said, Jamel said nothing about should he have been arrested. Why was he arrested? It's only this is dangerous because it's black people and Trump's going after black people. But obviously, it's on CNN, Jason. There's still a very strong audience for that.
Why do they do that? And does that help if you're kicking third down? Like, is that to stop people from freezing the kicker?
Conversation.
The thing that I think a lot of people are overlooking is like, I actually think there's a chance that Don Lemon could face harsh penalties. And I say that just because the left established, the Biden administration established a precedent when they arrested not just Bevelyn Williams, but a group of Bevelyn Williams, black woman, black mother, married to a black man, was part of a group that prayed outside of and blocked an entrance to some Planned Parenthoods. And Bevelyn Williams got sentenced under the FACE Act, same thing that's facing Don Lemon. She got sentenced to 41 months and spent 3.
Yeah, but I mean, she's black. He's gay. There's a difference between being black and gay. I mean, he's black too, but he's gay. The sympathy is going to definitely be in his court.
3 months in prison before Donald Trump got back into office and pardoned her. And I mean, this is the stereotypical black mother, wife, that, you know, good citizen that has her religious faith, and her religious faith called her to stand in front of these Planned Parenthoods and pray. And they put together an argument. She blocked people's interest, and someone's hand got caught in the door. And let's put her in prison for 41 months under the FACE Act. Well, as a Christian, it's like, I can understand why this woman was doing this. Like, she's
all they're gonna do though is walk this down, and for some reason blame it on Trump. That's really all of this shit is for. It's like, okay, how can we walk this down and at some point blame this on Trump? It's the same playbook it's always been.
Abortion. And she's also a woman that has admitted to, I had 3 abortions before I was a Christian. And that's why I'm so passionate about this issue. But if she can get 41 months.
Yeah, it does stop talented returners if you think about it. Yeah. Yeah, Trump. You said, wasn't Don Lemon the same guy with the white husband that had talking points that resembled what conservatives would say back in the... Yeah, I think he switched too. I think he grifted over, you know? So
those of us that are Christians should be able to understand, like, oh, Don Lemon and some people ran up in the church and stopped a church service. Well, he can get 41 months. I actually think there's a chance that Don Lemon gets some real time here. Now, again, I wouldn't put a high percentage because this happened in Minnesota. The jury pool's likely to be contaminated.
I mean, I hate to say it, but who cares?
They set a precedent with Beverly Williams.
Who cares? See, if you were a regular black guy, you would have got booted off of air. Don Lemon ain't gonna get booted off of air. Who cares? He's not gonna face no hard time. Unless they want to do an agenda where it makes Trump, it look like Trump is pushing it. He's not gonna get no hard time.
And others that they will put you in prison under this FACE Act.
Well, you make a good argument. I would just have to see it. I would have to see it happen. I wouldn't bet any money on it, Jason.
Right, who cares?
One bit, it being Minnesota. Secondly, it being Don Lemon. He's black. He's on the left. He's also gay. He's checking all the boxes, aside from being a woman, to getting off here. So I would just have to see it happen, but I wouldn't put any money on it happening. If it does happen, it should. I believe it would be justice being served. As they say, no one is above the law, but people seem to forget that when the rabbit has the gun, so to speak. But let's just see how it plays out. I would want to see this actually go to trial. And
you got that? If you got that, let me know, Degenerate. I'll play it, but I'll have to not have it on visual, you know. But listen, please hit the like button, y'all. We are almost 2.5 hours in. Let's try to at least get 1 to 2 supporters. Please support the show. Let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio. If you guys are enjoying the show, let's go.
What his argument would be?
Well, it's not quite Jussie Smollett, but remember, Jussie Smollett had to do some days in jail, and that he couldn't believe it. He was another one of these celebrity black gays that thought he was above the law. I'm surprised he didn't. I don't understand why these guys don't celebrate and happy. They're the pick-me's in jail. I'm shocked that they're not excited about it. But Shamika, any chance that Don Lemon gets some time here and
not the pick-me's in jail
to be someone's boy toy?
You know, I agree that he should get some time, especially because of what happened to Beverly. But I just don't think he will because, again, he is black, he's gay, he's on the left. This happened in Minnesota. I just feel like there are going to be so many people to come to his rescue that we just won't get to the glory that we're looking for. I was just happy that he got arrested in the first place. Like, I had a warm glow in my lower intestine because I was thankful that finally something will shut him up, maybe, possibly. But I just don't see him getting 41 months. I don't see him getting really any time at all, just like Jussie Smollett ended up getting off. You know, we haven't heard much about that. Whatever they did, he just didn't get what he deserved from the damage that he caused. And I think
Juicy Smoothie. What's the matter, Daddy?
They're going to come to the rescue of this gay black man who is so-called married to a white man as well.
Well, Shamika, Dre, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you next time on Harmony.
All right. My bad, New. I didn't forget about you, bro. Let's take a listen to before we get to the next. We're gonna finish this, but Gold P had a video. Which part of the video am I going to, New? If you still in the building, which part of the video am I going to find a little bit of this clip? Because we are going to get into the FBA thing. There was an FBA special that aired, I think, on NBC, and I think it got taken off air. Not even think, it got pulled off air. And I know somebody in the pro-black community, they got it. I know they got it before it got pulled off air. So now it's an uproar this week, because the FBA special got pulled off air. And I wonder why it got pulled off air. Like, you know, what's that for? You know, why would they pull it off air? You know? And we probably never will know, y'all. You know, maybe Tariq Nasheed copyrighted it, and maybe he wasn't, rocking with the representation. You know, who knows? You know, maybe he may have felt that they were represented in a bad light. You know, who knows? You know, but one thing for sure is that it got pulled off air, and you have a lot of the cats in the pro-black community in an uproar over it. You know, and a lot of the people that shouldn't be mad, for some reason they're blowing a gasket. You know, yeah, there you go, yeah. And then it's funny because even in the last election, Flex was telling y'all to vote for Trump. When in the first election, y'all are gonna be slaves and all, and then niggas was telling folklore stories and shit. So even to a certain degree, if you FBA'd up, they're going to have a Republican. They're going to at some point be forced to have a Republican disposition, and with some of the stuff that's going on in today's day and age. You know, I mean, listen. You either want to be on the winning team for the next 10 years, or the so-called losing team. You know, once niggas talk about some, man, I want to win, that's the beginning of their problems. That's why I said in a fucked up way, it's not good for us to get reparations, because, you know, when black people don't have any type of victimhood to hide behind, and they know that the world knows that, oh man, niggas gonna get treated like shit. You know, they're gonna get treated like shit. And the type of niggas that's gonna be around to get treated like shit like that, they not used to that. Them the wrong, type of cats to treat like shit. But then again, if you want to re-slave someone or re-enslave someone, these new cats will be ripe for the picking, because they don't do their history. They don't know shit. They'll fall right back into the obvious traps. They'll fall right back into the day one traps. Because you got to tell them to, do your history. Do you know this already happened before? Don't fall for this. They'll fall for day one shit. And then what's crazy is that they got more fear of slavery than actual people that were slaves. Which is crazy. All right, hold on. All right, we're gonna keep on. We're gonna wait till New gets back in the building. He's probably busy at work real quick. Shout outs to Gold P. We're gonna get into that. All right, let's get into this real quick.
Scene that unfolded at this church.
Right.
You saw this, right? Nicki Minaj going after Don Lemon. You see this, like for reporting it.
What's so funny to me?
people hate. It's so funny how many on the right hate. They hate transgender and gay people more than they do pedophiles.
That I agree. I agree with that party.
That's amazing to me. Nikki don't need to worry about Don. She need to be with damn Don Lynn, and Nikki need to be worried about Chris Hansen.
The temperature jumped across the culture the moment Nicki Minaj stopped flirting with MAGA-coded moments and went all the way public, because that shift forced reactions people had been avoiding for a long time. This wasn't a vague like, a soft comment, or a one-off post anymore. It felt like a clear main choice. Once that happened, the room split fast. In hip-hop, alignment matters, not just politically, but culturally. When someone with Nicki's reach makes a move like that, it doesn't land quietly. It lands loud, messy, and personal.
Nikki don't need to worry about Don. She need to be with damn Don Lynn, and Nicki Minaj need to be worried about Chris Hansen. She need to be worried about it.
Hello guys, I'm with my favorite president, the best president of all time.
And I'm with the queen of rap.
What shocked people wasn't that she had opinions. It was the confidence of the pivot. Nicki didn't hedge, didn't soften, and didn't walk it back. That confidence forced others to respond, even if the response was silence. In the culture, silence is never neutral. Silence is a message. And once the silence started stacking up from Black celebrities who once stood close, people noticed immediately. The streets read the shift as more than politics. They read it as identity. Hip-hop has always been tied to community, struggle, and shared experience. When someone steps outside that lane publicly, it creates friction that goes deeper than party lines. It becomes about values, history, and loyalty.
Because she's a Black woman, or at least I thought she was. She clearly has Black children. So are you saying you don't mind your children growing up in a society where they cannot?
And this is crazy because Umar told y'all not to vote for Kamala and got thrown under the bus. Umar told y'all not to vote for Kamala and got thrown under the bus.
Be taught Black history.
And Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell, not quite.
Believe that Donald Trump politics. And so who better to use than Nicki Minaj?
Reactions didn't all come as statements. Some came as unfollows. Some came as quiet distance. Some came as subtle shade in interviews and captions that didn't name names but didn't need to. That's how grown tension moves. Nobody had to shout. The message traveled anyway. Fans watched timelines change in real time. People who once defended Nicki fiercely started asking questions. Not hateful questions. Curious ones, confused ones. Confusion is dangerous for brands built on certainty.
Correct, but she said something to the effect that it's not just that we tell.
That shit went to a halt. That shit went to a halt. His school building went to a halt when he had to. Tariq and Umar had to agree and tell Black people not to vote for Nicki for Kamala. And it was totally crossed out because you had guys in the manosphere telling you to vote for Kamala. MOT and them. BGS was telling y'all to vote for Kamala. We don't need this lunatic in office. Yeah, Black people voted, bro. 80-something% of Black men voted for Kamala and still got called all kinds of piece of shit and all kinds of stuff. Black men still haven't gotten thanked by Black women for voting for Kamala. But then you start hearing goofy hit pieces talking about some man, the manosphere, the reason why people are voting for Trump. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you in the manosphere, you shouldn't be letting these people know. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be letting these people know your political affiliations, because they think most dudes in the manosphere is MAGA, and that's not true. Even conservatives in the manosphere have to argue with other people in the manosphere. Conservatives in the manosphere, it's not a cakewalk for them. They have to argue with other niggas in the manosphere. As a matter of fact, conservatives argue with more dudes in the manosphere than they do in real life and in politics. Like just any type of politics. These niggas love playing tug of war. That's what I've noticed. I'm like, the niggas like to play tug of war. Because the nigga will talk crazy about Keisha all year and then turn around, hey man, you know, vote for Kamala. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go.
Black children to feel proud of themselves, but it's like we're doing that, and at the same time we're telling other children not to feel proud of themselves. And so I guess she was alluding to this false narrative that the conservatives are putting out there, that teaching black children black history and teaching white children that you'll feel it offends the self-esteem of white children. And this is so hypocritical, Art, because... And
listen, man, I'm tired of niggas trivializing black history like this. I really am. And I like Umar a lot. I fucks with Umar. But I'm tired of niggas trivializing black history. I think black people should spend a certain amount of their time learning black history, but not super dwell on it because you have history to make. You understand what I'm saying? You know, don't super dwell on you know, living your, you know, that's another reason why a lot of people don't study their black history, because they're like, oh, I gotta spend the majority of my life learning about black history. No, you don't. I think the best thing to do, because not everybody can handle that information, is to get an overall gist and then mobilize and move forward. You know, sitting there studying and going over victimhood over and over and over again is not gonna help. You know, is really not gonna help, you know? And there was so many other places where we could have pulled reparations, honestly. There's so many other places where we could have pulled reparations and still America would owe us. Well, I wouldn't say us, because, you know, I you know, depending on where the line is drawn, you know, certain people are included, certain people aren't included, and that's how it should be, you know. But I think a lot of Negroids are they're afraid to do their history, because a lot of them in a fucked up way will find out that, damn, I'm not really FBA. Some of these people, they do their history, they're gonna find out like, damn, my family from Liberia. You know? Okay, there goes New we back. I was asking you earlier, you know, on Gold P stream, you know, where to start from. But we're gonna get into it. We're gonna finish this, and then we're gonna get into there was a special, y'all, that was on ABC, not NBC, ABC, that got pulled, an FBA special. Okay. And shout outs to Degenerate. He sent me a link with Sneeko talking about, I guess, Kanye on Vlad TV. All right. So I need you guys to do me a huge favor, okay? I need you guys to do me a huge favor. I need you guys to hit the like button. If you aren't subscribed, please subscribe. This is Not a Dead channel. We go live every day, damn near. And I need you guys to please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. I got you guys, all right? This Player Talk Radio. You said you can't learn black history in white America. Of course. That part. That part. And the thing about learning your black history, you have to be very specific, because Google and all of these places will intentionally hide what you're looking for. So you have to know exactly what you're looking for. You know, you have to know exactly what you're looking for, because if you're not specific, but the thing is that it's a double-edged sword, because you, to be specific for what you're looking for, you have to have knowledge of it. And if you don't have knowledge of it, you won't know what you're looking for. So you won't even know if you're getting spun. You know? So you're gonna get spun, you know, a couple of times looking for a specific event, you know. Party says, bro, this audit proves we could have been gotten reparations, but it depends on the color. But the party niggas beholden to don't like niggas, for sure. For sure. And then also too, there's this thing where you can specifically, you as an individual black person can get your reparation. You know, there's some reparations that you in particular can get, you know, but it all depends. I don't know how the paperwork for that shit goes, but hey.
Been in America 400 years at least under British North American control, and look at how self-esteem and self-worth and self-value of black children has been and continues to be compromised for the benefit of the white child. And yet you're telling me that to implement a curriculum of corrective history where you're not insulting white people, you're not denigrating white people, you're simply making sure white children understand that the foundation of this country was laid and built and cemented on the genocide of Native Americans and the enslavement of African people. And not just the enslavement of African people, the dehumanization of Africa.
The moment also exposed how celebrity insulation works, but it doesn't. When stars surround themselves with agreement, pushback feels like betrayal. But once a public stance alienates parts of the
you better be careful saying African people. He gonna get pushed. Your own brother hand you some dust. He gonna get pushed back by actual black people. That's right. Them tethers in. Let's go.
Insulation cracks. This wasn't about canceling anyone. It was about cultural whiplash. Seeing a figure who once felt aligned with black pop culture energy move into a space that many see as hostile created emotional backlash. Emotional backlash always spreads faster than logical debate. The streets don't need think pieces to react. They react off instinct. And instinct said this move changed the relationship between Nicki and...
You got to watch out, Party. Watch out now. Watch out, Party.
Large part of her audience. This wasn't just a political shift. It was a cultural rupture. And once ruptures happen, reactions follow whether people want them or not.
Nicki, you know, we love music. I've spoken to her several times, you know.
Is that New York? Where the hell this woman went? Where the hell she been at? Is that New York? She sound and look even more crazier now. Imagine talking crazy about white people and you're trying to look like them. Jesus Christ.
Collectively, I feel like we were a little bit disappointed with her, but I feel like
Is that a man?
She needs to spend a lot of time with Mr. Bruce Springsteen. She needs to go sit on his lap and let him speak some words of wisdom.
Wasn't New York talking crazy a couple of years ago, even while she was dating? This woman openly dated Flavor Flav. Yeah, boy. Wasn't New York a couple of years ago trying to date a white man and throw that in black men's faces? And then women get mad when men talk crazy or say, yo, we don't trust sisters. First of all, why would you even trust somebody that would do some shit like this to their body? Openly. Let's go.
To her heart. Because she's, yeah, somebody got her off track and she needs guidance back home.
As reactions kept rolling in, the pattern became clearer. Black celebrities weren't just disagreeing, they were distancing. That difference matters. Disagreement invites conversation. Distance signals discomfort. And discomfort is loud even when nobody raises their voice. Some reactions came through direct commentary. Others came through disappointment framed as concern. Not anger, but "this hurts to see." That tone hit harder than insult. Anger can be dismissed. Disappointment lingers. The streets noticed how few people rushed to defend Nicki this time. That absence spoke volumes. In hip-hop, defense is loyalty currency. When defense dries up, people start asking why. What made this brutal is that Nicki's past goodwill didn't protect her from immediate fallout. Years of hits, influence, and cultural moments couldn't override the shock of the pivot. That's when people realized how fragile alignment really is. This moment also showed how politics changes perception fast. The same bars that—
No, it just shows how fake her audience was. It just shows how fake her audience was. Nothing more, nothing less. I bet you if Beyonce went Republican, they wouldn't get this backlash. Well, maybe now because, you know, they're on the tail ends. Like, there's a whole new generation of girls. There's several generations of girls now that these aren't their tops. Let Beyonce do it. Let Beyonce go sit down with Nicki and do it. See how fake all these people be. Let's go.
Once felt empowering now got reevaluated through a new lens. That's not fair, but it's real. Perception doesn't wait for nuance. Some celebrities try to avoid the topic completely, but avoidance still reads as reaction. In a loud moment, quiet stands out. The street started connecting dots between public stance and professional distance. Invitations slowed, collabs went quiet, industry warmth cooled. None of this needed announcements. It showed itself through absence. This wasn't about punishment. It was about misalignment. When values feel off, relationships adjust naturally. No drama required. Nicki's supporters pushed back hard, arguing that politics shouldn't define artistry. That argument has weight, but culture doesn't operate on fairness alone. It operates on feeling, and feelings were bruised.
Put them in position.
The reactions weren't uniform. Some people stayed loyal, others stepped away. That split is what made the moment brutal. Unity cracked. This chapter showed how quickly community can feel strained when public identity shifts. Fame doesn't erase that strain, it magnifies.
Right, y'all got to stop making ChatGPT write y'all articles, man. This is obviously ChatGPT. Good God. Let's go.
The streets weren't confused about what happened. They were processing what it meant, and processing takes time. As the conversation deepened, it became obvious that this wasn't just about MAGA, it was about belonging. Belonging is the unspoken contract between artists and their audience. When that contract feels broken, reactions get emotional fast. Nicki's move forced people to reevaluate what they thought she represented. That kind of reevaluation is uncomfortable. It feels like losing something familiar. Black celebrities reacting publicly weren't just expressing opinion. They were signaling boundaries. Boundaries are healthy, but they still hurt when drawn publicly. The streets also recognized how fast online spaces shifted. Fan pages argued, comment sections split. Longtime supporters questioned their own loyalty. This moment highlighted how celebrity bubbles distort reality. Inside the bubble, applause feels endless. Outside it, reaction is mixed. Once the bubble pops, the noise feels overwhelming. Nicki didn't lose her platform. She lost some insulation. That distinction matters. This also showed how political alignment reshapes brand value. Brands don't just sell products, they sell identity. Once identity polarizes, brand calculus—
No, not necessarily. They don't, it's not necessarily sell identity. People take those brands and weave them into their identity. I know it sounds, on the surface, it sounds like the same thing, but it's not. You know? If you say all I rock is Adidas and you know what I'm saying? Well, hey, just I hope you prepare when Adidas does something stupid. You know, or take on somebody that's gonna, you know, people weave that shit into their identity. and then try to make brands answer for it and stuff like that. All of that shit is you know, advertising. All right, what's going on, Insane One? Good to see you, bro. Let's go.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Shout outs to Insane One in the building. Yes, sir. Good to see you, man. All right, let's go.
Changes. The reactions weren't coordinated. They were organic. Organic reactions are harder to counter. The streets
Shout outs
noticed.
to Chris G in the place to be. Let's go. Heavy hitters in the house. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Just how some celebrities chose empathy over attack. That approach kept the conversation grounded instead of explosive. Others chose distance without explanation. That silence hit just as hard. This wasn't about erasing Nicki's legacy. It was about complicating it. Complication makes stories harder, but also more honest. The culture didn't reach a verdict. It reached a pause. Pauses mean things are being reconsidered. That reconsideration is the real impact here. Not outrage, not applause, reflection. Reflection reshapes how people move next. And that's powerful. When the noise settled, the lasting effect became clear. This wasn't a moment that passed. It was a moment that changed how people relate. The culture didn't shut Nicki out, but it looked at her differently.
Man, listen. These people aren't even as deep into politics and stuff like that. Who gives a damn? Who gives a fuck? Nicki Minaj fans aren't like the most politically inclined people on the planet. Respectfully. Who gives a damn? They just want her to make another album. They're not worried about no goddamn if she's with Trump or not. Just like some of you dudes, I had to tell you guys during the quote unquote pandemic, because y'all were telling me that some of y'all girls was breaking up with y'all because you voted for Trump and shit. And nigga, so what? Fuck that bitch. Oh my God, you voted for Trump? I'm not gonna be your girlfriend no more. Shut up. Shut up. You niggas haven't even sat down. Most of these people haven't even sat down with their family members and had a good talk with them if they understood what they were, you know, they of course you can talk about some shit you seen on the news. Damn near everybody saw that, but like, y'all haven't even had a good sit down with your parents to see where they actually really came from. Black families don't be talking about politics like that. Not openly like that. And if they do, it's either you cursing somebody else out being the black sheep at a cookout or some shit. The only thing these people understand is that whoever other than Trump good, Trump bad. Sadly, them the people that talk the loudest or want to voice their opinions the loudest. A lot of the people that kind of really don't understand politics, they're the loudest ones trying to make their voice count. You know, a lot of conservatives are actually what they say, conservative. They kind of conserve their they're more conservative about talking to people about politics, because it's like, you know, I'm 9 times out of 10 I'm talking to somebody that don't even understand what the hell they're talking about anyway. They kind of don't get it. Or they wouldn't get where I'm coming from. That's a part of it.
Difference matters. Black celebrities reacting created a ripple, not a wave. Ripples last longer. They quietly shift direction. This situation reminded everyone that fame doesn't cancel consequence. It amplifies it. Nicki didn't lose relevance. She lost consensus. Consensus is harder to rebuild than relevance. The streets didn't celebrate the fallout. They observed it.
And the funny part is that y'all are arguing and talking to soon-to-be conservatives. Because these people will jump to the conservative or Republican party and act like they've never cursed out or talked crazy about that party a day in their life.
Observation leads to adjustment. This moment will get referenced whenever artists talk about politics, branding, and audience trust, not as a warning, but as an example. Examples shape behavior without shouting. The reactions weren't about control, they were about choice. Choice to speak, choice to step back, choice to redefine relationships. Nicki chose a lane, others chose how close they wanted to stand to it. That's how alignment works. This wasn't brutal because of insults, it was brutal because of distance. Distance doesn't trend loudly, but it
Holy shit. Shout outs to Party. Party said, hey, if you want to see these niggas' brain activate, ask them if they took the jab. Man. And if you want some extra credit, ask them if they took the booster too. Shit.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
changes everything. The culture didn't cancel, it recalibrated.
Like,
Recalibration is how communities protect themselves. If you stayed locked in through this entire breakdown, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss the next story the streets.
This nigga got AI speaking to you. He's like, oh, did you take the booster too? What's up? Real smart. All right, let me put this in the background, because I go out of my way to play y'all videos, but I'm not trying to catch a copy for that. All right, this is Sneeko apologizing for Kanye, but this is like this was done a long time ago. You know, Vlad be having these shits in the vault. So let's go. Give me 1 second.
Okay, so now, today's January 27th. Yesterday, Ye issued an apology to Jewish and Black people
so this is
in the Wall Street Journal. He apologized for years of anti-Semitic comments and behavior that drew widespread condemnation. He said he lost touch with the reality and that his past actions were harmful. He said, I'm not a Nazi or an anti-Semite. I love Jewish people. And he said that a lot of his behavior was due to bipolar type 1, which when diagnosed, which was based on the 2002 car accident, which wasn't properly diagnosed until 2023. He said there was a 4-month manic episode in early 2025 where he experienced psychotic, paranoid, and impulsive behavior. Do you know what he's talking about exactly? What exactly is he talking about?
I don't want to speak about his health.
Okay, but you were there when that happened?
That's that manic episode, that was when I was in Spain.
Got it. Okay, got it. That was the Spain thing. Right. He took responsibility for specific controversial actions, including use of Nazi imagery and swastika-themed merchandise. Because at one point he started selling.
I mean, you know what I think? Let me tell you something. Because Kanye's a genius. You know, a lot of times he's on the, you know, any genius is on the verge of some mental shit, being ahead of people and all kinds of stuff. You know, this is what I'm going to say. I think Kanye attempted to show people something. I'll say a specific group of people something that don't know shit. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Kanye attempted to show you Negroids some shit, and it backfired because it's unappreciative. It's unappreciated. It's unappreciated. You know, I mean, you had people even in that community that came out and said, you know what, even though y'all are painting him as crazy, he isn't, you know, he isn't all the way wrong. There was a bunch of people that have smaller hats than you and I that came out and they said, yeah, you know what, you know, Kanye isn't all the way wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because You know, he was having, you know, I mean, he was openly talking about conversations that I'm not going to say that they might. I'm going to say that they actually do have behind closed doors. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because they're trying to hide it. I wouldn't say all of them are trying to hide it, but most people don't know. And most people, you know, they just don't do their history, you know? And then also, too, shout outs to LT, man. You know, he had on a black robe that really is deep Christian garb. And it looks like a black KKK robe. And in all of the bickering back and forth have I heard from black Christians, I've never seen an actual black Christian wear those robes. Never. So he went deep into Christianity and really learned the truth to a certain degree. Hey, you know, respectfully, these people did this to Jesus. This is where Christianity was born. You understand what I'm saying? So he really tried to teach niggas some shit. And it backfired. Even when he was saying such and such was a choice, it backfired. It backfired. Backfired. Where he lost a lot of niggas too is praising the funny mustache man, who didn't really have a problem with black people, by the way. He was full of hypocritical stuff too. So Kanye, just like Corey Holcomb, learned the hard way. Can't teach nigga shit. Can't help nigga shit. You can't, you know. Did he get his shit off? Yeah, he got his shit off, you know. But it is what it is. You know? It is what it is. For what it's worth. So try going to the depths of whatever, hell or whatever, to try to, you know, bring some knowledge to your people. You know, I mean, and he should have known. He should have known that listening, you know, reading what happened to Moses when he got down up off that goddamn mountain and dropped them tablets and was like, damn. These people are dancing around this fucking calf, you know? Crazy.
Watch the t-shirts
You know,
on
software was a
Shopify.
symbol of peace before the Nazis. It's been a historical symbol.
I know, in India, right?
Yeah, so it's
Right.
like the symbol
And
now.
actually, that symbol actually came from black people, but we're gonna get to that later.
It was hijacked by the Nazis. You're not allowed to depict it anywhere. It's a symbol originally for peace.
I understand that, but I think that the Nazi version has completely eclipsed
You're
the
right.
original version. He apologized for praising or amplifying
And mind you, Vlad is Jewish.
extremist rhetoric
Yeah, no, and that's another thing. Nobody has improved his bipolar rant.
and
wrong.
widespread offensive
Sure.
public statements that cause hurt, particularly to Jewish and black communities.
Hmm.
How'd you feel about the whole slavery is a choice and everything else like that?
Slavery is a choice.
You think?
This is the perfect example.
Okay.
I think, for example, Andrew Tate had the opportunity to choose slavery or choose freedom, and him apologizing.
Jeremy, let me show you how much of a loser you are. If you guys have a wrench in the chat, get this man an Uber up out of here. Goofy ass nigga. Niggas always coming in here talking some stupid shit. I know it was only a matter of time. Nigga think his fucking thoughts count. Go start a channel, bitch.
For the song is eating the steak, is choosing to be a slave, because it's not wrong to listen to a song. It's not incorrect to enjoy music that you think is good.
I'm not talking about.
That's a form of slavery.
I understand a general version of slavery, but
half these niggas don't know where the hell they at anyway, nigga. I was really about to ask, why is this nigga here? Did somebody order pizza? It's always some uninformed white man popping up in somebody's chat talking about some man. Nobody want to listen to you. Go start a channel, bitch.
Specific slavery that was happening in America. I
hate people like that. You come in the middle of a conversation, don't know what's being said or what's being talked about or what's been said already, and got an opinion. So now we got to stop to fucking update your goofy ass when you could have just sat and just kind of listened.
Was a choice.
My dad's from Haiti, right?
Right. That was the first country to protest against, to actually overthrow the slave masters.
I come from a nation that rebelled against slavery.
Right.
They killed the slave masters. They freed themselves.
Yes.
They decided that this was a choice, that they could band together and they can get rid of their slave masters and they can be free. Obviously, you can debate now whether they are free.
What he's talking about is his Haitian side, which I don't think they claim him, and I don't think he really. I don't know. You know, people sparingly talk about Haiti when it comes to this, but in essence, he is correct.
You could say that the French banks still control them, the United States still controls them, but at the time, Haitians decided this is a choice. So I agree.
I think that's like saying being in prison is a choice. Yes, you could revolt against the prison guards and the warden, but you'll probably die in the process.
I mean,
and I think to put your own life on the line
if you broke
and
the law,
assume more likely than not that you're going to die, and if you don't actually succeed, you will be tortured intensely. I don't think you could say that's just a choice, as opposed to, am I going to get Coke or Pepsi today? I think that's the problem with that statement.
I have the utmost respect, and I think the Muslim world, we all see the resistance fighters in Palestine, and it strengthens our faith if you analyze it properly, because they're also deciding that slavery is not a choice. That slavery is a choice. They are seeing that they're in an open-air prison, they're controlled, there's an oppressor, they're being genocided, and they decide to fight back regardless. They decide that they refuse to go out as a slave and fight the people who are trying to wipe them out. They've also decided that this is a choice. And so even though this is a losing battle, even though that Israel will win, most likely, you still don't go out within their control. You go out on your own terms.
You're talking about a whole country of people?
No, not. I'm talking about the resistance fighters. Like Yahya Sinwar.
No, but you're talking about a group of people from an entire country that communicate with each other, that have support from other countries like Iran and so forth, that could actually band together, who have access to weapons, who have access to missiles, have access to all types of guns and so forth, as opposed to a plantation with a dozen slaves who can't read, can't write, are isolated from their own culture. Because at least the Palestinians know who they are, right?
Well, I mean, they are trying to change. Even the word anti-Semitism is ridiculous. Like, you're Ashkenazi, correct?
Right.
You're not Semitic. So they say, this song is anti-Semitic. Wait, who are the real Semites? It's the Palestinians. This is why DNA tests are not allowed in Israel, because you find out these people these people are not indigenous to the Middle East at all.
I actually have Middle Eastern blood. Like I actually took DNA test.
Some do.
I have like a large chunk of me is Bedouin, so I actually.
But you understand that most Israeli people like Benjamin Netanyahu are ethnically from Poland or Ukraine.
Oh, now look at that. You found out that most people aren't indigenous. Doesn't that sound the same like with this FBA stuff? You know, you could just end it here and just do a DNA test. Right. They're jumping in front of bullets meant for Karen. Yeah, white boy just come over here try to tell me what the hell's going on. Like, nigga, if you don't go somewhere else with that bullshit, they gotta bring their goofy ass, try to bring their goofy ass into our spaces because they people don't even want to listen to that bullshit. Fun fact, white people don't like to be brainwashed by other white people. They're like, nigga, I'm white. I know what you're doing. Like, hell no, that shit ain't gonna work on me. Go over there with them Negroes. Maybe they might listen to you. You try to come over here with that bullshit. Nigga, you don't go somewhere. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, party. You know my stance on it. Yeah, like, go ahead, do the DNA tests. Let's see something real quick. Yeah, he assumed that we was leftists. He just dumb as fuck. You said me and Party bounced that dude up out of here like ice. That's what's... Yeah, as soon as I see you, I'll be like, here we go. I'll greet him. What's up? Yeah, but see, they've been, that's the thing though, Party, and shout out to Insane One. That's the thing though. They've been doing so much fuck shit that they forget that people have watched them do so much fuck shit that they have to try to they have to try to brainwash other white people. And it's like you forget that other people, you're not the only one that has an internet connection. You know? Listening to that bullshit, ain't it? Don't come over here with that bullshit. Yeah, they just got to reset the internet at this point. It's like, damn. They're not falling for it anymore. I don't think we fell for it before. Well, I mean, a lot of people did, but hey. Don't nobody got time for that stupid ass shit. But see, that's the confidence though that people be giving these dudes, bro. Like a loser white dude can get around a whole bunch of niggas, and he's like, oh, my ice is colder, and anything I say is gonna outshine everything this guy is saying. He don't even know my stance. He hasn't shut up long enough to realize what the hell I was talking about. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, Insane One. Like, and oftentimes too, as a content creator, with all the work that I've put in, I forget sometimes too. I forget sometimes too. We're not perfect. But people wake up with that on their brain, bro, which you already know. People wake up and that's like their main objective. Who can I piss off today in a safe space that that I know they can't they won't say or do nothing back. And shit, talking to other white people and trying to brainwash them and derail what they got going on is like talking to a baboon's ass. So they just bring themselves over to, they just bring themselves over to what we got going on. Because in a fucked up way, this is where you're gonna get the actual real conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like, where you gonna get the real conversations with the shit going on in the world today? Even if you a young white man, it'll be in your best interest to kind of, sit around and listen to a couple of shows from the black community if they know what they're talking about. Not just anybody. And get some type of clarity. Shit, y'all kicking that nigga out is a revolutionary act. Little do people know. He said, I don't think we ever fell for it. Niggas was never aware of the production social media brought to the boonies, old folks to the, yeah, true. And then also too, you know, and I said this so many times, Donald Trump bought a lot of these goofies online with an opinion. You know what I'm saying? Because he bought television and entertainment too, you know what I'm saying, to the internet and the presidency. So you got these people that used to sit in their house all day and yell at the TV and watch The Price is Right. These are the type of niggas that when they go to the fucking grocery store or Walmart, even though they got well-functioning legs, they request a car. They request a motor scooter. These are the type of people that got well-working legs. When they get to Walmart or Target, they request a motor scooter, and it better be charged up or somebody losing their job. These are the type of people when they get to Publix or Safeway, they request a motor scooter.
Here, you damn nigga!
Oh my God. Holy shit. I ain't right, but that ain't right neither. Shit, fuck it. Somebody gotta tell the truth, y'all. These are the type of niggas. You got a motor scooter? Hell no, I ain't listening to you, nigga. You cut coupons. Which ain't bad, by the way. But it's not like stop. You got working legs, and when you get to the grocery store, you request a motor scooter. Stop it. And you talk to the TV.
Right. These people are not Semitic, and so now they're even trying to change. They're trying the same mind control that they tried on the slaves.
I got it.
And to forget where you're really from. The real Semites are the Palestinians. The word anti-Semitic doesn't make sense. The reason they say anti-Semitic and not anti-Jewish is another form of slave. If they said anti-Jewish, then people would look into it.
He said these are the people that leave their shopping carts in the handicapped parking spots. Right, man. Come on now. Insane one said, be a herd of them weighing down the tires on the car. Yeah, man. Tires looking like hot dog Franks. All that weight on the damn tires, man. Yeah, giving people that old elderly people that actually really need it a fucking hard time. Not listening to you weird ass niggas.
Semitic is to reinforce that the homeland is Israel.
Listen, the whole concept of who's a Jew and who's not a Jew, and oh, you're only a Jew if your mother is a Jew and not your father. A lot of this stuff is stupid. A lot of this stuff is silly.
Well, that's your religion.
I don't agree with it, and I'm Jewish myself.
Then you don't agree with Judaism.
I don't agree with certain parts of Judaism, but at the end of the day,
I agree with everything in Islam.
Okay, and I respect you for it.
Thank you.
I respect you for it.
All right, shout outs to Degenerate. Hold on. Now let's listen to this one where Sneeko on Ye premiering HH saying that he'll urinate on Virgin. Oh damn.
Okay, and then by 2025, you and Kanye link up again?
In April of 2025, I flew out to Spain. He said on stream that he wanted streamers to come out there. He mentioned a couple, you said Kai Cenat, Aiden Ross, Sneeko, and I took the next flight and went out there. It was supposed to just be for a couple of days to do some streams, but then I started making documentaries and I documented that whole era in Spain. It went from 3.
Shout out to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's start the support. 3 hours and 22 minutes into the madness. Let's get the shout outs going. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Days. Neon went too. So when other streamers didn't go, I figured that I should bring another streamer out there because he wanted someone else to go. It seemed like, and nobody else was. So I hit up Neon. You met him, and he came with me. They did a stream, and it went from 3 days, and I ended up staying there for 5 whole weeks.
So now you're in Spain with Ye. And you guys ended up doing a live stream.
We did maybe 12 or 13 live streams out in Spain.
Okay, but on May 1st, you did one. That was the one with...
End of April. End of April.
Okay, end of April. That's the one with Top 5 was in it?
That was like the third or fourth one.
Okay.
The first one was the interview I just showed you that was kind of like a Vlad interview where
Right.
I'm behind the camera asking questions.
Okay. But the one that kind of exploded was the one that you did with Top 5?
Top 5 where you just watch the
Saying like a Vlad interview on Vlad is crazy.
And
right, yeah. Top 5, who ripped me off for $3,000.
He did?
Yeah.
He was just on my stream last night.
Yeah, he
I can ask him about that if you want.
Yeah, bring it up. I mean, we publicly talked about it. Yeah, I mean, he wanted to do an interview, and we are gonna do it for like $6,000, but he just insisted on $3,000 up front. And I'm like, I don't usually do this, but fine, here you go. It's not a lot of money.
And that's why
And he's talking to me every day. He's FaceTiming me every day. This is after he got his neck cut up in the UK.
David, made me feel like I should charge for this interview.
So then the day of the interview, he disappears. Doesn't answer phones, whatever. And then he hits me a month later. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I got gambling problems. I'm gonna make it up to you. You don't have to pay me the rest. I'll do it for free. And then it just never happened.
Oh, okay.
And my thing is dumb because it's like, come on, it's not a lot of money. And, you know, someone, you know, who has the type of following myself is gonna put that out there. And now you're gonna lose other business over a couple $1,000s. It just doesn't.
It's not worth
it. Just doesn't make sense. But, you know, I guess other people, you know, have said that he ripped them off and stuff like that. I feel like they're the dude that just likes to steal from people. I think like he just gets off on it. I don't know.
That's good to know. I didn't know that. Yeah.
So you guys do that stream. That's when Top 5 takes off his chain and gives it to Ye, and Ye takes off his swastika chain and gives it to Top 5.
So they're playing the original.
Now, Top 5, I think. No, he's not signed to Drake, but he is affiliated with Drake. And you know, Kanye and Drake, they've been getting into it too. But I think Top 5 is signed to DJ Academics, if I'm not mistaken. So Top 5 was supposed to be Drake's quote unquote main hitter in Canada. But let's go.
Original version of the song.
Right. You know, what's funny, actually, I talked to Top 5. He said his lawyer left him after that swastika video.
Lawyer? You could probably guess what.
I'm sure it was a Jewish lawyer.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and your lawyer needs to be Jewish. You can't be committing crimes and your lawyer ain't Jewish. Anyway.
Yeah, you said it, not me.
Right. So that's when an early version of Hail Hitler was actually streamed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On my stream.
Okay. So had you already heard that song before?
Yes, I heard an AI version. Something it was like leaked online a little bit.
Huh.
I heard that he was working on it, but that was, you really got to hear the song. But yeah, there were leaked versions on the internet.
Right, and Dave Blunt's actually wrote it.
AI is
apparently, yeah.
Yeah. He also wrote the Cousin song.
So he just starts telling me a bunch of the stories about his life. And then he says, yeah, man, you know, it's like, you know, the whole porn thing. It's like I started reading, you know, dirty magazines with my cousin. They were my dad's magazines. And then, you know.
Wait. His dad had gay magazines?
No. This is just two straight magazines. I'm getting to it.
Okay, my bad. Sorry to interrupt you. 'Cause I was like,
yeah, Dave Blunt is the fat guy who was recording, and he had an oxygen tank, and he sips a lot of lean, and niggas thought he couldn't stand up and shit because he was recording sitting down or performing sitting down, and this nigga got up. Damn near started running. This nigga got up. So hey.
because you can see why I said that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, go on. My bad.
Yeah, so it starts reading straight magazines with his cousin.
Got it.
From his dad. His dad's magazines, they snuck and found him. And then he starts reading his mom's magazine. His mom has 2 dudes, 2 like gay magazines. And him and his cousin start practicing what they're seeing. And, he just told me, he was telling me like, when you're a kid, you do things and then you find out later that it's wrong when you get in trouble for it. Like, oh, don't do that. You're not supposed to do that. I'm like, shit, you're right. You know what I'm saying?
I love that song.
You love the cousin song?
Gave my cousin head.
Yeah, I haven't heard that song.
It's beautiful. But he's not about that now. I know he's not, that has been removed.
Right. Okay. So when that song got streamed, what was the reaction?
That I thought was that was the best way to show the song, because there was a bunch of black people in like, top 5, kind of that thug thing going on. It showed it was kind of gangster. It has a different perception during Clubhouse because, it turns into like this political thing. But even then when we were talking about the song earlier, like, oh, the song Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler. Well, no, the song's Nigga Heil Hitler. Nigga Heil Hitler.
I gave you the N-word pass, by the way, so go ahead.
I know.
Say it, right.
Now, the reason, like I said, Kanye's a genius, and I know why he did that. The reason why Kanye made that song is because you have kids in suburb white America that will play that song, and their parents would be like, "What the fuck? Who made this song? Why do you know what you're saying? Do you know what you're doing?" And at the time, and he talks about this all the time, Kanye was talking about how people are playing around with his kids. How, no matter what he does, somebody aside from him is gonna have will have influence over his kids, and he'll feel powerless. So when you make songs like that in suburb America, the same people that's trying to cancel you and stuff like that, it's like okay, I know how to get back at you because I'm gonna make you feel how I feel, powerless. Why would your kids recite or sing something like this? That's really what it was. Now, if people picked up on that, that's that's up to them if they picked up on that. Your brother Kuda keep it 3,000 with you and gave you the game. So it's like, oh, okay, see, I didn't pick up on that. That's what I'm here for. Put y'all on point. All right, hit the like button, support the show, y'all. All you gotta do is pay attention and soak up this game. I'm forever lacing y'all with some good shit. You did? So he felt powerless, he's like, yeah, you gotta play it how it goes. What's going on, Dougie? They already messed her up. Kim Kardashian and all of them. Yeah, what's going on? Shout outs to Dougie in the building. Yeah, Northwest is gone. Y'all see what she recently she got like on her she got like these piercings. She got like these crazy piercings on her like these spikes on her on her knuckles and shit. And that's how the kids are. At some point she's gonna have a big fallout with her dad because she's not gonna understand, and we're gonna get like this weird misogyny. I know she's gonna accuse him of misogyny and all this other shit, and always happens. You know, she calling her mother the GOAT. She don't even know why, you know. She's kind of coming of age, but hey. Good luck. Shit. Good luck. You know? Yeah, I hate to say it. Giving a Nepo baby that much freedom, it always backfires. And it usually backfires on the parents, you know? Because for some reason, everybody's aware that they're a Nepo baby but them. But let's go.
I appreciate it. The song is Nigga Heil Hitler. So that's a very important context there. So that original viewing of the song gives a whole different effect on people, you know, seeing, you know, with the chain doing the whole rapper thing, that like niggas howling Hitler is a different, this is not what the Nazis were. Hitler wasn't scamming people for 3K, chain here, grill on, you know, throwing up sets, like throwing up the swastika set and all that. So people were just like,
you guys wanted me to do a review of the J. Cole album. I'll probably do a review of it. You know, if the show is supported, I'll definitely do a review of it. I can do a review live stream if you guys like, but you know, it got to make sense. You know, it got to make sense. Let's go.
Saw the nuance in it. They saw how it was satirical.
Well, do you know that you had a Jewish grandfather at this point?
Mm-hmm.
So
half Jewish
grandfather.
His mother's not Jewish, so technically not even. Your mom needs to be Jewish. So
yeah, according to some Jewish people, yeah, your mother has to be Jewish.
That's true. That's like that.
Well, yeah, but these days it's changing a little bit. Now, I think that's bullshit. I mean, why does your mother control what you're?
That's what the Torah says, right?
I understand that, but I think it's a stupid rule.
And this is why people don't take the religion seriously, because people just change up the rules as they see fit. And that's with all religions, even Christianity. Let's go.
If you have a Jewish father, like, you know, like
you disagree with the Torah. But
I do, actually. Oh, okay. I'm Jewish.
And then it's like, you think you're the only person in history that didn't agree with the Torah, instead of just listening to what the Torah says. Hey, it's your religion, bro. Your religion.
And my kid's mother is black, but I still consider my...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't give me the pass then.
Well, not really, but you know.
Okay.
But you know, I have half black, half Jewish kids.
Oh, you're trying to make some Drakes?
Pretty much,
You're gonna put it in the industry?
Pretty much, yeah. I got like a couple of little baby Drakes.
You got some baby Drakes. Okay. They're gonna be very successful if you, okay. They can play basketball or rap and have the best lawyers.
Okay. So that song comes out, and what's interesting about, I don't know if it was that stream or a different stream, but Ye said, I gotta use the bathroom. Where's Virgil's grave?
Oh man, I gotta use the bathroom. Where's Virgil's grave? Okay, so, oh my God.
Yeah, I remember you kind of sort of like put your head in your hands.
I disagree with that. I mean, that was him at the time. I don't think that he believes in that, but I don't think it's I don't agree with, you know, disrespecting dead people in that way. But I know they have a separate relationship. You know, they were close friends, and also, so that's their issue. I don't know Virgil. I've never met him, but I wouldn't say that myself. And so, like, me being on camera there, I just didn't want to seem like that was.
I think Virgil took his job at Versace or Louis Vuitton or something like that. You said that's where he lost Pusha T, yeah. And then, you know what's crazy, insane one? Pusha T is coming up in the Epstein files with Jay. So yeah, I think Virgil, if I'm not mistaken, I gotta go back and remember. I think Virgil took Kanye's, you know, he snaked him out a little bit, but he took Kanye's job at Louis Vuitton. My bad, I said Versace. It was Louis Vuitton. Virgil stole a lot of ideas also, you know. But I understood it how, like, Virgil created, you know, but yeah, hey, it is what it is, you know. Virgil was a bit of a thief, you know, so you never know what people's discrepancies with other people are, you know. But for sure, yeah, that's where he lost Pusha T. You know, Pusha T and Virgil was cool.
Something that I agree with.
Do you know what that beef is about?
No, I probably shouldn't speak on that. You know, that's they have their own differences. Oh, they did. He's no longer alive.
Yeah, I kind of know what it's about. You want to say it?
Sure.
From what I understand, because Virgil came up under Kanye, and Kanye always wanted to be the creative director of Louis Vuitton, and then when
creative
Virgil,
director, you see, well, that's why.
Right. So then when Virgil ended up getting that job, I heard that Kanye just felt betrayed that one of his own people took a job that
and they'll do that to draw a wedge between you and your quote unquote friend, you know.
Whole crew knew that he really wanted. You know, he was con the Louis Vuitton.
A lot of these games that they play with you niggas, bro, they played on other white people before, or other people in the industry. So they know exactly what game to play with you. But let's go.
Vuitton Don, like he had been repping that. He had a couple of Louis Vuitton sneakers.
Purse, actually Louis Vuitton mom.
Right. Exactly. He had his own, Louis sneakers and everything else like that.
And you can see, he just issued an apology yesterday, talking about mental health and brain damage and this stuff. So I think we should be able to accept his apology and understand that maybe not everything is representative of what he thinks now.
All right. That was interesting.
Pussy, that's the best.
Oh shit! This was just put out an hour ago. Hold on, y'all. We might have to get back into this. All right, let's go. So Corey Holcomb now all of a sudden has PDF allegations. This is the stupid shit that content creators are coming up with. Now they're done with Anton. Now they're going super far in on Corey. Let's see.
Well, I'm saying, please keep this piece of tape for future references. I'm telling you now, when they go after me, they get dirt like a
Corey Holcomb's career might be over after these new allegations. They are accusing Corey Holcomb of being a PDF, and the receipts are going mega viral and gaining a lot of steam. It feels like
see how fake black people are, y'all?
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
Or these receipts go viral, Corey Holcomb's career might be over, bro. The ending may be near. And the worst part about it all, this damage is self-inflicted. They're just using Corey's own admissions against them. I don't know what Corey was thinking coming on the podcast and admitting to certain things he admitted to, but now the world is watching.
When I was in Iceland, you don't have to be no 18. I think it was 13, maybe 14.
Yeah.
That's a grunt. The vagina been on this planet 14 years. I've said this before on the show also. Do you know if a woman 16 years old gives you a baby, that is going to be 16, 17, 18, 19. That is going to be one of the healthiest babies possible.
First red flag was Corey Holcomb knowing the age of consent in various countries. Any man even having access to that.
Right, so here you go. He getting all of the stuff we used to tell y'all and warn y'all about in the manosphere. He getting ran through the same ringer. He should have listened to Anton. Didn't I tell you? Wasn't I the only person that was running around saying, bro, he might want to listen to Anton. Anton was the only one that actually really could save him if he wanted to really have an honest conversation. That's crazy. At this point, Corey, you need to get on a live stream with Anton, apologize, y'all piece it up so you can stop this shit, because the black community is going to try to make a fool out of both of y'all. I said this so many times till I'm blue in the face. I know exactly what he needs to do. Literally, Anton, before he got onto some bullshit, Anton was warning him about some shit like this. Jesus Christ.
That information makes me feel icky. But yet alone a 60-year-old, that's nasty, bro. Second red flag was him saying, I've said this before. So this is an opinion that he has really thought about, sat with, and dissected
and he still didn't see anything wrong with him saying this.
Right.
Well, at that age, they've been on the planet long enough. They're in their prime developmental wise to create a life.
Corey has talked about this at length before, so every word he says is intentional. When he says they are in their prime to conceive, you don't have to ask Corey, who are they conceiving with? Who are they having a baby with? Only grown men are in a position to take care of a family and lead a household. So this is him advocating for them to have babies with grown men. But what are we doing here, man?
But you're taught in America something different.
And I'm pretty sure everything here is being said and being taken out of context. So it be your own brothers that will make disingenuous content on you. Because a lot of times you just got to be in mid conversations, just having a conversation about this, and then somebody just clip it, and then all of a sudden you become Epstein overnight. Niggas,
those eggs are buoyant. You could dribble them eggs.
so now they throw Corey under the bus, but nothing to say about Craig.
They got bounced back.
Craig Smith is almost 50. Corey Holcomb is almost 60.
Oh, now they're saying something about Craig. Let's see.
And they're sitting on a podcast talking about how 14-year-olds have bounced back. Yo, come on, bro. Like, yo, that's absurd. Now, to make things worse, Corey Holcomb went on.
Shout outs to Insane One. He said, they went sourcing for this for sure. They probably didn't even get to have. They didn't have to search for them for sure.
Another podcast, and he admitted to testing out the young women in Iceland. Now, the same young women that he claims, were 13, 14 and ready to conceive.
You go to other countries, I'm just saying, in America, most people only know what they know in America, but I've been...
Nigga, this is one of the conversations that men have amongst each other. Like, damn, like, why, damn, these are young girls. Why, what's up with this? Like, what's going on with this? Even dudes that go to other countries, they just talk about it because it's something that's observable, right? Not saying that they indulge in it and stuff like that, but I've heard these conversations amongst travelers, men and women. But when men talk about it, it has this particular, like, it has this, it's weird, to a lot of people when they talk about this type of stuff. But this is the thing. These are normal conversations outside of the U.S. And these are topics to a certain degree that needs to be discussed. But like I said, they're gonna clip everything, take it out of context. And Corey should have been a little bit more, cautious of what the hell he was saying. But hey, fuck it.
In other countries, and in Iceland, I think the legal age to get with a girl is 13 years old.
Oh my God.
Right, it blows people's mind when they hear it. But in Iceland, R. Kelly is not a criminal.
He's trying to get extradited.
He's a normal guy in Iceland. I went to Iceland, and you just can't offer him money and gifts. And I thought that was so unfair that you couldn't give him nothing after you was done with him.
This too crazy.
I'm not going to Iceland.
So I assume you've been to Iceland and you took advantage of the laws. Is that what you're saying?
I had a great time in Iceland.
Wait, we're not going to go there. We're not going to.
The age of consent in Iceland is 13. Did you take advantage of the laws in Iceland? Man, I had a great time in Iceland. You just can't give them gifts afterwards. After you're done with them. You can't give them gifts because that will count as trafficking. So he full on admitted that he did what he did in Iceland. Full on admitted to it. Now, a lot of people point to, Corey Holcomb is joking, he's making a joke. But at one point you teeter the line so much that we gotta say, I don't know, bro. I don't know, son. Even how Corey Holcomb talk about young women is disturbing. There was a story on the Corey Holcomb podcast he told about, I think like a 5-year-old. Right? And this story makes me uncomfortable to this day.
This past weekend, I saw this little girl. She had a Welch's grape juice bottle
Now they give a damn about what Corey Holcomb has to say about kids. All of them. O'Shea, Flacco, all these niggas are fake, bro. Faker than a $2 bill, man. Fake. Fake. Fuck. Fake. Y'all go get some free cash. Let's play a talk radio. Let's go.
In her mouth. And she was about 5.
Got $5 for you. Y'all go sign up for free cash. Let's get it.
She had the whole bottle as far as it'll go, just sucking on it, walking with her mama. Somebody said, get that out her mouth. When they took it out her mouth, that baby said, you know when she stopped crying? When a man picked her up and put her in her lap and started bouncing with it. Then she stopped crying and was looking like this. I say, that's a little growing right there. And everybody will say, Corey, what are you talking about? Corey, you crazy. Get the out of.
He's talking about how the baby is entitled. That's what he's referring to. Fuck. Fuck.
This little girl was in her bliss with her mouth wide open.
Let me tell you something too, because people going out of their way to make black people seem like PDF files, them the ones that are the real PDF files. Because in reality, a lot of those people are the ones sexualizing everything. Stay woke.
Oh, she was just saying, had the cap on it and everything. They took it out of her mouth. Then a man picked her up and started shaking her on his knee, and she was like, I said, that's a little, it's just Corey Holcomb crazy. I almost want to go back and ask about that little girl and do a documentary on her life. So one day I can show I know what I'm talking about. But in this society, I'm a bad guy.
Seeing a child suck on their bottle and your mind go to fellatio, you are a disturbed human being. Seeing a child get rocked back and forth to comfort and your mind goes to bedroom positions, you are a disturbed human being. Calling a child a hoe for doing things that kids do.
So when he called Anton's child a hoe, it was funny. Now all of a sudden, we got to be adults now. It's not funny.
This.
What's going on, T? Yeah, fake as hell, man.
And she told everybody that she had a miscarriage.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
You are a disturbed human being. This is not normal.
Flacco used to be doxing people and stuff like that. He came from a fucked up little spot. And Flacco came from the Umar sector in YouTube, y'all. There's a whole documentary on him. I fucks with Flacco, but I said, damn.
Let no little girl do unless she has the urge to do things like that. She has the urge to be satisfied. But ain't nobody gonna pick me. Corey bad. Corey bad. Everybody, Corey, did you hear what Corey said? The little girl took the bottle out of her mouth and he said she gonna be a yes. And if it was more men.
And same one says, Kuda, did you see how in the same country they're prosecuting a guy for playing a game with Lolly? A game that has been out for years, by the way. The same country's princess is in the Epstein file. Man, listen. Looking, and I've noticed this too, bro. Looking to people for not even righteousness, but just looking to people for just to be solid. Even by their own rules, bro, you're asking for too much. You're asking for too much. Just loyalty. Just people to be like, hey, bro, just be the same nigga you was yesterday and we cool. Don't change. You perfect just the way you are. Just stay like that. You stay like that, bro, we're gonna be good. Nigga. Man, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
All right, y'all, please hit the like button. Almost 4 hours into it. Please become a supporter. Please support the show. Player Talk Radio, let's get it.
In the house, the little daughters wouldn't be walking around with things preparing their jaw for hustle. Her jaw is being prepared for hustle. And this was a little girl.
Her teeth aren't.
Baby Goobler. I like that.
A grown woman is next to Corey Holcomb participating in
Now
it.
you try to throw Darlene into it.
She says, oh, her teeth not preparing her.
Really, the shit is to really stop like locker room talk. You know, I know male locker room talk isn't, and let me tell you something. If you got something to say about male locker room talk, female locker room talk is way worse. Way drier. Way distasteful. So I get it, male locker room talk isn't the most appeasing thing. Because what Corey is doing is male locker room talk. Let's go.
For fellatio. What? A baby teething makes you think about if you think this is the worst of it, nah, bruh. It gets worse.
Me for real. One day I was living with this lady and her daughters crawled in the bed and I ain't have on
Yeah.
I was up under the cover.
Wow.
And I was like, oh And one of her
Tell
daughters
Michael,
was like,
rest in peace.
Her daughter was, she was in high school. I think she was 15. Still not legal. You just can't tell your true thoughts.
What true thoughts can you not say about your 15-year-old stuff? What true thoughts are in your head about your?
No, you got to tell them to get up out of the room. You can even say, hey, can I speak to your mother in private real quick? Shit like that be happening. Kids burst through the door and try to jump in the bed. Like, whoa, 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 hold up.
15-year-old stepdaughter that you can't say. And also, if you were naked under the covers, why did you allow her to crawl up under the covers? Well, wouldn't hey, yo, wait, we about to put on clothes, chill. Wouldn't that have sufficed? But Corey Holcomb, when he tells the story, it becomes perfectly clear that he thought there was a possibility, or he thought like she wanted him or something. Like she kept on sending him signs.
You didn't even say that.
Her daughter was gonna be thick like her mama. I know that much.
Yeah.
I knew her daughter was a bust down. She got pregnant like a year after I moved out. She was 16. I knew she was gonna get pregnant, goddamn, because she used to do shit. She used to do shit to let me know, damn, this is trying to get me in trouble.
Oh.
Her name was Tiffany. Right. All of you are kids.
Yeah, she has a documentary.
Kid pussy, that's the best I'm saying.
See, you heard. Run that back and hair from his mouth again.
Right. All of you are kids.
Yeah, she has a documentary.
I mean, commenting on a young, fast girl, cool, but hey.
See, that's the best I'm saying.
There are some sick dudes out there who will probably excuse this as jokes. Ain't nothing funny about saying a kid woohoo is the best woohoo out here. A kid woohoo is better than an adult woohoo. Because one, how would you know? If you're not somebody who how would you know if you don't engage with children?
And same one said, shake my head. Even Patrice knew to sit his jokes around 20 because he knew they'd come for him. Yeah. After all the shit he said about women and then conceptualizing about them being entitled. Yep.
But it's all jokes, right?
You better watch your kids. I'm supposed to type real bad.
Jesus Christ.
Can you get
That's the thing, though. It's a real bad thing when these kids are around new guys, not their biological father and stuff like that. You know, if they're around stepfathers and other masculine energy in the house, they start to hit puberty faster. You know, they start to hit puberty faster. You know, so hey.
Charged if you spoon a child. Like, I mean, get behind him, make him take all his clothes off, and you hug him like that.
Pretty
Is that a
sure.
charge?
Yes, Graham.
What is
pretty
that?
Sure.
Not no penetration. Just
doesn't have to be penetration. It's so you can't
That's
be
love.
You can. Okay, hold
What
on.
if it's a stepchild?
Okay, I don't know where we're going with this, but
I'm just asking. They got these charges. I'm trying to see what the charges gonna be.
The wedding ring.
Somebody call me Corey Kelly because I.
Yeah, a lot of this shit is taken out of context because I think he's talking about what's his name? Pete Davidson when he was dating Kim Kardashian. I don't know.
I said spoon.
Oh, good one.
I would never.
Or Corey Epstein.
Spoon a child. I'm asking what happens if you do it. It's called research.
Who mind goes there? Who mind goes to? Yo, bro, how much time would I get if I just spoon instead of like the full thing? Like if I just spoon, do I get a couple years off my sentence? Why are you thinking about this, bro?
Please keep this piece of tape for future references. I'm telling you now, when they go after me, they get dirt like a I'm here to tell you, if they go through my computer, they're gonna be like Corey, like what else can I put out there?
Snacks.
I mean, them a big in the child. I'm gonna check my browser, goddamn. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That woman is like at a point in her life where she is what? It's just nobody likes to say shit like that in America because you can get in trouble for that. Now, I don't want no woman that's 16, 17, 18 because of the laws and because of the mental state she's in.
Epstein Island, that'd be a great movie.
Yeah.
What was happening on Epstein Island?
These are all clips taken out of context, bro. Respectfully. These are all clips taken out of context, man.
Children. That would be a
So you telling me?
Oh my God, they weren't children. They were.
What the
There you go. Now you don't.
What do you mean? I said no, and I said
You wouldn't watch it if it was a movie. It ain't real.
I ain't watching.
Asking you, would you watch it? No.
And no. There you go.
You won't watch
That's
it.
my
That's ridiculous. He knows what he's doing.
I know he
He's one
knows.
of these
I
guys
know
on
he knows.
camera.
Yeah, I know he knows what he's doing.
Corey asked his co-host what he thought was a stumping question, what he thought was a question that was difficult, and that question was, man, what went on Epstein Island? You mean to tell me that if they put out a movie of kids getting effed, you wouldn't watch it? No. No. That's not a hard... No. But in Corey head, that was like a hard question, as if like that was something enticing. No, it's not enticing.
Corey, wish my baby happy 16th birthday. Hell, she ain't yours, so this is easy. She turning sweet 16 Saturday. Hey, what's up? Make sure, hey, look, I don't know her name. Isabella. What is her name? Dita 605? Dita 605? Listen, I want to wish your daughter a happy birthday. Her sweet 16. It's a beautiful age. And you make sure you and your daughter have counseling so that if she's broke, cat daddies like me ain't in that age by the time she's 21 through 30.
You know he got to add in a joke.
Because if you don't bring them up right, I'm going to be with them on their birthday. I was at the mall with the little broke bitch. We was in Victoria's Secret. And I'm sitting there at the counter. I'm like, what's up? She needs to get measured for.
These are people that were so quick to jump on. Let me tell you what you're witnessing, right? These are people that were so quick to jump on Corey's side against Anton, they don't even know what type of comedian. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know what type of comedian they rallied after. Like, what actual real Corey Holcomb fan will double back and now all of a sudden have these type of discrepancies against him? That's how you know these aren't Corey Holcomb fans. These are just people that hopped on the bandwagon because they didn't like Anton. They don't have the decency. Again, black people lack decency. Then they don't even have the decency to be like, damn, you know what? Anton kind of was right. Well, know why? Because they sucking black dick too. They don't even have the decency to be like, you know what? Anton probably was right. Like, how are you Corey fans and not know that Corey is like this? This is no secret. Of course, I'm a Corey fan, but even I'll tell you, like, yeah, you know, a lot of the stuff that he says, I wouldn't bring him to a funeral. I wouldn't bring him around certain people because it's gonna, you know, I'll get the joke and I'll be sitting up there laughing and shit, and then it's gonna come off distasteful. Now all of a sudden, you know, these ain't no damn Corey fans. All of a sudden, it's distasteful. I know it's gonna come off as distasteful, but these people are now all of a sudden offended. Yeah, it's super dark satire comedy. You already know. Fake ass people. Now all of a sudden, oh man, I can't believe Corey said that. He's like, nigga, I know you a new Corey. You just jumped on the bandwagon for real. You never watched the 5150 show. You never watched this comedy and stuff like that. Like, guys like myself, we know Corey is like this. But it's distasteful.
For a bra, she never been measured for a bra, and she want to have the right size on instead of the Walmart bras. And the lady was like, "Oh, that is so sweet. Is this your daughter?" I said, I'm standing up in this little bit.
Oh my God.
And it wasn't a laugh when I said that. It wasn't a laugh. The lady looked like, I was like, I got a couple of dollars. I get to smash look cute young girls like this that come from poverty. I'm standing up in her. Do you need a bra? My brother's daughter was with a group of us.
And you know, and this is the thing, you don't even know if he's doing comedy or if he's for real. This could be a comedy sketch. You don't know.
We were at the hotel because my mom was in town.
He said next is about going to war against jokes about and this turns into that whole shit that even Patrice O'Neal was talking about, you know. Listen, and I'm with Patrice on that. Even if the joke isn't funny, if somebody does comedy and they're a comedian, they still have a right to tell the joke and try it, you know. And it's funny, the most goofy, diabolical people are going to be the ones on the front end acting like they want censorship. Let's go.
D, was you there?
Yep, I brought the cake.
I know how to do babies.
It was super cute, though.
Everybody was trying to get her attention, but she wouldn't do nothing but hug her daddy because she didn't know us like that.
It's true.
I didn't pay her no attention.
Yeah, like the pirate joke. Yeah. And the Condoleezza Rice joke. He was like, have you heard a funny Rape joke? He was like, yeah, a couple of them. And listen, we live in a fucked up world where a funny Rape joke does exist.
I just kept looking away. But I talk, my voice carries. And she kept looking.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, what happened, D?
She went right to him. It was almost like,
I'm the one wasn't paying her no attention.
And everybody like this, what? Like,
you know what that told me? What? She gonna be getting put up in her when she grow up.
Some people will excuse this behavior as edgy comedy. I'm not excusing this, man. I think it's up to Corey to come on this podcast and say, hey, bruh, what I said in the past about them babies is crazy. I don't know what I was thinking. But knowing Corey, bro, he's not about to apologize for nothing, man. But
Man, he don't
y'all let
even-
me know in the comment section.
You don't even remember half that shit until a goofy bring that shit up. And if you niggas are so adamant and gun-ho about this shit, why don't you go to them countries that he was just talking about and go over there with your opinion and try to stop it and see what happens? You know, a lot of these guys will never go over there and try to stop it because you want to know why? Because then a lot of them will start doing it. Oh, we're going to leave that part out. A lot of them will get wrapped up into it. I noticed that shit about the whole when a bunch of the dudes in this space was trying to make ladyboy jokes. I seen it in person. I seen dudes talk crazy and make ladyboy jokes, and then they find themselves somewhere in Pattaya or in Bangkok or whatever, and they get swarmed by them niggas, and they can't even, you know, or they get around one of them niggas and they can't even, you know, they can't even hold their composure together. It's like, oh, that's why y'all have an interest in it. That's what y'all go after. Okay. That's why niggas kept asking me about that, you know? And they be throwing me for a loop too, because, you know, I be forgetting. I'm like, damn, you know, as much work I put in this community, I keep forgetting. I'm like, damn, you know, that shit runs in niggas' families. You know? So there's a lot of gay Negroes running around here. There's a lot of dudes that they're so against certain things, but when you put them in that position, they fold. You know, they're not even serious, and them the worst ones because they only talk about it when it's time to make content. Crazy. All right, let's check this out real quick. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, y'all. Can y'all please hit the like button and support the show? That'll be lovely.
Segment highlighting foundational Black American contributions. It started outperforming their other videos. Then, it disappeared. Today, we're asking a simple question. What happens when FBA truth reaches too many people, too fast? This isn't about feelings. It's about power, permission, and who controls the story. Here's the problem: you can't unring a bell. Mainstream media is scrambling to remain relevant, but we are controlling the narrative now. You are now tuned into Sincere Love the Godcast.
Yo family, real quick. I'm proud to announce the soft launch of Sincere Love to God's new book.
See, these guys are just giving y'all AI slop content. Yeah, y'all be lucky people like myself who come on here. We actually talk to y'all and give y'all the fucking game. The Lord knows I could have switched over to AI slop a minute ago. All right, give me a second before we get back into that. Here's 5 reasons why ABC deleted that FBA segment. Give me 1 second. Oh shit, even Professor Black Truth talked about it. Let's go.
ABC, they had a segment on foundational Black Americans. They posted it, then they took it down.
This Black History Month, we're highlighting foundational Black Americans.
And people are wondering what happened. Let's see if we can figure this out together. Okay, so I've come up with 5 reasons why the FBA segment that were aired on ABC may have been pulled down. Number 1, backlash from critics of the term FBA. Now, if you're like me, you've had people come at you, jump on your case, jump in your timeline, complaining about the term FBA.
Now, the shit is cap because people don't go looking for FBAs to talk crazy to them. FBAs go looking for other people to talk crazy to them. So that's cap. All right, people might be not privy to the what's delineation? They might not, they might like, what is that? And it's usually people that that are damn near FBAs. It's like, oh, okay, we calling ourselves that? Cool. But nah, FBAs go looking for the BS online, especially on Twitter. Let's go.
They got something to say. They say, oh God.
And then half those people aren't even FBAs. They're tethers with a Twitter account.
This is wrong. This hurts Africans. This is divisive. This is not good. All these terms, all based on the fact that I choose to refer to myself as a foundationally Black American.
And we don't know if you're foundationally Black. We don't know. How is somebody supposed to? How is even foundational Black Americans supposed to know if you're foundationally Black? Anybody can just say it.
I say, hey, I don't want to be called an African American. And being a Black American just ain't enough. A Black American, somebody that showed up here yesterday and got citizenship. You're now an American.
And the main people that's going to give you smoke are actual foundational Black Americans. But let's go.
And they are Black. But foundational Black American means we didn't just come over here as immigrants. We've been here for generations. And that, my friends, is important. And some people don't like it to the point where they're trolling us in our comment sections, calling us all types of names. And it's crazy, fam. These same people, if they went to work tomorrow and they introduce a new employee, and let's say the employee's name is Karen. Now you can see that Karen is actually Kenny. If Karen said, "Ho, I'm a woman," they'd be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize." Because see, they're conditioned to accept that with other people. They'll accept a man is now a woman, but they won't accept.
And you got to be careful with this because it's another ploy to a certain degree for attention. And I hate to say this, brothers and sisters, but niggas are obsessed with exoticness. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they'll take on a term to make themselves come off and seem exotic. It's like, oh, this will kind of make us seem a little bit more exotic. It's some sick shit, but let's go.
That a Black American or an African American is now a foundationally Black American. We're gonna have to figure that out. We got a lot of guesses of what that is, but I can tell you I believe it's not based in respect for us. Number 2, political or external pressure. Yeah, I got a feeling that the DNC elites, I got a feeling that those people have been calling up, contacting ABC, complaining, and that just
and I mean, and listen, Black Americans, whatever you want to refer to yourself, they deserve more. It is 2026. Why do you have to keep using Jedi mind tricks on your people? Hey.
At a low level, I mean at all levels, fam. I believe that the alarm sounded. What these Black people do?
All they're doing is taking Tariq Nasheed talking points. None of this shit is original.
Empowering themselves. What are they doing thinking for themselves? If they start separating themselves from
and they're too late. Like you're late as fuck. What are they doing thinking for themselves? Nigga, if they didn't want you to think for yourself, you wouldn't have access to the internet. You ever thought about that? Nah, I bet you haven't. Don't nobody worried about you thinking for yourself. Ain't nobody worried if you bilingual or any of that other shit. They're not worried about that. You can do all of that. But guess what? The thing is that the shit works so good is that they know that the first thing you give a slave is freedom. After you done enslave them, because guess what? Freedom not gonna mean shit to them. What does freedom mean to you? Freedom don't mean shit if it don't mean nothing to you. What's your concept of freedom? It don't mean shit. So if you don't have a right concept of freedom, I'm gonna give you all the freedom you want, because guess what? You're still gonna turn around and do what we want you to do, absolutely more efficiently, because you don't got shackles around your feet. You don't really have a concept of freedom. You want freedom, but you don't have a concept of freedom. So you're still gonna do what we tell you to do, or what we want you to do. You know, we're not collectively taking advantage of the quote unquote freedom that we have. Hell, even just as Americans, most Americans don't collectively take advantage of the freedoms that we have. That's why they look to foreigners. Foreigners, in a fucked up way, come off as more patriotic than actual full-born Americans. And don't think them niggas coming over here picking oranges, because that's now you're really late. And that's the crazy part. When you actually know what you're talking about in the black community, you don't want to sit amongst niggas telling kumbaya stories. It's just a waste of time. You know, you know they don't even respect you. They'll just waste your time. Niggas don't give a fuck anyway. Insane One said, if only Talib Kweli didn't argue with all those black women on Twitter in the day, he tried to play the "my wife is black" card and they tore his ass. Yeah, they tore his ass up. Tear that ass up. And then now we here, yeah. They don't care if your wife is black. They only care if your wife is black if she's not black. The only time they care if your wife is black is if she's not black. When they wanted to do something to you, they'll just find any excuse to cancel you or do whatever. And this is what Corey Holcomb is learning. And this is what a lot of black men that actually achieve something or went against the grain is learning or knows. If only that nigga listened to Anton. I'm tired of seeing these brothers with batteries in their back. At least if you're gonna have a battery in your back, at least have a battery that you put in your back. You know is in your back. A battery that you created, you know.
Other groups, maybe we'll have to give them what they're entitled to. Maybe the country will have to pony up. Have to settle the books, have to actually respond to our concerns, our demands, because black Americans as a whole.
And all the FBAs aren't even on the same page as each other. Most FBAs don't even know what the hell they're fighting for. They're just trying to say, well, we're different. For sure.
Is a big group, but foundationally black Americans are the one with a vested interests who built this country. See, these Democrats, they don't want us influencing their quiet, docile, vote blue anywho base.
And this is the thing too. If this is true, the Democrats need to give you all y'all reparations. That's another thing that y'all should that even Tariq had to admit. The Democrats should be the ones to give y'all the reparations. Kamala was acting like she didn't even hear y'all. Shit, Kamala wasn't fucking with y'all neither, because y'all were screaming, they not like us. And it would have been contradictory to vote for her. So the FBAs had their foot in their mouth throughout the whole election. Because they had to vote for Trump. Kamala was going out of her way to say, nah, y'all not getting shit. We're not doing nothing for you. She tried to double back and say, hey, we're going to give y'all weed. We know you like weed. Come on now.
Just basically goes along with whatever the Democrats say. If they realized, if they took a step back and said, hold on a second, I'm a foundationally black American, and I've been here for generations. What's going on with this immigration? What's going on with the responses to our needs as a community? Well, family, that's not going to be good because now the Democratic Party has to make a decision. Are they going to just continue to capitalize off Black Americans, or are they going to be respectful and supportive of foundational Black Americans?
I mean, they're already making money off of y'all. Like, y'all are surrendering money to them at this point. There's really no money in FBA that they haven't made already. And they will continue to make that and maybe even more. So what they're doing is they're using other races to tap into a different base. There's always a lot of funds and new money. You know, y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all are trapped. Y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all not saying, hey, you know what? Let's go on expeditions. Well, you can't say you're going to go on expeditions to Africa because, you know, y'all supposed to be against Africa. That's why y'all were mad when Tariq Nasheed went over there. Y'all can't say, hey, let's go on expeditions to South America because y'all don't believe any of y'all artifacts are in South America, when in fact, a bunch of African American or FBA artifacts are in South America. And then that's the funny part. South America. Are they foundational Black American also? Because that is South America. But see, you have to, this is all common sense. This is all common sense. This is all common sense. So imagine abandoning learning about your own lineage that you're about to weave into your identity as an adult because you've been binge watching Tariq Nasheed. And don't know what the hell you're talking about. And maybe it's not even about that. Maybe they just don't want this confusion being thrown into the mix. Somebody at ABC getting yelled at. You said they done alienated half the Black Star, then didn't want to respect Yasin Bey for not wanting to be called Mos Def. Now, all we got is left is Jay Electronica. And all the old songs we used to love. Yeah, the 5%ers. Yeah, but then the funny part is that the main people that would go to Umar school is not even going to be Black. He would have to beg Black people to enroll their children in that school. You'll have more white kids and Latino kids from the inner city going to that school. Black people would rather send their kids to public school than to Umar. And honestly, too, it will radicalize a lot of the kids. You have to, even to adults, you have to teach Black history delicately. Those kids will get radicalized. But let's go.
That's the difference. Number 3, internal, editorial, or corporate decisions. So ABC is owned by Disney. And Disney may have decided, hey, I don't know how good this is for business. Yes, Black History Month and everything, but that doesn't mean we're going to step out on the limb for foundationally Black Americans. We can't go empowering foundationally Black Americans if it cuts.
What's going on, Larry Legend? Larry said Democrats and immigrants wanted that FBA video down immediately.
On our bottom line, if we're getting complaints from white Americans or Black Americans or immigrant Americans or
expeditiously. Democrats don't need this type of smoke right now. That's the big part about being Democrat. You niggas need to wait. Democrat has been telling niggas to wait for decades. And y'all swear up and down that it's Republicans. You guys will get reparations faster from a Republican, way faster from a Republican than you would from a Democrat. You guys just need to do business. Come correct. That's all Republicans been saying. Come correct. Black people are not by nature are actually conservative. That's the crazy part. They can't find another group of people that's gonna be willing to give up what they got for black people. Because as Democrats, they're supposed to be like, hey, let's band together and make sure black people get their reparations. And people gonna be like, who get their reparations? Hell no. You got people that know more history than the black people claiming you got people you got more people. You got a bunch of people that aren't even black. That know your history and know what you've been through. Know how much you built and stuff like that in America that will not give you your damn that will not give you your damn reparations. Cause they like, listen, with all due respect, if them niggas don't know, then we good. What them niggas don't know won't hurt them. But we're not gonna go out of our way to give them their reparations. If they don't know no better, neither do we. We can play dumb this whole time. I don't give a damn they set up opportunities for us. We could play dumb this whole time. That's what's gonna happen. Well, that's what's happening. And guess what? Those are your fellow Democrats. That's the fucked up part. Those are your fellow Democrats. Because they're meant to keep you. Those liberals, they're meant to. A lot of the liberals are meant to keep you in check. It was the Liberal Party, because black people always put racism on Republicans. It was the Liberal Party that made racism covert to make money and keep you sedated, so that you have no clue of what they're doing. A lot of these black people don't know that their neighbors are racist as fuck until they get into it with them. You know? See, me, I'm from the South. I'm from the north part of the South. I'm from Maryland, bro. You know, I'm from the DMV area, bro. Like, you know, if anybody that knows anybody out there that's really from the bushes, you know what I'm saying? We take our racism straight up. If you don't like a nigga, cool, let me know. You know, the niggas ain't gonna sit up there and play friend with you the whole time, and whole time you know, we like our racism straight up. It's the liberals that got to play that covert game with y'all. Democrats, yeah. Insane one said, yep, these Republicans want black people to get the fuck out of their face about it. The hard part is the actual terms and conditions. Democrats will act like they'll do it, but it'll never happen. Yeah. And they only do that. They only do that to get the votes. You know, they only do that to get your votes. Once you give them your vote, they don't remember you. They don't give a damn. They're like, yeah, later. Some other time. They don't give a fuck. Let's go. Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. 4 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. Working hard to give y'all some real game. Give y'all some good shit. As always, I've been putting in this work since midnight. Before midnight. I got you. It's Player Talk. Let's go.
Members of any other entities that might complain about us getting attention. And the thing about this that hit home was, I noticed that Stephen A. Smith hasn't commented on the term. And we know Stephen A. Smith ain't never seen a topic he didn't want to comment on to grow his platform. And what does Stephen A. Smith do?
Insane one says, I live across from an old racist white guy. He hates everyone. But I bought an OG Nintendo Entertainment System for $10 in prime condition and in the box with no dents. I know how to play. I know how to play that game. PA is racist as fuck here. Of course. And a lot of them racist people, they honestly, aside from that, they stay to themselves these days, you know? And let me tell y'all something. Most niggas that are afraid of racism have never ran into true racism. They've never ran into true racism. They've never experienced true racism. Real talk.
He works for Disney. Yeah. Now, I have no way to confirm this at this point. And there's been a question, there's been an inquiry put out by Freedmen Organization, right? A grassroots Freedmen Organization has asked officially to ABC, what up? I don't think they've heard back yet. Now, I can't speak definitively, but I can say I believe there may be something to this. Disney may be squirmish. Number 4, association with controversial figures.
But this is the thing, though. Y'all claim that Bill Cosby was trying to take over NBC and black people threw him under the bus. So why aren't black people producing their own media so they can air these things on television? Every time Tariq Nasheed comes out with a Hidden Colors or something like that, people say he's scamming. So why don't y'all link up with Flex, get y'all a network, and y'all can air it yourself? That's kind of really what the movement is supposed to be anyway. Shouldn't some people be mad that the white television publication is trying to tell their story? What happened to that?
Yeah, we got to admit, family, that some of the people associated with FBA may be controversial to the mainstream. I mean, anytime you're talking about empowering Black Americans is bad enough, but now you're talking about empowering the most powerful, the most influential.
Yeah, listen, discovering that you're FBA in 2026 is not empowering. That's actually fucking sad. That's actually fucking sad. That's not empowering. That just shows you like, damn, okay, we're behind. Damn, I've been slipping on learning my history. Finding out your lineage with all of this information out here in 2026 is sad. If that's your lineage. Because you don't know. You don't know. It's just a new black gang to join. You don't know your lineage. You didn't know it prior to 2026. Is why you somewhat finding out. It's sad. This sad. Go look at the black community. Go look at Sun Ra Suit and Seti and all them other cats now claiming FBA. It's like, bro, you lied to yourself, to your audience, and all them other people that followed you about your lineage, because prior to that, you should have done the history on your lineage. Your audience don't want to hear that FBA bullshit. You were a Hebrew Israelite not too long ago. What happened to that? Let's go.
Of all Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, and you are standing on that business, and your name is Tariq Nasheed. Oh my God. People gonna go crazy, fam. Yeah, they tripping. I believe that may have something to do with it, because when I was questioned by the Pan-Africanists and the African internationalists, even people that have come on my program, who I've helped them raise money to run for office, never charged them $1, gave them my platform, promoted them time and time again. They came for me, shitting on me to the point I had to block them. Why? Because Tariq Nasheed. Well, also, they don't like my stance on immigration. They don't want a border. They think a border is racist. But for the
imagine being an FBA Republican. You're going to get it from 3 sides. Or an FBA conservative. Imagine actually being black, a specific type of black, and imagine the pushback you're going to get from your quote unquote people. You might as well, you damn near put a target on your back telling them that you an FBA. You imagine being an actual American that's black. You put a target on your back if you're not a Democrat. You're them the same people that don't want to give you your just due. But let's go.
Was also
because the Democrats damn sure will take from black people and give to other people. Honestly, to tell you the truth, that goofy ass talking point of giving immigrants and other people all the subsidies and stuff like that actually came from the Democratic Party. You know, even though both sides play into it, because it's the American thing to do. When you want people to work for less, or you want something cheaper, it's the American thing to outsource. You understand what I'm saying? This is why a lot of Americans are waking up and saying, you know what, let me go travel abroad. Because it's the American thing to do to outsource something. And a lot of Americans that wake up, guess what? They know they're like, you know what? Let me outsource my damn self. Sitting here suffering. Let me outsource my own damn self. I'm not finna sit here and suffer. You know, let me, we're Americans. You use your passport. Your ID, even in your regular life, right? Your ID is one of the most valuable things you'll own, whether you believe it or not. Your ID is the most valuable thing you'll own. That one of the most valuable pieces of information or card or paper that you'll own. So what's the problem using your government ID to go travel? Americans don't even realize that they can outsource themselves and live the American dream. Go ahead, pay $1,000, $2,000 a month altogether for a car note, for car insurance, and for gas and repair and maintenance and stuff like that. For a car you barely drive. And traffic tickets and all kinds of shit. Niggas just pay a fortune to own a vehicle. You got a car pocket full of tickets. Anyway.
So they do not like or do not respect and had a lot of negative terms for Tariq Nasheed. They said these things. So that may have something to do with it. I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm just telling you I think that may be part of it. Number 5. Straight up censorship. Just straight up censorship, the knee-jerk reaction to blunt the growth of anything positive on a grassroots level that supports Black Americans. And in this case, foundationally Black Americans. See, the fact that we're having a broader appeal to the masses is going to scare some others. And for whatever reason, that's a problem. Yeah, if we haven't been co-signed by the establishment, then they see it as a threat from the establishment. It's sort of like anything else, like Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter, powerful movement, grassroots, way before it was ever put on CNN. Way before Don Lemon interviewed anybody.
And I hate to say it like this, because you do have to keep your culture intact. You know, foundational Black Americans have to keep their culture intact. But you have more power in calling yourself Americans. Straight up. Americans. And you can weaponize your color because you're calling yourself Americans and people can see that you're black. So that doesn't need to be said. What's understood don't need to be explained. It's going to make the politicians look bad when you're not giving Americans their money. How can you say you're for America when you're not giving Americans their money? There's more power in you taking advantage of your American heritage and saying, yo, we are Americans. We need this. Anyway.
Or they before it was co-opted by the DNC.
Trying to make yourself seem overly exotic, you're going to be playing right into their hands.
Before it was installed, 3 women to run it. It was a grassroots effort, right? I see all movements that are not co-signed by the establishment.
This is what they don't get, because when you leave the country, the people in Switzerland ain't gonna say, man, these are FBAs. When you go to certain places, they're not gonna say, oh man, these are exotic Americans. These are hybrid Americans. No. And the crazy part is that they know more of your history than you do. That's embarrassing.
Prime targets of the establishment. And I believe that FBA is no different. And like I said, this is me being hypothetical, me looking at a different option.
And then this is the thing. This is why they're not allocating nothing to y'all, because they know y'all not together. They're like, you know what? We can weather through this. This will breeze over. This will breeze over.
This could be it. The people that run our system want black Americans to be in one clearly definable bucket, black. Very simple. And that way they could dilute our claims. They could dilute the issues. America owes a new immigrant coming over here yesterday from Nigeria nothing. In fact, the Nigerian immigrant owes America. But you can't say that with my brothers and sisters of the FBA. Nah, you can't. Because see, foundationally black Americans built the country.
Actually, if you travel, you would have known that actually what the Nigerian is going to come over there and do, America actually owes that Nigerian. But the thing is that they take advantage that Nigerian feels privileged to be in America. And to a certain degree, it is a privilege for them to be in America, but they don't put those Nigerians in these shop owners and these people in the best neighborhoods. They be putting these niggas in Compton. They be putting these niggas in impoverished areas where they got to look over their backs and shit like that. They're just happy to be in America. But the jobs and the things that they're going to do with the cutting edge technology and stuff like that, and certain things that they're going to do, America owns the Nigerian. And they let them, and they, you know what I'm saying? They handsomely pay them, you know, because those Nigerians, they come over, they become bankers, they become doctors, they become, you know what I'm saying? They, you know. But listen, everybody's reading the wrong script, you know? And like I said, I'm telling brothers and sisters, bro, go travel. It's almost just as redundant now at this point as me saying, hey, do your history. You're kind of wrong on this, that, and the third. Because if I was to sit there and try to tell it to you, you're not going to believe me. Bad enough we can barely get support for the show. You know, shout outs to the real supporters. But niggas ain't gonna believe you because niggas don't trust niggas. So it is what it is. Like, the world ain't too fond of niggas waking up. Like, what is niggas waking up in 2026, bro? It's like, bro, it's too late. You know, America and a lot of these other countries, they're turning into utopia right now. They're worried about turning into a metropolis. You understand what I'm saying? They're not worried if black people are getting treated right or whatever. Like, you know, I hate to say it, but even amongst black people, that sympathy is like in the dumps, bro, at this point. It's in the dumps. Black people are still talking about building this damn utopia in America. Bro, you're not going to inherit the white man's America. Like I don't understand why y'all don't get this. You're not going to inherit the white man's America. Nigga, China, Russia, all these other countries will inherit America before African American and foundational black Americans. You're not gonna rebuild Wakanda in America. It's just not gonna happen. And us sticking together as black people, that's literally the best we can do. And that seems like it's very fucking hard. Like, we're not gonna build Wakanda in America. It's like we literally have to. I've been doing this for a long time. Y'all respect the platform, please, by hitting the like button and supporting the show and sharing the show. Because I'm gonna tell you, man, we are still stuck on basic decorum as black people with each other. We're still stuck on, hey, you know, why don't you greet your brothers and sisters when you see them in the streets? We're still stuck on having decency. We're stuck on, hey, cooking for your man is not slavery. We're still stuck on that. We're still trying to restore the nuclear family. We're still trying to get along with each other, much less build a damn utopia. You know, this shit is adding in with the confusion. I had a woman, and I don't think she's bad, but she's goofy. And she falls into the trap a lot of our sisters fall into. When I was over on Freezy's show, she was trying to she did the regular Tariq Nasheed line of questioning and was asking me, are you FBA and blah blah blah, and I'm like, girl, I know what line of questioning you're going down. I've been a part of Tariq Nasheed's fan base way longer than you. You know, me and him have the same mentor. You out of your league even asking me these damn questions because about a lineage you don't know shit about. And then who's to say you're actually a foundational black American? You know, I already know the pressure points for these niggas. I already know how to fix these niggas. You know? And I got her to admit in but so many words, which is even worse, is that the line of questioning that she got me to go down, I kind of dissuade everything she was talking about because she didn't know what the hell she was talking about anyway. She just wanted to say, oh, this person's a tether. Right? And I'm like, so let me ask you a question. When you go out on dates, do you ask the person that you're about to date if they're FBA? They don't ask that shit. Niggas don't get asked that shit on a date. Are you FBA? And that's even worse if they ask you, are you a FBA on a date? You want to know why? Because that means that they're saving that fucked up energy specifically for you. Telling her that you're a FBA is one of the worst things you can do. Oh, so we in the same boat together. Okay, so I can be a piece of shit to you while at the same time acting, you know, like I'm this with other men. And I said, damn, that's even worse. That's even worse. That's even fucking worse. That means you intentionally, specifically wait to find somebody that's of your lineage to treat them like shit. That says more about you than anybody that you're trying to question. And listen, because I've even got on brothers in this space for this shit. This is actually one of my talking points and stuff. A lot of these FBA dudes, they like fucking non-FBA women. A lot of these FBA dudes, they got non-FBA baby mamas. Miss me with that shit.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
Oh, they love that. They love it. All you hear about in hip hop, I'm pulling up in a foreign. I ride foreign. Your girl boring. Chaotic exotic. Fuck out of here.
It's not even a question. In fact, we're the only ones who helped build the country.
Let me catch up on these comments. Y'all hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. Support the show. News said my birth certificate says Negro. I wish someone would have asked me where my family from. That shit crazy, man. News said earlier too, black people's birth certificate is an IOU. That's crazy as shit. That's crazy as cat shit, man. But for sure, man. Yeah, your last name says it all. They already was doing it. You said they lucky as fuck. I wish I never met an FBA woman. That's crazy. Hence, check the last name. You said most of these niggas still got slave master's last name. Yeah, I was just about to get into that. Yeah, your last name is Smith because you were a Smith and you worked on Smith's plantation. Man, listen. Don't waste your time, my brothers and sisters. Don't waste your time, bro. Being loyal to a fault is crazy.
Country who never got compensated from building the country. Those are the top 5 reasons why the FBA segment may have been pulled down by ABC. Now, remember, I said maybe, because it could be just something crazy like a copyright thing. It could be a trademark issue. I don't know. I haven't talked to Tariq Nasheed or Vicky Dillard or the Black Authority, anybody more closely associated. Oh, by the way, there's been a lot of conversation about who developed the term foundational Black Americans.
Y'all niggas are still on day one. Why there's still a conversational term about who developed it? Like, these are day one questions. You would think you would research this before you start calling yourself that. But okay.
Look, I'm not sure who did.
See? Don't even know. Don't even know. Yeah, I'm in my 60s, man. I'm not sure who did it. I'm weaving this into my psyche. You know, even as an older Negro statesman, I'm just following people for no apparent reason. Then again, black men do join gangs at 60.
Dillard or Black Authority or Tariq Nasheed or some other person. And I saw somebody else saying, hey, that they came up with the term. Look, fam, I don't know, fam. I'm not here to throw dirt on anybody's name. I don't know who came up with it.
You don't know who you
But
follow.
I do know it's a very positive term, in my opinion. And
Imagine that. Imagine demanding the country give you something under an umbrella you don't even that you're gonna openly admit in the next sentence that you don't know who you following or who where it came from. So if you were to go to court and they say, okay, listen, we have your reparations here, or we're gonna honestly give you guys a ear, and but we need for you to prove, you know what I'm saying, why we should allocate this to this organization. So if you could do me a favor and tell us where this originated, what are the dates, in the time and period, where this started, what's actually going on. If you can substantiate your claims, we'll be more than happy to allocate these resources to your organization. So where did your organization, who coined this term? Like, where did this come from? I don't know. I think Tariq Nasheed or Vicky Dillard came up with it, but aside from that, I don't know. Okay, so you don't know. Okay, hold on. So hold on. You're calling yourself something that sounds right, but you don't know. You don't have an address for us to bring. You don't know what the hell you following? Oh, okay, so we could just dismiss this because you're not even prepared. You're blindly following something. How about you do this? The people, if you can find out who coined this term, send them here and we'll talk to them. Because you don't even know who coined this term. You're just blindly following something. So anything that you know what? Your paper, we're not even gonna consider your paperwork. How do we know if you're FBA or not? Your paperwork could be forged. You don't even know who you following. Ain't that fucked up? At least Nazis can say the small mustache man. At least they can point to somebody. But niggas demanding reparations don't even know who's. Woo-wee. Woo-wee.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up! If I broke, now my business.
Support you. We support us because it's about us. It's not about an individual. Hope that we can iron out these differences. All I know is I didn't invent it, but what I am is a guardian of my people and a supporter of my people. And I'm going to continue to do that.
But you can easily go look up on the internet who started the term.
Remember, guys, it doesn't matter if they pull down the segment or not, because you can pull down the segment, but you can't pull down our pride, our movement, or our purpose. Let's keep going, family. My name is Tim Black. If you like this content, subscribe to this channel.
Well, shout outs to Tim Black. But you got to do your research, man. Again, you got to tell black people to do their research. What the hell is this broad talking about? Let's take a listen to this. You don't even know who started FBA.
Makes a foundational Black American is that we don't have immigrant lineage. That's the thing. That's what makes you a foundation. It's not a group. It's not an organization. It's not something that you join. It's acknowledging the people who are literally the foundation of this nation. Me, on both sides of my family, I have no immigrants in my family.
And there's a lot of FBAs that have immigrant lineage, by the way. All right, let's go.
Father, both lineages come from the South. Okay. From the beginning of this country. I can trace my lineage to the mid 1700s on paper, and it goes deeper than that. So that's what we talk about when we mean foundational Black American. We're just acknowledging our lineage and the importance and significance of it in this country, because we are a very unique ethnic group.
I like those foundational guys. They're so good. Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but like they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years. I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've
100%.
you've got a point of view that is legitimate. I think.
Yeah, and they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's for sure.
100%.
They're definitely heritage Americans, if anyone is. And someone rolls in from Ghana and gets an MSNBC slot and starts speaking on behalf of black people. It's like, shut up, honey. You've got nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's
Literally.
a fair perspective,
right.
I think.
And so it's good to actually see them call them out for that. That's actually cultural appropriation.
And y'all don't even realize when white people are making a joke. You know this is all a joke, right? You know this is called slapstick humor. Y'all do know this is a joke, right? Anyway.
Creating the struggle of slavery.
I totally agree.
And the struggle of slavery was real.
My people, it's Black History Month here in the U.S., and I want to wish everyone a happy Black History Month.
Happy February, everybody.
But this Black History Month cannot be business as usual. This is not the time for surface-level celebration posts. It's time for us to ask deeper, harder questions about where we stand as a people and what type of future we're building. Because something deeply troubling is happening in Black America. There is a growing movement within the Black American community
late as hell
that is pushing a narrative that threatens to divide us even further if we don't challenge it head on and expose it for what it is. They call themselves foundational.
Now, this is the thing. I got to disagree with this sister on this. It shouldn't be disrespectful to other Black people. Okay, it shouldn't be disrespectful to other Black people. It's not challenging nobody. Is it divisive? Yes, it can be divisive. But it shouldn't be challenging to other Black people for them to acknowledge their lineage. The problem is they don't know what their lineage is. They are also confused. And the majority of them are not foundational Black Americans. They are tethers. It's literally the pot calling the kettle black in real time. So it's nothing that you should be concerned of. They're confused about their own history. They're going to have the most problems trying to align themselves with each other. Do you understand? All right. Dougie says, why don't these tribes, why don't they ever have smoke for their own company? Tribe or nation in the corruption? Yeah. Shout outs to War Master. I've been quoting you all night, bro. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Yes. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Let's go.
What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy?
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Shout outs to Insane One. Insane One said, spot on. You'll get further calling yourself an American than a Black American. Anyway, everybody can see that you're Black. You know, give the American people what they want. Got to play the game, man. All right, let's go.
Black Americans. And at the core of their rhetoric is a dangerous idea that the defining origin of Black people
I just woke up and I hear Tariq
in America is not Africa, but enslavement. They want to convince us and the world that Black American history is somehow different from Black history in general, and that it began with slavery.
Nope.
That Africa, its kingdoms, its knowledge systems, its intellectual and cultural foundations is secondary.
Now, this is going to be a weird conversation because, number one, you have to teach foundational Black Americans their history, when they're trying to tell you their history, when the majority of them don't know their history, and regular African Americans or second and first generations, they have a skewed, you know what I'm saying, sense of history. Everybody's just gonna throw slavery up there when the real game ain't in no damn slavery. Fuck slavery. Slavery was just a part of it. It's them sex farms that we got to talk about. Why are you talking to me about lineage and stuff like that when we're not having an honest conversation about sex farms? You never hear these niggas talk about the damn sex farms. How it was easier to breed Americans here instead of trying to get them over here on boats. How Africans and Moorish Americans were already here having conflict with the Native Americans and Indians, and foundational Black Americans were some foundational Black Americans were already here. How you even had some Tainos in America. Go ask the average nigga what a Taino is. He don't know what a Taino is. Ask him where Christopher Columbus landed. He doesn't know. Isn't Christopher Columbus American history? So how, if Christopher Columbus is a part of American history, most Americans don't know that he landed in Hispaniola? How does most Americans don't know that? How does most Americans don't know that he landed in Hispaniola? Most Americans don't even know where Hispaniola is. So how can you speak to a Haitian? And how can you speak to, whomever, and they know more than the average American? And you can't blame it on America's educational system. Can't blame it on the education system. You can't blame it on the education system. That would be a reach. We have all of this technology at the tip of our fingertips. Men shouldn't be finding out their lineage and joining Black gangs in their 60s, bro. It's just so bad, man. Because you're supposed to be able to look up to older people. You shouldn't be changing your race about 4 or 5 times within a 6-year span. But let's go.
Or irrelevant altogether. And that Africans and Caribbeans who came to this country, who fought, organized, built, marched, theorized, and sacrificed right alongside Black Americans somehow do not belong to this story at all. Let's be clear. This episode is not about denying the unique and brutal history of slavery in America. That history is real. That trauma is real. And the fight for justice rooted in that experience is legitimate. But how exactly does lineage or identity begin at the point where oppression forced you to land? Who were you before the first enslaved ancestor landed on U.S. soil? Today we're breaking down this movement, what the foundational Black American ideology actually claims, why it's gaining momentum right now, why its historical framing is incomplete and false.
Gang banging.
But most importantly, why this rhetoric, if left unchallenged, puts Black unity, power, and liberation at risk. Because when a narrative tells us that Black history starts with slavery, it doesn't just distort the past. It cages.
No, but most Black people, they'll just in slavery, they'll start with in slavery. What the fuck does in slavery mean? Because, slavery was different, varying from state to state, mind you. That shit irks me. I'm from Maryland. I listen. Slavery. What you know about it? Slavery. I used to drive past Riverdale Mansion all the time. And me and my homeboy, we used to just have it. We used to joke. Cause there's some trees that's right beside Riverdale Mansion. And just how those trees are, it's like those are the perfect, and they were used for that. But it's like those are the perfect trees to hang somebody from. The trees look like slavery. You know? Go to withoutsanctuary.net or .org. They change it up all the time. Go to withoutsanctuary.net or .org and go see some real American history, how they pass around these postcards with black families hanging. And they used to invite, you know, family and friends. They used to throw barbecues and have a good time while there's a rotting black corpse, you know, just chilling there. And it wasn't only FBAs that were getting strung up like that. It was tethers too. So even if we're going to talk about slavery, don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful. The reason why a lot of people can be disrespectful when they talk about that shit is because they're trying to make it seem like it was just them that went through it. And they're doing something way worse than any white man could ever do, which is undermine something. You can't undermine somebody while trying to tell somebody that they're undermining you. And you're telling a half-assed story about slavery that you just now found out in your 60s. Yeah, tethers got strung up too. Let's go.
The future. And worse, it teaches us to fight each other instead of the systems that trapped us. This is The Breakdown. All right, my people, welcome to today's show. If this is your first time joining us, welcome to Pen and Genius TV. I'm Sandra Baby Boateng, and this is The Breakdown, where we center Africa and the Black world into...
Shouts to everybody in the building. Midnight madness and space politics. Please support the show. 27 minutes past the hour. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 15 minutes. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Today's global affairs. We're here weekdays at 4 p.m. on most days, breaking it down. So if you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and tap the notification bell for alerts so you never miss a new show. And before we continue, please pause and share this episode in your group chats. This is really important. When you subscribe, like, comment, and share, you're telling YouTube that this content matters. That's how the algorithm prioritizes our content and gets it out to more people who need to be a part of this conversation. So if we want more thoughtful, honest discussions like this to break through the...
Shout outs to Ron in the building. Ron said a lot of us don't even know about Anthony Johnson. See? You see? Shout outs to Degenerate. He said the issue of the delineation wave is that it's full of grifters and xenophobes and end up being the people that they talk about. Yeah. But a lot of the people that's pushing the tether narratives, they are tethers. They are tethers. Keep that in mind.
Nice. Please deliberately support them. And trust me, when you like, comment, and share, it really does the magic. It does the work. So we appreciate you very much. Now let's warm up the chat really quickly. Drop where you're tuning.
How are other FBAs identifying each other to each other? Like, how can two FBAs, identify each other?
You're from, and what's happening there that we should know. One thing that we should know, we love to keep each other informed here on the show. And also be ready to engage, because here on The Breakdown, we're
Shit is tether on tether crime, degenerate.
not just, listeners. We are analysts and co-analysts. So be ready to chime in and join the conversation. And especially with today's episode, I need to hear from you.
I said Taino.
I want to hear where you land on this. Okay.
Well, you say Taino. You know, some people say Taino, some people say Taino.
People, my State of Africa report is officially out. And as I've said, this is one of the most important piece of works that I have created. For a long time, I've been searching for something that I just couldn't find, which was an interpretation of Africa that goes beyond the headlines, beyond crisis framing, and beyond surface level optimism. And this report is my answer.
She and a lot of other people that are still new to this shit is not getting it. You got to stop mentioning Africa when you're talking about FBA. The whole thing is to distance themselves from Africans, because a lot of them feel that Africans have distanced themselves from them. Okay? God damn. Catch on to it. Shit. Lord have mercy.
To that. So if you've been trying to keep up with the constant stream of Africa headlines and still find yourself asking, okay, well, what does this actually mean? Then this report is for you. If you're an investor, it'll help you understand Africa as a real business and opportunity landscape. If you're an entrepreneur, it'll highlight urgent, practical opportunities that you can engage with right now. If you're simply someone who cares deeply about the continent and wants to understand where it's headed and the role that you can play in its future, this report is especially for you. What you get is clarity, an honest, independent, and unbiased perspective on where Africa truly stands today across power, policy, capital, culture, and opportunity. And this work is grounded in my months of reporting here on The Breakdown, my research, and real
No one cares, though, which is fucked up.
conversations that I've been having across the continent and in the diaspora. So grab your copy on my website, sandrabebuboateng.com, or find the link in the description box. And don't stop there. Share the link with your group chats, your networks. Purchase a second copy for someone as a gift. Every copy that you purchase helps me produce more independent and in-depth reporting like this. So please support it intentionally. And thank you very much. And I also invite you to join our premium channel membership to join my Invest in Africa series, which will be kicking off this month, where we'll be breaking down real tangible opportunities and hearing directly from some of the builders on the ground as well, investors, entrepreneurs, operators, the people who are doing real work on the continent that we need to learn from. My people, Africa's next chapter is being written right now. The question is whether we engage or sit on the sidelines. And I hope you choose to engage, starting with this report. And also don't forget to follow me on Substack.
Jesus Christ, man. God damn. Respectfully. Now, Tariq gets criticized for what he said right here on Vlad, because he turned around and said that it wasn't about any of this stuff. I think he was saying that it was about blood. He said something that I forgot, a racist man said, but I think he said that FBA is about blood and land. He turned around and changed what it was about and stuff like that. So he's like moving the goalposts really on what the definition of FBA is. And a lot of people are calling them out. Even FBAs are calling them out about it because they're confused.
Something that you join, it's acknowledging the people who are literally the foundation of
So he tried to say it's about blood and land.
this nation. Me, on both sides of my family, I have no immigrants in my family. My mother and father, both lineages come from the South. Okay. From the beginning of this country, I can trace my lineage to the mid 1700s on paper, and it goes deeper than that. So that's what we talk about when we mean foundational Black American. We're just acknowledging our lineage and the importance and significance of it in this country, because we are a very unique ethnic group. That doesn't mean that we're better or worse than anybody. We are a unique ethnic group with a very unique history here. And we want people to give that the same respect that we give other people.
So let's break this down. At its core, FBA is an identity-based framework that traces Black American lineage to slavery in America. They argue that they are a distinct group and should be treated as such,
So he said 1700s. How do you find that out? 1700s? And they're from the South? No Tainos?
Separate from other people of African descent, particularly African and Caribbean immigrants and their descendants. Now, the term foundational Black American was popularized in the late 2010s, largely through online platforms, social media spaces, and commentary led by figures like Tariq Nasheed. The movement presents itself as a corrective. They argue that for too long, the specific historical harms suffered by Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States have been diluted, overlooked, or lumped together with broader Black or African diaspora narratives. And in one narrow sense, that critique resonates. U.S. chattel slavery was unique in its brutality. It was racialized. It was hereditary. It was legally codified. And it laid the economic foundation of the United States. That history deserves recognition and justice. But the FBA argument does not stop there. The movement also pushes back against the popular idea that Black American history begins in 1619 with the arrival of enslaved Africans in Virginia. Instead, they argue that Black American history began nearly a century earlier. They point to a lesser known but historically documented moment. In 1526, Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon brought the first recorded group of enslaved Africans to what is now the South Carolina-Georgia coastline in an attempted Spanish settlement. Shortly after their arrival, those enslaved Africans revolted. They resisted captivity. They disrupted the colony, and their uprising contributed directly to the collapse of the Spanish settlement. The surviving Spaniards fled back to the Caribbean. And according to historical accounts, many of the formerly enslaved Africans were left.
Shout outs to Joe Howie. He says he likes to fart in Walmart aisles with people in the aisles, then run away. You know what I like to do? I like to block people. There you go. Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show via Cash App. $symbol PTV 888. We got all the trolls waking up with an opinion. You know, the first thing they got to do is say some dumb shit when they wake up. Wouldn't be able to start their day any other way. All right, please support the show at $symbol PTV 888. That's $symbol PTV 888. Or you can support via PayPal and check out the book and everything else. All right, let's get back into it. Doc Robinson says, why don't you do something about the enslaved Africans going to the Middle East, to the Arabs? What are they doing with them? You won't, because you just like to keep growing on about what happened. Well, as FBAs, I don't think they should be worried about what's going on with the Arabs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they got their own fish to fry in America. But like I said, you're not going to build Wakanda in America. That's kind of what's keeping this thing going. A lot of them won't even, acknowledge themselves as just regular Americans. So how are you going to inherit America? If you call them an American, they kind of get upset about that. If you don't put the word black in front of it. Or if you put the word black in front of it, they'll get upset about that. So what I'm saying is that you're not going to inherit America or the white man's America. I get it, but it's if you guys get it, and that's the problem. you know, with the whole FBA culture, you know. You got to be real with each other. And then most of the people that are identifying themselves as FBA, they're not FBA at all. You know. So you have to have some type of blockchain. I've been saying this for the longest time. But they don't want to do the blockchain because then most of the people that's touting that horn are going to realize that they're not Americans or FBA as they claim to be. So that causes a whole nother, that you know, for them to even identify themselves is going to cause infighting. Long story short.
Behind, where they integrated with local Native American societies. Now, this moment matters. It represents one of the earliest acts of Black resistance on what would become U.S. soil, an early example of Black autonomy, survival, and cultural blending, and a chapter of U.S. history.
And this is the thing. Because they try to, when they give you history, they give you a fucked up account of history. You had a lot of slave revolts in the USA. But the slave revolts that you hear of and the courage that they had to, you know, that it took for them to revolt usually comes from the Caribbean, in Haiti, in Jamaica, and all those other places. Which is really fucked up is that most Americans, most Black Americans, instead of revolting, they kind of had to wait for, what's going on, hold up? They kind of had to wait for Abraham Lincoln to get them out of slavery. And even then, a lot of them still got duped back into slavery. They had to wait for Native American, they had to wait for Abraham Lincoln to get them up out of slavery. They wasn't revolting at a rate where it's like, oh, we can overturn the country. So you got to keep in mind that that's in American history also. That it took Abraham Lincoln to get them up out of that shit. Not no revolts. And you need to know this because if you want to enact change, you got to understand your history. You got to understand your history. A lot of them got duped into you know, still being slaves after Lincoln freed them. There's places in the South that didn't honor what Lincoln said and still had slaves. And also, people think Lincoln was their friend. Lincoln was talking about sending them back to Africa. But guess what? Most of those slaves, a lot of those slaves, they were birthed in America. They didn't come from Africa. Where would you send them? See how that works? This is why you got to talk about the farms. Most of those slaves, they were bred in America. They wasn't from Africa. Where in Africa are you going to send them back to? And who going to pay for that? The Democrats, the people that benefited off of slavery, they wasn't going to pay to send y'all back. So you damn right they took that FBA special off of ABC. Because it'll make a lot of them wake up and be like, damn, the Democrats really owe us reparations. Black people have been loyal Democrats. And they told y'all for years to just eat shit. Why hasn't the Democrat Party given y'all reparations? And it's fucked up because they try to make Trump look bad because it's like, oh well, Trump won't give us reparations. But okay, but when a Democrat is in office and they don't give y'all reparations, why don't y'all make them look bad? Y'all didn't throw Biden under the bus. What's going on, fasting? Y'all didn't throw Kamala under the bus. Kamala went ghost on y'all when y'all asked her for reparations. She tried to give y'all weed. Hey, kids, you want to smoke pot?
That is too often excluded from mainstream narratives. And that history should be told. But here's where the FBA framework takes a sharp and dangerous.
That woman tried to give y'all a bag of weed. And y'all were going for it too. That's the funny part. Y'all were going for that shit. Kamala done turned into Tally. Hey kids, you want to get high? 5 hours and 33 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. You can support the show via Cash App, PTV 888. That's $ PTV 888. That's $ PTV 888. Good morning, everybody. Midnight Madness in Space Politics. Yes, fasting says both wings on the same eagle.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Shout outs to Fasting is Life in the building. Shout outs to War Master. War Master said Democrats are the Clizan. Yes, sir.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
Yes. Yes. Now they mad at Nicki Minaj for waking up. Trump gives folks what they want. Controversy for real, Ola. Yeah. And you know, and I hate to say it, I mean, but if you do your history, you know, there was a lot of black folks that did want to tip away from the plantation, but in a fucked up way. In a fucked up way, not all slave owners were bad. I'm not even going to hold you. In a fucked up way, not all slave owners were bad. Don't that just sound coonish? Don't that sound fucked up? Yeah, to the untrained ears. Don't that just sounds like, oh, that's some coon shit. Imagine a real coon trying to call you a coon because you've done your history and you know what the hell is going on. You know, a lot of coons know their history. But a lot of slave owners wasn't bad. You know, you have a lot of slave owners that didn't beat their slaves. You had a lot of slave owners that were humanitarian. You know, they're like, no, don't do that. That's unjust. You had a lot of slave owners that made sure their slaves were well fed, had places to stay and you know, and really didn't want for nothing. Yeah, I know. Don't it sound crazy? Don't it sound right? Yeah, you headed to work right now. You headed to my slavery right now. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Fasting. Oh, man. I got you guys. You know, got you guys from midnight till now. I'm just telling y'all. I mean, you know, putting in that work. You know, I'm at my slavery right now, y'all. All right? Y'all bees are good, slave master. Support the show. You know, I's been streaming till my voice hurt. We've been streaming before 12 o'clock last night. And the show is still titled Midnight Madness. I's giving y'all games till my fingers were dry. No, for real. I've been working, y'all. Please support the show. 5 hours and 37 minutes into the madness. If you guys have been enjoying the show for the full 5 hours, please support the show. All right. All right, I'm gonna try to keep the replay up for you guys. All right. You said no, it don't, Kuda. Slavery was a system. Them white folks got death threats and her. I mean, no, a lot of them if they didn't participate for sure. But like I said, a lot of them they looked out for their slaves. A lot of them they looked out for their slaves. A lot of them, But let me tell you who it really was, though. It was really Mr. Cartwright's children. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you can live in a Democratic household, and a Democratic household would raise a Republican kid. You know what I'm saying? A Democratic household will raise a Republican kid. A Republican household can raise a Democratic kid. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is obvious. This is obvious shit. Sometimes in a Democratic household, if they see like, oh man, everybody's pitching in to help or something like that, or they never got help and stuff like that, they'll be like, you know what? Let me go work for it and get it my own damn self. And then lo and behold, boom, Republican. Yeah, let me work for it and get it my own damn self since people don't want to help. And once they work for it and get it their own damn self, they're like, hold on. Why should somebody else get a cut out of what I'm doing when I work and got it my own damn self? And I want to protect my money. Why should everybody get a cut out of what I've done? And then you have a Republican household where you have the kids that benefited a lot and enough from their father and their parents and stuff like that, and they grew up a little bit wealthy, and then they have they go to school and they have like friends that really don't have it, and they're like, hey, I have an abundance of something, even though I personally didn't work for it. But I'm going to share with everybody in the neighborhood because sharing is caring. And listen, there's nothing wrong with sharing because, you got Republicans that do share and donate and they, and they do their thing. But you can raise a Democrat kid which thinks that, hey, everybody needs to be taken care of instead of, you know what I'm saying, earning your keep. Or you kill what you eat. Or what you eat, you kill it. So it's just a mixture of a lot of shit when you put it all together. Of course, everybody should be taken care of in a perfect world. But once you realize the world is not perfect, you stop trying to pretend like it is. You stop trying to pretend like it is because it doesn't benefit you, especially as a man. Definitely doesn't benefit you. Because the world is not perfect to you. So being that the Democrats, in a lot of cases, is, everybody should be taken care of, it's fucked up that black people that have been loyal to that party still have to ask for reparations. And other black people got to pull the wool over other black people's eyes while they fund their own demise. And then then what makes it even worse is that they blame it on another group of people that have nothing to do with it, honestly. A group of people that most Negroes join when they wake up. You said, I need a nerd sexy wife. You can go to Comic-Con, but she might have been a hoe before that, just saying. Or she might be into race play. They try to call it They try to call it cosplaying, but is really race play. You know. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the links in the chat. Please support the show. 5 hours and 42 minutes into the madness. 54 minutes past the hour. Let's get it.
Turn. Instead of using this history to expand our understanding of Black origins, the movement uses it to redefine the origin story itself.
There's the thing, Vlad, where people want to make us generic Africans. The term African American is a misnomer. That was a term that got popularized in 1988 by Jesse Jackson,
everybody knows.
the Congressional Black Caucus, and the Democrats. No,
Okay.
we as a group, we never called ourselves African American. I think the term African American was in a book in the 1700s by a Black preacher. I forgot what the guy's name, but that was the only time we would see that term during slavery. That was a term that we generally didn't use.
Hold on. Did you not hear him contradict himself? If the term African American was coined, and listen, Flex, I love you, bro, but goddamn, if the term was coined in the 80s, how did you see that term during slavery? How did you become familiar with that term during slavery? I mean, I just, you the inquiring minds want to know. If it was coined in the 80s, how did you see this term during slavery? Bruh.
Got popularized in 1988 by Jesse Jackson, the Congressional Black Caucus, and the Democrats. No, we as a group, we never called ourselves African American. I think the term African American was in a book in the 1700s by a Black preacher. I forgot what the guy's name, but that was the only
1700s? What book from the 1700s? Now, oh Jesus!
time we would see that term.
Right, they weren't even considered people
during slavery. That
and
was
how was African American in a book from the 1700s? Niggas was in the jungle with loincloths. 1700s. Was this book written in America? Why would they call it this place? Listen, how was it written in the 1700s when it wasn't even called America? The Moors and all these people wasn't calling this shit America. Man, listen.
Term that we generally didn't use. Really, it didn't get popular until the late 80s. And the term was given to us.
How did they know this was going to be America in the 1700s?
It was given to us to make us comparable to immigrants. It was to say that we're just like an Italian American. We're just like a Mexican American. So that was to basically...
You think they thought that far ahead?
Almost sanitize our unique history here. And that worked against us. The term African American is a misnomer. Elon Musk is an African American.
Right.
You know?
South African American.
Yeah, but African American still.
Correct.
There's a lot of people from places like the Sudan and other
America was called over there in the 1700s. That's the real shit though. America was called over there. Yeah, them people over there. Over yonder.
places who are African Americans. And, you know,
We
they have a
support the
lot
show,
of
y'all.
vitriol towards us here. So the term African American is a misnomer. So we wanted a term that was more indicative of who we were and who we are. And that's where Foundational Black American comes from.
Rather than situating these early Africans as part of a long African civilizational continuum with languages, cultures, technologies, and histories that exist.
And I hate to say it though, but real African scholars, which I think Shorty right here probably is one, respectfully, my bad. You know, put a little bit of respect on it. But real African scholars are going to eat that shit up. Like real deal African scholars, they will eat this shit up. They will 1,000% eat this argument up.
Long before they ever encountered Europeans, the FBA framework increasingly treats enslavement and resistance on American soil as the starting point of identity. And from that framing, another claim emerges. Many FBA proponents argue that they are the foundational builders of this nation, that Black Americans descended from U.S. slavery are not just central, but exclusive to the Black struggle in America. And this is where the danger deepens, because that argument quietly asks us to forget something critical. It asks us to overlook the fact that many of the most influential figures in Black liberation, culture, and political thought were immigrants or children of immigrants of African descent, some of whom also had ancestors enslaved in the Americas. Marcus Garvey, Harry Belafonte, Kwame Ture, C.L.R. James, Louis Farrakhan, Ivan Van Sertima, Cicely Tyson, Shirley Chisholm, and countless others. Because their lineage does not fit a narrow definition. Are we really going to say that these figures who shaped Black consciousness, civil rights, political representation, Pan-African thought, culture, and global solidarity were somehow outside the Black American struggle?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what's being said. It's called undermining.
Because history tells a very different story. Black liberation in America has always been diasporic, always global, always interconnected. From abolition to civil rights, from labor movements to cultural revolutions, Black progress in America was never achieved in isolation. So when foundational,
I mean, it's another weird way of classism. You know, there's some classism in it. So
foundational begins to mean exclusive, when recognition turns into boundary policing, when justice becomes a zero-sum identity contest, we're no longer talking about history. We're talking about fragmentation. And fragmentation has never led to freedom. So now let's rewind the clock. Not to 1619, not to 1526, but thousands of years earlier. Because here's the fundamental problem with any framework that treats slavery as the beginning of Black history. It accepts, whether intentionally or not, the same logic that enslavers used. The logic that said, you had no history before we encountered you. You had no civilization before we claimed you. You became a people only after we broke you.
She cooking. Let her cook. Let her cook.
That is not just historic.
And it's the fucked up part is because you take on the patina and the ideology of your enslaver. You know, mentally. And all the people that you can flex that on is your own people, which is fucked up. She cooking.
False. It is psychologically damaging.
She in the pressure points.
Before a single African was forced onto a ship, Africa was not a blank space on the map. It was one of the most advanced and interconnected regions on Earth. Africa had complex systems of governance, global trade networks.
American Black people was amongst the natives. You know, there was beef. There was beef with the natives. You know, and a Moorish American, well, not a Moorish American, but a Moorish man by the name, the guy that led Christopher Columbus over here, when Spain was taking back, Spain was being taken. You know, they were taking back Spain. Estebanico, he ended up getting unsubscribed in New Mexico, either New Mexico or Arizona. On an expedition. So there was already African tribes and native tribes beefing over here,
Universities and centers of learning, architecture, astronomy, medicine, written and oral knowledge traditions passed down for centuries. Empires rose and fell. Kings ruled.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Cities flourished, and not in isolation.
They locked his ass in that room.
Africa traded with Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, long before colonialism. Yes. Gold from West Africa powered European economies. Scholars from across the world traveled to African centers of learning. African states negotiated, fought wars, signed treaties.
Niggas is not trying to hear this shit.
And shaped global history. This matters. Because people...
it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Listen, instead of saying you don't want to do your history, just undermine it. And instead of saying, hey, them niggas are African. I really don't want to learn this shit. Just pretend like it didn't exist. Just feel like you don't need to know this to know your shit.
Do not emerge from nowhere. The Africans who were taken to the Americas did not arrive as blank slates. They arrived with languages, spiritual systems, agricultural knowledge, metalworking skills, political memory. Slavery did not create Black people. It disrupted them. And when Black history is framed as beginning with enslavement, something dangerous happens. Africa becomes mythology instead of history.
Yeah.
Civilization becomes symbolism instead of fact. And Black people are unconsciously positioned as a people whose identity begins with subjugation. That is not accidental. Colonial systems depended on historical amnesia. Because if you convince a people that their past begins in chains, you make it harder for them to imagine a future rooted in power. Which brings us to the next essential question. Why is this rhetoric gaining momentum now? To understand why the foundational Black American rhetoric is gaining traction today, we have to step back and look at the conditions, not just the ideology. Because movements don't rise in a vacuum.
Bro, she is cooking.
They rise in moments of pressure. And Black America right now is under pressure. We're living through a period where economic inequality is widening. Upward mobility is shrinking.
Well, we're living in a state where you heard of it. Not that y'all give a fuck. Dr. Claude Anderson said it so many times, and Phil Valentine and all these guys that y'all overlook said it so many times that, hey, if we're not getting ourselves together, we'll become a permanent underclass. A permanent underclass. And guess what's happening? Niggas are becoming a permanent underclass. Truth be told, we kind of already have been. In a lot of cases. But honestly, to get out of it, you're going to have to niche. You can't really follow what all Black people are doing. And it's always been that way. They lie to you and say Black people were behind Martin Luther King. No, they wasn't. Most niggas thought Martin Luther King was crazy. They didn't follow him and they thought he was nuts. But if you can win something for them, cool. Maybe they might give him a chance. The chance that they should have gave him. Same thing with Malcolm X. They didn't really follow him. They thought he was crazy. All them people. Niggas are not mad. All these political niggas, all these niggas on here talking to y'all about politics and shit like that. They let Nicki Minaj go down to the White House. But they're not getting behind Phil Valentine or or Claude Anderson or any of these guys that are living by the way, that warned y'all about this shit. Been on radio stations and other publications and stuff like that. Warned y'all vehemently, hey, do this or this is going to happen. Hey, by pinpointing it, hey, by this year, this will already be in place. Tariq Nasheed had to bury Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. Our scholars and the people that contribute most to the black community, they get fucked over. For nothing. Honestly, for nothing. It's not like they were doing something wrong. It's not like they were doing something bad and anything. Real people can't really get real people don't really get the support they need. And then niggas double back and wonder, man, why is all this fluff out here? Why is all this fluff content out here? Y'all don't support the real shit. Scholars have the worst time in the black community. Niggas want to be lied to. I hate to say it. I mean, I don't even hate to say it. I love to say it. Fuck it. It's the truth. The person that lied to black people more and better, they love you. They love you. They love niggas that lied to them. You lose the black community once you start telling them the truth.
Political protections are being rolled back, and the promises made after the civil rights era feel increasingly unfulfilled. For many Black Americans, especially those whose families have been in this country for generations, question feels unavoidable. We did everything we were told to do. So why are we still here? That frustration is real, and it deserves to be acknowledged. And add to that, the visible rise of Black immigrants achieving success in business, politics, culture, entertainment. The way institutions often flatten all Black people into one category. And the ongoing failure of the U.S. government to meaningfully address reparations. In that environment, identity hardens. When resources feel scarce, people begin to ask, who belongs? Who benefits? Who gets counted? And this is where FBA rhetoric begins.
But this is the thing. I mean, in America, we're used to being white people's favorite golden goose. Even when it comes to immigrants, we're used to being, white people in America's golden goose. So a lot of Black people, the logic is, okay, well, listen, y'all been making money off of us anyway. You know what I'm saying? So if anything happens in America, we should be taken care of as Americans, and also we should be a protected class because y'all been making money up off us anyway. We don't care as long as we can make some money, or y'all give us a place where we can, be somewhere making some money with you. Cool. But what a lot of Black Americans didn't take into account is that what if a motherfucker don't have money to or the resources to make sure you're okay, because they worried about if they're okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas don't think that far. What if that person can't afford to have a slave? You ever thought about that? What if they can't afford to fuck you over? They can't afford to protect you. You expect, while white people are going through a fucking economic crisis also, for them to just take all of that power and hand it over to you in reparations. Because you're going through an economic crisis also. And on top of that, they're taking your jobs. You know, the white people driving Uber like a motherfucker. You know? You know, some of them feel like they're doing cab driving, and it's not cab driving. Uber is a great job. And like I said, the fucked up part is that one of the worst things that can happen to black people is they do get their reparations, because this generation of motherfuckers do not care. They don't give a shit. They don't give a damn. If they say, yo, here's your reparations, now fuck off. Now they got free reign. Now they got free reign to treat you any old way. They got free reign to treat you any old way. Now they can restir the cauldron of slavery. Not even slavery, or just being disrespectful towards you. They can just restart it up. And this generation is so uninformed and green. Slavery right now will work like, not even slavery, but like just even discrimination and stuff like that will work like a charm. It'll almost work better than it did back in the day, because now everybody got phones and everybody's on grid. So we're in a position where one of the worst things that black people can receive right now is reparations. I believe, and I hate to say it, is that we need to milk other avenues. And even when we have it, then we get our reparations while we're already prospering. Add it to the bank. We got to have a place to parlay it. Oh my God, War Master, please, bro. You already know. Give me 1 second, y'all.
To feel attractive to some, because it offers a clear boundary. Only we should receive reparations, not.
Yeah, it definitely is easier to be controlled than think. And that's why AI is what it is right now. Who needs to think? Thinking is so cumbersome. Who needs to think? Just type it into AI, you know? Just like we punch it into Google. Just type it into AI. I can bother less without thinking. I got more important things to tend to.
The others. It offers a sense of ownership, a promise of recognition. It says we're not just black, we are foundational. This country was built on our backs, and we deserve first claim. And emotionally, that lands.
But the thing is that like black people need to know who actually built this country. Name some of those African Americans that actually built this country. Make sure you guys get statues put up. Y'all niggas are worried about the wrong thing. Y'all identify yourselves through the eyes of white supremacy anyway. Why don't you have a statue or get a statue of some of these people that helped build the United States? And actually get these statues built, so when people are walking around and they see these statues and they see this, you know, they see this history in front of them, they will also be educated. Why do we have to hear about this half-ass education on the internet? that people aren't even sure of. So you got to start using the means that they use against you, against them. They got statues of their people. Statues get tore down and put up every day, B. Get on it. Christopher Columbus got a whole statue sitting right there in the Dominican Republic. Get on it. They need to see and know who actually built some of this shit. Do FBAs know who actually built some of this shit, or are they just repeating Tariq Nasheed talking points? Start having random statues all over the fucking place. Start, like little by little, start taking back the narrative. Martin Luther King said, "Don't worship me in statue." He said the same thing Jesus Christ said. And guess what they built in Washington, D.C., staring across the Potomac? A statue of Martin Luther King. So you got to start hitting them with the same, stuff that they hit us with. Start getting some of this shit into the school books if that's the case. Stop joining gangs at 60, man.
Because when systems fail people for generations, exclusivity can feel like protection. But here's the problem. What feels like protection in moments of pressure often becomes isolation in moments that require collision. History shows us this again and again.
Right, hold on.
When groups retreat into narrower definitions of identity during periods of decline, the result is rarely empowerment. It's fragmentation. And fragmentation is exactly what oppressive systems rely on. Let's be honest about something else. This rhetoric is also gaining traction because Black history itself is under attack. As schools remove African history from curricula,
right?
As museums soften the language of slavery and colonialism,
right?
As public discourse treats words like systemic and structural as threats,
right?
People rush to defend something. But here's the danger. When history is under assault, people sometimes...
people can walk around and say anything they want to say about Black people, but if you say something about other people, it's anti-Semitic. And it's crazy that it's anti-Semitic when you're actually talking about Black people in another sense. If we're going to go off of originality, speaking in codes, y'all.
Respond by shrinking it instead of expanding it. They grab into what feels closest, you see, what feels most provable, what feels most immediate. And for many, that becomes American trauma. But trauma alone cannot sustain a people. It explains pain, but it does not generate vision. And this is where the moment becomes especially risky. Because the same forces erasing Black history from the outside are quietly benefiting from Black people redefining themselves in narrower and narrower terms on the inside. And let me be clear. This is what they want, exactly what they want. If Black identity is confined to American suffering, then Black solidarity stops at American borders.
Right.
And global Black power dissolves. Which leads us to the next critical issue. If this rhetoric continues to grow unchecked, what are the long-term dangers?
But this is the problem. Niggas don't do their history. Shout outs to Hola. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man, for coming through and supporting. But no, this is the thing. Negroes haven't done their history, so they don't know who to check about this. They're not about to say, damn, we're playing into their hands. you know, by separating ourselves like this. So guess who they're going to go after? Each other. They don't know who the hell to check. Who the hell these niggas going to check? Yeah, no, I am. I definitely am War Master. That's why I'm speaking in codes. Because you know that you know what that word is associated with, for sure. But yeah, they don't know who to check. So guess what? They turn on themselves. You know.
I know Byron, and I've always gotten along with him. He's super cheerful. I didn't realize, is he ideological? I've never detected that.
No. That's why I call him a slave.
Yeah. And they called you a racist for that?
They did. Which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me.
This shit is a joke to them.
That Byron's.
Y'all niggas think Tucker Carlson really give a damn about FBA. You know, if we really were going by what a lot of black people think, right? White people, they get a receipt. This is where the slapstick humor comes from. White people, they get a receipt every single time when Negroes make a move or we fall into some stupid shit. They get a receipt every single time. Every single time they get a receipt. It's like these niggas just keep giving us receipts. FBA, that's a new one. That's pretty clever. You know, that's pretty clever. It's pretty clever that you guys came up with with that term. You know, real clever. You know, real clever that you guys came up with that term. It's a receipt. And what I mean by receipt is it lets them know that what they've done is working. You know, we're still going to be confused for another several hundreds of years. You know, we're not going to wake up in this lifetime. It used to be that a lot of Americans would arm themselves because they were afraid for black people to revolt. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, to tell you the truth, that was the white man giving black people too much credit. You know, they've outdone themselves. That's why it was actually really funny to watch Andrew debate Coach Greg Adams. And Andrew didn't have he didn't have no fucking answer to this shit. He was like, well, what if blacks just do this and do that and stuff like that? And you know what I'm saying? It would get them out of. It would get this, like, nigga, you don't think niggas thought about that? You don't think black people thought about that? Oh, well, if you're stepping on the nail and it's stuck in your foot, why don't you just move your foot? No shit. No shit. No, I would have, you know, when the pain hit, I wish I would have thought of that. Why don't I just remove my foot? It's just that easy. You know, white people have put black people in a position that they themselves, if they were in that position, and any other race wouldn't be able to get out of. But I will have to say this. A lot of races wouldn't let it get to the point that they would get put in that position. You know what I'm saying? A lot of other races wouldn't let it get that far. No matter how much white ass they kiss. You understand what I'm saying? They would never let it get that far. You know, to be in that position. You know? So it is a unique position that most can't tell you how to get out of. It's a Chinese finger trap, you know? So it's like, you know, like I said, you as a black man, and hopefully as a black woman, if you're listening to this and if you get it and you've been, you know, subscribed and following me for a long time, you have to accept your freedom today. You know, live unapologetically American. Fuck it. Because either way, that's your quote unquote birthright. If you are FBA, you know, take advantage of take advantage of some benefits. You worked for it anyway. You know, a lot of these cats, you know, they're not finna, you know, give you the right information, or they're gonna keep you locked away from the real information. Like I said, if you want to study your black history, you're gonna have to be super specific about what the hell you're looking up and what you're going after, you know? That's if you're interested. You know, history is fucked up. Don't nobody, especially African American history, shit is fucked up. You know, there's a lot of things you got to understand before you embark on, you know, studying your history and stuff like that, especially now that it's Black History Month. You know, this shit ain't no easy pill to swallow. You know, number one, you have to understand how war works. You know, why would a race of people do this to another race of people? You know, what's really in it for them? You know, you have to understand how war works. You know, and especially if you're a woman, you need to understand how war works and stop trying to insert, you know, bullshit feminist rhetoric into it. You know, because war, to a certain degree, not properly understood, is embarrassing to men also. You know, it's an embarrassing part of history. You know, but it's what built the world around you today. It's what kept you safe. You have to be, any woman practicing feminism is safe. Do you hear me? Any woman practicing feminism is a safe woman. You have to be safe to be able to practice that. So men fall short. You know, men aren't perfect beings. We don't try to be. We're not looking for worship. You know? But there got to be a level of understanding there. So.
Mother is Jamaican. He is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting, in their words, that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but like,
it is a joke.
They've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years, I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've 100%. Got, you know,
yeah,
you've got.
I'll listen to you, but I ain't gonna do shit. Yeah, I'll listen to you. Yap. But we took this shit. White Americans, we took this shit. Niggas trying to tell you, man, people was here before y'all. Yeah, but how taking shit works. There's an acronym that uses, you know, 3 letters. IDC. I don't care. We took all of that shit. Them niggas ain't trying to hear about who was here first. So again, like I said, you have to understand history. Why men do what they do. The winners get to rewrite history. But that doesn't mean the quote unquote losers don't have a story to tell. Does that make sense? So the winners rewrite history.
Point of view that is legitimate, I think.
Yeah. And they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's for sure.
100%.
They're definitely heritage Americans, if anyone is. And, you know, someone rolls in from Ghana and like, you know, gets an MSNBC slot and starts speaking on behalf of black people. It's like, shut up, honey. You've got nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's
Literally.
a fair perspective,
right.
I think.
And so it's good to actually see them call them out for that. That's actually cultural appropriation. Appropriating the struggle of slavery.
That shit is funny. Why is any of this shit a joke? Y'all don't understand white humor. That's the biggest part that's been killing black people. Y'all don't understand white humor or slapstick humor.
I totally agree.
And the struggle of slavery was real. I don't think Republicans ever want to really whitewash that. It's real, right? But
we're against slavery.
We're against it.
If anyone thinks this rhetoric is harmless or purely internal, this is where we need to pause. Because one of the clearest indicators that a movement has gone off course is who starts clapping from the outside. Recently, conservative media figure Tucker Carlson publicly gave the foundational Black American rhetoric a thumbs up.
Keep it
and
going.
that alone should make us stop and think.
There you go.
Because Carlson is not applauding this movement out of concern for Black liberation. He's not endorsing it because he suddenly cares about reparations. And he's not uplifting it because he wants justice for descendants of slavery. He's responding to something far more useful to him and the likes of him. Division. When Black people argue over who is foundational and who is not. When African Americans are pitted against African immigrants. When Caribbean lineage is framed as competition rather than connection. That serves a very specific political purpose.
Right.
It weakens coalition building. It fractures voting blocks. It distracts from systemic accountability. And it shifts the conversation away from power and accountability toward internal conflict. This is how movements lose their way, my people. What begins as a legitimate demand for recognition becomes weaponized by people who benefit from Black fragmentation. And history shows us this over and over again. Anytime Black communities fracture along identity lines, those fractures are quickly amplified by voices that have never stood for Black freedom. And there are other dangers too. It turns shared struggle into a zero-sum game. Once Black identity is framed as foundational versus non-foundational, progress becomes competitive instead of collective. Pain becomes something to rank. Suffering becomes something to credential. History becomes something to police. And suddenly, instead of asking, how do we dismantle the systems that harm us all?
Hold on, you gotta finish your sentence, Ron. Shout outs to Ron Knox in the building. He said, Black leftists talking about history never goes anywhere productive, for sure. They just circle around slavery and they barely even understand the intricacies of slavery. They barely understand the intricacies of slavery. This is why I said, well, why aren't y'all getting into the talks about the sex farms? Like, niggas don't get into where the psychological damage really happens. But yet you're supposed to feel sorry for people that carry this psychological burden. And they don't really want to chop up game on where this damage really occurred.
The question becomes, who deserves more help? Who belongs?
And I know the reason why they run from it. I'm already, I'm educated on this. So I know the reason why they run from it. Because there's but so deep that you can go into Black history till you're going to have to start taking taking accountability for your neighborhoods, for your actions, your brother's actions. They can't go deep into. They can't even go deep into their own history.
Who counts? That's scarcity politics. And scarcity politics always benefit those already in power. Because while Black people argue over lineage, guess what? The systems that created inequality remain untouched. And there's also the danger of rewriting history in a way that shrinks Black power. When Black Americans are framed as the sole foundational builders of the nation, something critical is lost. Not pride, but accuracy. Because Black progress in America was never achieved alone. It was advanced through diasporic thought, immigrant leadership, Pan-African organizing, international pressure, and global Black solidarity. From abolition to civil rights to anti-colonial movements, Black freedom struggles were interconnected across borders. To suggest otherwise is not just misleading, it weakens the historical blueprint that actually worked. Because every major gain Black people have made came through coalition, not isolation. My people, oppressive systems do not need to defeat united people. They only need to wait for fragmentation. When Black communities fracture along lines of lineage, nationality, immigration status, authenticity, power shifts away from systems and toward internal policing. Energy that should be directed at wealth extraction.
Well, I don't know. This is what I'm saying, though, War Master. Why do Black people feel? Because if you just ask around, what you have, I know we've already chopped it up, and we've already got to the end of half this shit that's going on now, and what's being said. A lot of Black people think that they're going to inherit the white man's America. You're not going to inherit the white man's America. You're not going to inherit the nukes. You're not going to inherit the economy. Russia, China, Mexico, all them places will inherit this shit before foundational Black Americans. So if you want to build Wakanda in America, you have to learn how to build it within the infrastructure, if America will allow it. And good luck,
Political accountability, policy change. Yes,
shit, you ain't Africans. If they're running the whole I'm not African or don't want anything to do with the continent, if you're running that play, then why the hell would you want to build Wakanda? I would have to ask that question. Why would you want to build Wakanda in America? The throne or the kingdom? Did FBAs have a throne in the kingdom here in America before that? If so, I would like to know, who was the king of, America or certain states and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Was there an actual, royal structure in America, or, for, Aboriginal Black Americans? Right. We don't even like each other. Right. Shit, I'd be scared to tell a brother from FBA. Because he'll save a bullet just for me,
Proving who is Black enough. And history shows us exactly where that leads. Nowhere. Not to freedom, but to stagnation. Now, before anyone walks away thinking that this is a one-sided conversation, we need to tell the full truth, okay? Because this critique of the FBA movement is not coming only from Africans or Caribbean people. A growing number of African Americans themselves, celebrities, scholars, activists, and everyday people have been openly pushing back against this framework. And that matters. Let's take a look at this clip of D.L. Hughley pushing back against the idea.
We didn't call ourselves black, they did. We didn't tell ourselves. They told us who we were. They told us remember at one point in America, one drop of black blood made you black. And now the very people that made us black.
And then listen, with this whole Corey Holcomb situation, respectfully, y'all got to watch these comedians also. Because the comedians who used to be a big, and it's still a big staple in the black community, they'd feed you some bullshit too. All right, but let's go.
Like are telling us what black is.
Right, not
so
black enough.
I can understand the argument. I don't buy into it. I don't agree with it because I think,
And let me tell y'all something too about FBA and some of this stuff. The reason why I kind of, the reason why I kind of admire a little bit of the FBA argument is because it technically should have gotten black people to start talking. You know what I'm saying? It technically should have gotten black people to start talking. And what I mean by start talking is, okay, here's a different take on our lineage. And this take on our lineage should have prompted black people to, this take on our lineage should have prompted black people to do their history. You understand what I'm saying? It should have prompted black people to say, hey, you know what? Let me do my history. Let me do my history. Let me, let me look back in time and see where we came from as people. Let me see if, let me ask my family, hey, where was grandma born? Okay, and do you know grandpa, do you know our granddad? Okay, do you know where he was born? Wow, okay, what was he mixed with? What was he? It's getting harder now because remember back in the day, and grandma would always have it. I know my grandmother has it. I don't know if she still has it now. I have to ask her. But, your grandparents used to have something called albums. They wasn't on cell phones and Instagram reels and stuff where they can get lost and deleted and stuff like that. Your grandparents used to have something called albums. And they'll be like, oh, that's your great aunt Kathy. This is your uncle such and such. His pickup truck blew up on him. But, he's good and he's living in Miami. This is such and such. And this is, you would kind of learn about certain people in your family, people that you haven't even met yet. You know what I'm saying? So people would do their history, they would learn a little bit about their history and they would be like, damn, I come from a rich background. Why would I let society impose on me that I'm nothing less but royalty? So that's a thing that you gotta take into account. I wish this FBA movement really made a lot of black people to, go look for their history. But it caused them to have war with people online and become ignorant. And it's like, the opportunity that we could have learned about each other, we squandered it. We could have really sorted some shit out. What's going on, SD? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. 6 hours and 37 minutes in. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button and support the show. Very, very educated and great show that we've been having on tonight's show. You know, and if you want to hear about Corey Holcomb and Anton and all that stuff, you guys can, you know, rewind to the beginning of the show. We might touch on it a little bit before we get up out of here. Shout outs, as always, for today's show's sponsor. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge. $20 on today's Cash App. Thank you so much, bro. As always, War Master says, I don't like Kuda because he doesn't play Xbox. Man, if I am blessed this month, hopefully I can get my hands on one. You know, I was thinking about doing a marathon. You know, I should probably start it from now because I'm already 6 hours and 38 minutes in, almost a full shift. We've been streaming before midnight. And shout outs to War Master for being the first supporter and sponsor for today's show. As always, let me update the train. Shout outs to War Master. Let's go. Hold on. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. Shout outs to Eric Bird. Also, all of the supporters that support off air. Because you care. You support Player Talk Radio anywhere. Let's go. Hold on. This is dedication. You know, this is dedication. You know, to bring awareness to our people. You know?
What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy?
Okay. But like I said, too, man, you guys got to watch because they have been a staple. Guys like Corey Holcomb and all the D.L. Hughley, all of these guys, the kings of comedy, all of these guys, Cedric the Entertainer and stuff like that, respectfully, they have been a staple in the black community. That's something I can never take from any of them. You know, I can't take that away from them. But as a contributor and somebody that's made their bones in the black community, I have a right to say, hey, I don't want to come to your show and talk about slavery all damn day. You know, I don't want to talk about victimhood all damn day. I really don't. You know, I don't want to, have to come and teach. And respectfully, I don't mind teaching, but I would like to, and it's not an echo chamber, right? It's not an echo chamber. It's 1,000% not an echo chamber. You know, because I get it. Some people have pushback. But I would like to be able to, if I'm going to talk about black history and the black community and stuff like that, I would like to be able to teach and be able to be heard without everything warranting a pushback. You know what I'm saying? Like, respectfully, I don't mind a little bit of discourse and a little bit of pushback. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, it'll be like, okay, you know, this person probably thinks I don't know what I'm talking about, but here, I can give you some literature. I can show you, I can pinpoint this right here. I can give you, you know, a little bit of, and then, you know, niggas resent you when you give them homework and shit like that. That's why I was telling MOT and a lot of the brothers here that wanted to talk that black shit, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, pieces of the manosphere, they haven't done their history. Pieces of the black manosphere, a lot of the brothers from the pro-black sector had to come over here because they had to understand, some of the guys that got it, they were like, okay, we're taking a little bit too much disrespect from black women. You know, we're listening to women online conspire with white men to destroy black boys and stuff like that. We're listening to way too much feminist rhetoric. We're listening to way too much, you know, to ignore it. See, Tariq Nasheed can play dumb and ignore it. You understand what I'm saying? Because number one, if we're going to fix the black community, number one, we need to get rid of the feminism problem that we have. See, niggas stop talking when you start talking about the feminism problem, because guess what? That attacks their God's religion. Oh, see, I'm too deep. See, I can't show up at no place. See, and then the thing is that, I know what I'm going to say is potent. So I know I'm going to get pushback. As should Anton Daniels. The moment you show up at a motherfucking place and say, listen, black people, we have a feminism problem. Feminism, you know what I'm saying? We need to do something about feminism before we do anything about white supremacy. Feminism has fucked us over way more than white supremacy. They gonna get mad at you. They're gonna get mad at you because you're potentially God damn it. Y'all know what I mean. God damn it. It's 6 hours. My brain is turning into to soup at this point. But you're going after their God's religion. Like, show me a group of black people that you can actually sit down and actually have an honest conversation about what feminism has done to the black community. We needed to be on that shit pronto. We need to be on it pronto. Okay? Shout outs to my bro Ron Knox dropping the huge. Dropping the huge. $5 on the Cash App as always. Thank you, bro. Let me add your name to the contributor train. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to everybody supporting the show. Let's go.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to Ron Knox. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you rocking with me. Ron been here the whole time. Midnight Madness and Space Politics. Okay. Shout out to my brother Ronald Knox. Hold on. And great to see you, man. Great to see all the alumni kicking it. I'm glad everybody here made it to the new year. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad everybody here made it to the new year because, the community that we live in is wicked, man. It's fucking wicked, And, brothers, like I said, we do need to stick together. We do need to stick together. All right. But like I said, shout outs to War Master. War Master said black folks have a misandry problem. Absolutely. Absolutely. And our women have internalized feminism at a way more fucked up and rapid rate than white women have, Even though white women are putting their man through hell, you know what I'm saying? That's up to them. And I give grace to my Glacier players, my white players. A lot of them dudes, they've seen their family get eaten. They've seen their mother, a woman that they love, seen their family get eaten out like a worm, like a worm eats out an apple. They seen their family getting wrecked from the inside out by their mothers. You know what I'm saying? By their mothers and their sisters and stuff like that. And listen, it all depends on the family structure. But unbeknownst to, a lot of black people don't know, unbeknownst to us, them white boys, they love their dad. You know what I'm saying? Their dads were real fathers to them, a lot of them. They loved their dad. They didn't have, some of them had deadbeat dads. A lot of black people don't believe that white men can be deadbeat dads. White men is the original deadbeat dad. But they love their dads. Some of them, their dad's been nothing but good to them. And to watch their family get torn up like that. Yeah, a lot of them have no choice but to love their mamas. You know what I'm saying? But to not understand what's going on, and then their family getting split up, and a lot of times, it's to make the mother happy. Feminism will make the mother sacrifice her family for her own bullshit happiness. And a lot of times they realize later on, after their family's all fucked up and in what they've done. You know what I'm saying? Some of these problems, they only about black people going through it, and it's like, oh no, y'all are gonna go through it also. See, the reason why us in the black community accepted feminism is because we live in a matriarch within a patriarch. And then a lot of black families, they come pre-cooked. They come pre-jaded. So honestly, feminism is there, but it's not much that it can eat up. You know what I'm saying? It's not much that it can eat up. The dad was barely there. Mom acting a fool. She got her autonomy. She in the streets selling dirty meat. You know what I'm saying? And all kinds of niggas are in and out the house. You know what I'm saying? We know about this shit. We listen to hip hop music that glorifies this shit. It wouldn't be the black community if we didn't. So the black community is absorbed with feminism. It's just when that shit start making it to the suburbs and suburb families and stuff like that, and even immigrant families and stuff like that, it took on something completely different. And kids, I know a lot of people say F them kids, but kids have to see their family ripped away from them from less to nothing. Oh yeah, mom went to college and got indoctrinated with this thinking, just so your dad or any man that she encounters after your dad can't tell her what to do. Imagine getting an education because you didn't want somebody to tell you what to do. You're already starting off on the wrong foot. Why don't you get an education because you genuinely want to learn? It's true. When they get money, they distance themselves. Oh, this is for me. I don't need to help anybody and blah, blah, blah. When men get money, we supposed to uplift the community. We're supposed to give back. We're supposed to build schools and rec centers and stuff like that. So if we're going to talk about white supremacy, we're going to have to have a talk about feminism. Because our women have conspired against us for whatever reason. For trinkets. And a lot of us grow up believing that they had no choice, which goes back to what Kanye said and to what a lot of people say. Of course they had a choice. You damn straight they had a choice. They had a choice. They didn't have to be up in the white people business and then try to bring feminism to the black man and the black family. Of course they had a choice. If there was a movement where the black men conspired with the white man to be against the black woman in the family, you would hear about it 24/7. So when we find them in a movement where they conspired to be against the black man in the black family, why can't we say anything? Why are women with aunts and women that was running around in Black Panthers and talking about crack of this and crack of that, why are they the main ones thumbing in the black man's face? The FBA and the pro-black men, the Umars and stuff like that, why are they thumbing in their faces that they can go date white men and they don't need black men? And why did those simped out pro-black dudes, why they ain't say nothing? Your God just told you that she's going to leave you and go be with your enemy, your direct enemy. She could have chose. It's like these girls in the hood that sleep around on their boyfriends. You could have chose anybody in the hood to deal with. You could have chose anybody in the hood to deal with, but you go after my op. Crazy, huh? You could have slept with anybody in the neighborhood, but you knew exactly who to fuck with to get to me. You know, and they did it as if they wasn't in slavery right beside us. And how they did it, it was like, damn, you know, they want you to be loyal, but they sleeping with the enemy. You hear these women talking about some, I see George Zimmerman still alive. But let you go on a nigga mission to go find George Zimmerman, and you finally found him, and you kick open the door, ready to shoot him, and your girlfriend is in bed right with him. Man, the sisters ran to them niggas like they ain't get whipped a day in their life. And where are the black women calling this shit out? Some of these women had to go through hell to realize, damn, I shouldn't have been a feminist in the first place. I shouldn't have practiced this amount of hate on my brothers. They don't look at what they've done as treason. We got bigger fish to fry. I'm not trying to sit around in here and listen to no nigga kumbaya over slavery that he barely understands. If a nigga knew about slavery to the degree they like to talk about it, if a nigga knew about slavery to the degree they like to talk about it, they would have a lot to say about feminism. They would have a lot to say about feminism. That should be rooted within their work. They would have too much to say about feminism. They would be so disappointed in their sisters to go that route after all the lashings and beatings that they done took, and all the bodies and all the history that we want to sit down and talk about. You go over with the enemy like you ain't never got your ass whipped a day in your life behind that shit.
If you look at the diaspora, they went all over. Every place that didn't have black people indigenously came from the slave trade. So we all had the same fight. I remember I used to go to Jamaica years ago, and they had Africa, Jamaica, and America on a T-shirt that said "One Blood." And I think that this fragmentation, although I understand the passion behind the argument, I think that we are one collective, and I think dividing us, it's like having a no peeing section in a pool. Like that's it's the I don't get,
you don't get pee on you. Someone
I don't
pees
get how
there.
I don't get how it works.
Now take a look at this clip of Michael Jai White reacting to the FBA movement when he learned about it, because
And Vlad is going around asking these dudes about this shit, which is hilarious. Because, you know, it's funny. They will give Vlad an honest answer. They're not going to give another black man an honest answer.
I thought his response hit the nail on the head.
You know, people like Tariq Nasheed, which is one of the loud voices in this, in this movement, they create very much of a divide between American Black people and Black people of foreign descent.
Okay.
So they call them tethers even. That's one of the terms they use about like Jamaican Americans or, Africans who live in this country and so forth.
Okay.
I'm not a huge fan of this. What's your take when it comes to this? And there's always been this kind of interesting, divide between Black Americans and Africans who live here and so forth. Black immigrants, essentially.
I heard about this. I think I heard about this like 20 seconds ago. So I don't know anything about it. I can't really comment on that. I haven't spoken to Tariq in a minute. I wish I had. I owe him a call. We haven't talked in a while.
You said, but most of them say they aren't Black like the Africans, Jamaicans, and Haitians. Well, I mean, you got the Dominicans, and you got a lot of people here that'll be like, I know Black, But what most of the brothers don't know is that if you go to the Dominican Republic or if you go to Haiti, there's so many, Black people that do look like us, and will treat us like brothers and sisters just the same, even better because you're American. But, when they say they're not Black, a lot of people take, offense to it. And I understand the sentiment of where they taking offense to it, because the actual story of taking offense to it came from Tariq Nasheed. This is why I don't trust these new cats running around calling themselves FBA. It actually came from Tariq Nasheed. So I understand why Tariq Nasheed is upset about it. But all these other people, that's like, oh, well, they come here and they go out of their way to say they not us. They get upset about it also, right? But this is the thing. Don't you want people? I'm not saying that they're talking crazy about Americans, because truth be told, a lot of them do. But don't you want people to differentiate themselves from you? It's not a crime to say, hey, this, like it'll be like a parade or something, and they'll be repping their flag, and you're in a neighborhood or you're in like New York or something. It's like a block party and stuff like that, and then you'll have dudes like, damn, I didn't know the whole time. You was Puerto Rican or Dominican and stuff like that. I thought you was, Black like me and, Black Black like us or whatever. And they're like, no, I'm this or I'm that. And a lot of brothers and sisters would get offended by that. But it's like, okay, I get it, but like, do you want them to cosplay as you? You can't say somebody's cosplaying as foundational Black Americans. Some people, they do gotta have to, not drop the accent and all that other stuff to be safe in certain neighborhoods. I mean, where I'm from in the DMV area, we call that survival. Sometimes you might have to blend in to get through a neighborhood. So Black people that look like you won't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? We call that shit survival to a certain degree. And sometimes that shit don't even work, because guess what? The person that looked like you did something in that neighborhood, and somebody's looking for somebody that looks just like you. So it's like, bro, you got to make up your mind. Do you want people to cosplay as you? Or do you not want people to cosplay as you? Because getting mad at somebody owning up to their lineage or, what they want, or doing what they want and not cosplaying as you can't get mad at that. And then on top of that, it depends on what they lean to, because in LA, and I'm pretty sure War Master will tell you, you have a lot of Black people that's mixed with Mexican people. Because, niggas like to, fuck on something exotic or try to be exotic or, raise exotic kids. Go ask the sisters. They like just as much as certain glacier people, they like the babies with the curly hair, or a little bit lighter. So, you'll have Black Americans that are mixed with Mexicans, and they're mixed with Mexicans, and they might lean more towards their Mexican side. They might lean more towards their Mexican side because their Mexican grandma probably took care of them more. You know what I'm saying? Their Mexican grandma probably took care of them more. Or that side of their family, to them seems to have more culture. Or that side of their family seems more interesting to them. So a lot of times, you got people that will, lean more towards their Mexican side than their Black side. And if you're if you're a Black American or foundationally Black, or you consider yourself Black, yeah, you might take a little offense to that, because it's like you believe that your culture is strong, and it's like, yeah, but they believe their culture is strong too, and they might lean more towards that side of their culture, at this point in time. Because to tell you the truth, I've seen people, growing up, they were Latino, and then when they started getting older, or society treated them a certain way, they were like, yeah, I'm Black. I'm a nigga. I'm a nigga. So it is what it is. Well, Master said their daddy was Black. Yeah. If their daddy was Black, He said, I'm saying when you call an African Black, they get offended. Yeah, a lot of them do. Some of them do. And literally that's what, the FBAs are talking about. Those type of Africans, for sure,
But he's somebody who's been, welcome at the house, been at the house several times. I've been in his house, but it sounds like we are long overdue. But I don't like anything that's in the division type of thing to be, first and foremost. I think there's been long enough division. I think we should all unite.
Yeah, D.L. Hughley, when I brought this up, he said that it's about as effective as peeing in a pool and trying to keep it separate.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you could say it's separate, but we're all affected by the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, the other term is ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery. That's another term that's been used. Listen, I'm an immigrant.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've always been pro-immigrant. I feel like, I've talked about this with various people, like DL. It's like, if the cops pull you over, do they know the difference between, are you a foundational Black American or a Jamaican?
Unless they run your ID and they don't care.
Are you going to be treated differently one way or another?
Mm.
Are you going to be treated better if they realize it or not? Or is everyone pretty much in the same boat?
People spend a lot of energy on shit that, to me, is inconsequential. Maybe it's wrong of me to just kind of paint it with that brush, but it sounds ridiculous. On the surface, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like putting a lot of energy into things that I don't think are very progressive. I don't know, but
I don't see it as progressive either.
To actually put energy into designating something.
Yeah, but then you get met with, by somebody that doesn't know their history, you get met with, but why y'all speaking on FBA business? You're a tether. You shouldn't be able to speak on that. That's kind of the bragging rights that they want. They want to be able to say, oh, well, you're not us, so you shouldn't be able to speak on our business. And it's like, well, okay. Have it your way, Burger King. Let's go.
I'm like, okay, what's your end game?
Well, I mean, listen, Tariq That's his platform. And it's his platform, and I respect it. He's a very intelligent guy. He's done well for himself. But for example, his latest project, the entire focus of it is to prove that hip hop.
And see, and this is the thing, when you really don't know your history, because he's backtracking on a lot of it right now. If you don't know your history, bro, it'll make a fool out of you if you go, because he's done it so many times with Hidden Colors. It'll make a fool out of you when you lean heavy into it. You know, when you lean heavy into it, it'll make a fool out of you. You know,
was only started by foundational Black Americans. Puerto Ricans.
If you guys are enjoying the show, please support the show by hitting the Cash App and hitting the PayPal. If you guys rock with the content and if you guys agree with what's being said. If you don't, let me know. You know, we can chop it up.
Jamaicans, they were around, but they were not part of hip hop when it started. They came around later and had only minor contributions. That's his thing. I don't particularly agree with this.
Okay.
But he did a whole movie about it.
Oh, okay. Well, my question would be...
But see, this is the thing, too. And I'm not telling you to do a whole movie counteracting Tariq Nasheed's movie. But in history, if you do a movie about it, then it's true. Unless there's a movie to counter it. So the people that's saying that, oh, well, you know, Foundation Americans didn't invent hip hop, that's a lie. Here's where it came from. You need to do an equal to equal or you know, you need to do a production film also. Because just going by mouth or whatever, you're just going to be a critic. Do you have a movie to actually prove otherwise so other people can actually, you know? Because I've argued with niggas. I was like, did y'all invent breakdancing? And they were like, yeah, FBA invented breakdancing. Breakdancing came from FBA culture and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, respectfully, because I use that as a litmus test, is to see if somebody know what the hell they're talking about. And I'm like, respectfully, y'all did not invent breakdancing. You know what I'm saying? Breakdancing actually came from capoeira, which was revolutionized in Brazil, but originally from Angola. And if you go look at breakdancing, and you can see before they even, you know, when they're blessing the arena, before they even get into their moves, they go back and forth. And in capoeira, that's called Ginga. You know, Jenga is the original, back and forth dance before you rock yourself into a move or into anything. Everything starts from Jenga for the most part. And the slaves, they used to practice capoeira because they would be dancing. And the slave master, like I said, not all of them were quote unquote bad, but he's like, oh, look at my slaves, you know. They're out here having fun and they're dancing and they're happy. And they didn't know once the slave masters went into the house or something like that, when he wasn't looking and stuff, they were using it to disguise learning how to fight. A martial art, you know, so they turned a martial art into a game. You know what I'm saying? To learn how to fight and defend themselves and have, moves coming from, being telegraphed and coming from different angles and stuff like that. Imagine walking up to your master and like they know you sitting out there dancing and stuff like that, and you start Jenga, around your master, and he's like, "Oh, you want to dance, huh?" And the next minute, this nigga getting hit with a dusty foot across his damn face. You know what I'm saying? And getting knocked the fuck out. Yeah, that's what they were doing. So they were disguising martial arts, behind games and dancing. Nigga, if I was a slave master, I wouldn't want to get hit with a ashy slave foot. Like, nigga, what? Like, but hey, get it how you live. And then you live it how you get it. So
okay, again, I don't know. But my first question would be, okay, say you prove that. And
right.
What's your end game? What's the end? Okay, you proved that. There's a lot of times people will prove that there's institutional racism in the system.
Yeah, now wasn't that?
Yeah.
Did we not know that already? Like, so it's like, brother, 1 + 1 is 2. If you take 2 and you take 1 from that 2, then you got 1. I can say that in several ways, and yeah, he's speaking the truth.
Right.
Who gives a fuck? What does it matter? I don't know. So a lot of those things when I go, okay, this person is trying to.
All right, hold on, y'all. All right, we should be back. I didn't know we cut off for a little bit.
Brother, 1 + 1.
He's funny as hell.
Is 2. If you take 2 and you take 1 from that 2, then you got 1. I can say that in several ways, and yeah, he's speaking the truth.
Right.
Who gives a fuck? What does it matter? I don't know. So a lot of those things where I go, okay, this person is trying to prove this. I go, okay. And when you've proven that,
what does that do?
What's the result?
Right.
What's the result? Is there a utopia at the end of that? I don't know.
What Michael Jai White did here, whether intentionally or not, was expose the core weakness of this entire framework. He asked the one question that matters. What's the end game?
Right.
He said, I don't like anything that's about division. If the cops pull you over, do they know or care whether you're FBA or Jamaican or African? Are we not all in the same boat?
Shout outs to War Master. Hey, get that flashlight out of my face. The cops don't give a damn if you say, Bomba Clot. They don't give a damn. Hell, the cop might be Jamaican. Mash up in blood clot. They might be Jamaican. Because truth be told, be careful when you get pulled over by a black cop. You get pulled over by a black cop, you're going to sound real stupid on body cam saying, come on, my FBA brother. Turn them loose.
And that question cuts straight through the noise. Because systems of power do not differentiate Black people by lineage. They do not pause to ask about ancestry. They do not adjust harm based on identity labels. And this is where the rhetoric collapses under real...
Flashlights matter. I mean, look, some of them need to ask about fucking race, because I seen a cop get dismantled by a actual Moor who isn't under the government, the American government, and he had his papers. This is a while back. I seen a cop get schooled on the law by a Moor who had his papers and had his travel documents and stuff like that, and literally they had to let his ass go. I was like, damn, I know they mad. I know they are mad as fuck. I know for a Fendi fact they are mad. Mad as a motherfucker. Had to let his ass go. He was a sovereign citizen, he knew what the red numbers on the back of his social security card meant. He had his documents. He didn't want them to search his car neither. So I knew they were mad as hell. You dig?
World pressure. So yes.
Cops get schooled. They get schooled. And the thing is that, you do have, and we talk about this War Master because we talk about those auditors, right? you do have cops that do know the law, but technically, I think it's a mixture of both people don't know the law, but the cop is in charge of enforcing the law, if that makes sense. Like you'll have a cop that really doesn't know the law, but he knows what he can lock you up for, and he will do that. And if you don't know the law, well, shit, you just gonna get locked up for some shit that you shouldn't have gotten locked up for. And to tell you the truth, if certain people did know the law, they wouldn't have got locked up for some shit they shouldn't have gotten locked up for. You know, that would have cut certain, you know, statistics and certain things down by a large percent. But it's a mixture of you don't know the law. That cop may know the law, but he probably doesn't know the law, but he knows what the hell he can lock you up for, and keep it pushing. Even when you know the law and they lock you up, you still get locked up. And it's like, okay, well, we're just gonna have to fight it in court. See, War Master gonna get y'all jammed up. Can I search your car? Can I fuck your wife? What if he doesn't have a wife or he's in the middle of a divorce? He gonna tap on your car. Hang tight, buddy. I got a wife you can fuck. He about to send you down. He gonna send you downtown. You know? Send you downtown to Pound Town.
Question for FBAs is, what is the end game? What are you trying to accomplish here? How does this designation make life better for you and your children?
There is none.
Because that part of the equation is completely missing or unclear. And we need to understand.
That's FBA
All right, my
business.
people, we're going to move on to today's history lesson of the day. But before that, I want to hear from you. What do you think about the foundational Black American movement? Do you think it raises valid concerns that deserve to be addressed? Do you think the framework is flawed or incomplete? And most importantly, do you believe this rhetoric is helping move Black people closer to justice? Or is it creating divisions that ultimately weaken us further? I want to hear your thoughts respectfully, thoughtfully, and honestly, because these conversations matter, and how we frame our history shapes how we fight for our future. So let me know where you land on this. All right, now, it's time for History Lesson of the Day.
You know, niggas
So
don't like
today's
history.
history lesson is one that you were never taught in school, because the story of Black history in what is now the United States does not begin the way that most textbooks tell it.
Right.
Not in 1619, not in Virginia, not with English colonists.
What's going on, Cynical?
It begins nearly a century earlier. In 1626. Let's tell that story. In that year, Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón led an expedition to establish a settlement along the southeastern coast of North America.
So, she was talking about him earlier. She said that he was somewhere in Virginia or he landed in like the Carolinas. Interesting. Never heard of him.
Somewhere present-day South Carolina and Georgia.
Yeah, they do make life better for their own family by making money off that FBA, because guess what? When a lot of people see what Peanut looks like, and that Tariq Nasheed married a quote-unquote tether, and she's half white, half black, what are they going to say then? You know? They're really trying to kick Tariq Nasheed out of his own movement, which is crazy.
Settlement was called San Miguel de Gualdape. Ayllón wasn't just chasing land. He was chasing empire. Spain, at the time, was locked in fierce competition with other European powers to claim territory, extract resources, and expand influence across the so-called New World. And like all colonial projects, this one required labor. So Ai Young brought with him the first recorded group of enslaved Africans to what would later become the United States. These Africans were not nameless cargo. They were not blank slates. They were people already shaped by African societies that had systems of governance, spiritual traditions, agricultural expertise, resistance cultures forged long before Europeans arrived. But almost immediately, everything went wrong. The colony struggled from the start. Disease spread, supplies ran low, the land was unfamiliar. Internal conflict grew among the Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
And then something extraordinary happened. The enslaved Africans revolted. Now let's pause there for a second. This means that the first recorded act of African resistance to enslavement.
I was just about to say what she's about to say. That means that is the first actual slave revolt that actually happened in America, because a lot of people try to take credit for the revolts that were happening in the Caribbean. And no, that was a different type of warfare. You know what I'm saying? That was a different type of warfare, island warfare. And a lot of those island warfare was learned from pirates, hijacking cargo and ships and all kinds of stuff, island warfare. A lot of American slaves never really revolted like that. And like I said, it's an ongoing joke within the black community how it took Abraham Lincoln for them to fight back or for them to be free, which I think is fucked up. You know, it's a fucked up little joke. But this is interesting.
Achievement on U.S. soil happened before the United States existed, before plantations, before slave codes, before English colonial law. The Africans refused captivity. They disrupted the settlement so severe.
Yeah, Jack Sparrow was there, and he had a barrel of whiskey. Hold on, I got y'all. Here we go. Jack Sparrow. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys are enjoying the show and have learned a thing or two about a thing or two, please support the show. Let's go.
Really, that it collapsed within months. Aillon himself died during the chaos. The surviving Spaniards fled, many returning back to the Caribbean in defeat. And here's the part that rarely makes it in mainstream history. Many of the Africans were left behind, free, unclaimed, uncontrolled. What happened to them? Well, historians believe that these Africans escaped into the interior, forged alliances with local Native American communities, and integrated into indigenous societies.
Didn't I just say that?
This matters because it likely gave rise to early Afro-Indigenous communities centuries before the United States would even imagine itself.
Mm-hmm.
But still, let's be very clear about what this moment represents and what it does not. This was not the beginning of Black history. This was the beginning of African resistance in America. These Africans did not suddenly become a people when they stepped into this land, right? They arrived already a people. They arrived with memory, with culture, survival strategies, and a refusal to accept dehumanization. Slavery did not create their identity. It challenged it and failed to erase it. And this is where the lesson becomes critical for today.
And she's giving y'all some good game. Because how many people are y'all going to have to listen to and they try to start your lineage and history with slavery? And these same people trying to shame you, can they tell you what you were before slaves? That's how you know you're listening to the wrong person, when they start their history with slavery. as a highlight. Man, we got a lot of work to do.
The story of 1526 is often used to argue that Black American history begins on American soil. But that is not what the history actually shows. What it shows is something far more powerful. Even at the very first moment of forced African presence in what would become the United States, Africans resisted.
Them niggas said, hell no.
Not as newly formed Black Americans, but as Africans who understood freedom, autonomy, and dignity.
Thanks for the
So
ride.
the correct lesson of 1526 is not, this is where Black history begins. The correct lesson is, this is where African history collided with American colonialism and refused to submit. That distinction matters because when we understand this moment properly, it reinforces a deeper truth. Black history does not start with chains. It carries chains, but it was forged long before them. And when we teach this history fully, without distortion, without narrowing, without weaponization, we reclaim something essential, not just memory, but power. So, my people, where do we go from here?
Home.
If there is one thing this episode should make clear, is this. We do not have the luxury of dividing ourselves right now. Not now. Not when the very idea of Black history is under attack. Not when books are being pulled, curriculum rewritten, and entire chapters of our history being erased, softened, or dismissed as too uncomfortable. At a moment when forces outside our community are working overtime to narrow Black history, we cannot afford to help them by narrowing it ourselves. Because every time
I'll give it.
we argue over who is more Black, who is more foundational, who belongs and who doesn't, we shift our focus away from the real work. And the real work has always been about power, about protection, about justice, about the future. Let's be clear about what history actually teaches us. Black people have never moved forward through isolation. No, we have never won through fragmentation. Every meaningful gain, every expansion of rights, every cultural breakthrough, every moment of progress came when Black people built coalitions, not walls, across borders, across languages, across lineages. Africa, the Caribbean, Black America, the diaspora. Different experiences, but the same shared struggle. Slavery was a catastrophe, but it was not the beginning. America is a chapter, but it is not the whole book. And when we allow trauma to become the origin story, we risk shrinking our sense of what's possible altogether. This is not about denying pain. It's about refusing to let pain define the limits of our imagination. Because the people who only see themselves as descendants of suffering will struggle to see themselves as architects of the future. And make no mistake, the future is what's at stake. So as we move through this Black History Month, let's choose something higher. Let's tell the full story, the ancient story, the global story, the complicated story. Let's resist narratives that divide us at the exact moment that unity is required. Because history is not just something we remember, it's something we have to use. And if we want a future defined by dignity, power, and self-determination, then we must protect the one thing that has always been our greatest strength. Each other. Each other. You and I. So, my people, I leave you with this question. In a moment when Black history itself is under siege, will we rise together to defend it? Or will we let division finish the work for them?
We're gonna let division fuck it up. All right, because somebody will look at this woman right now and say, "Yo, this is tether reconciliation." Tether reconciliation.
The choice is ours, and history is watching. That's it for today's show. I want to thank you for tuning in. Thank you for thinking.
Shout outs to this sister. I really like this sister right here, man. Super shout outs to her. I thought we were going to get this same sloppy, choppy. I got to follow her. She earned my subscribe. You know? She earned my subscribe. All right. Now let's go back real quick. I'm glad she came across, my timeline. You got Professor Black Truth talking about it. Damn, they talking about it on CBS. Here's another guy with some weird Tariq Nasheed, thumbnail.
These damn, foolish,
Man, never mind. This nigga look like Tariq Nasheed. Shit.
Damn, people that went back and, backpedaled and removed the whole, segment of the FBA inventors from their YouTube channel. Then I went over to ABC News, the website. It ain't even there. You know what I mean? They probably caught heat and backlash from the damn Democrats, white supremacists, and the tethers,
Shout outs to Eric Davis. Eric Davis didn't hear a damn thing he didn't hear a damn thing she said. He said she's obviously a foreigner. Of course. That's the whole point. I'm telling you, the game is going to fall on deaf ears, man. It's like you might as well haven't said shit. I'm telling you. Shit falls on deaf ears, bro.
Because, like I said, the name of the game is just to keep us, vague and generic to where though we ain't defining.
And this is just another movement of that. See, they just trying to hold us down. They just trying to keep us, they just trying to keep us in a state of captivity. And they just trying to hold us down, and they specifically targeting us because if we wake up, we gonna turn into Goku, and when we turn into Goku, they try to hold us down. It is another dog. Come on, man. That shit is crazy, man. Oh man, you said then why are we listening to anything she's saying? I mean, why not? Do you know your history? You haven't paid attention to anything she said? Literally, I told y'all how I dismantle that shit. I literally could just have a conversation with you and everything is like, you said, nah, we might turn into Brawley, get it right. Brawley's still kind of lost to, he's still kind of lost to ignorance. But yeah, all right, yeah, you can say Brawley. What is the end game though of the FBA stuff? What is the end game? Which is a legitimate question, but hey.
Our lineage is foundational Black Americans, so people are easily, open for people to come in and exploit us, so we go along with the whole program. And then damn that, because they want to make it to where though, like Shabuzi said, immigrants built America, which is a false narrative. And this is the kind of messaging that they like out there, to keep things vague and generic to where though, they practice benign.
These are all Tariq Nasheed talking points. And this guy looks like Tariq Nasheed.
Neglect on us, you know what I mean? Because when they acknowledge our lineage as foundational Black Americans, they know that demands justice and, accountability.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's why I ain't never, shined away from, I don't give a damn who likes it or not.
End game is money.
Representing my FBA lineage because, our lineage is a beautiful lineage. We done, several fly things over here in America, responsible for building America, and people want to try to distort that and reframe,
This shit is circular talk.
What our ancestors did over here in America. You know what I mean? And that's probably why, in my book and opinion, that they took it down. Because
and what it does is it dilutes the actual real movement, man.
They call backlash, from,
Shout outs to my real FBAs, man. Shout outs to my real FBAs, man. I hope y'all see it before I do.
Oh, because basically we already legitimized. We don't need mainstream to legitimize our lineage. We've already done legitimized our lineage, but in the mainstream legitimizing the lineage, on a mainstream news broadcast, they don't want this kind of narrative out there. And the Democrats, they control most of what goes on in the entertainment.
But Eric, that's a whole lie. Don't say no immigrant built anything foundational in America. That's a lie. I get it. But I just, you don't have, people don't have to lie to prove their point. Once they start lying, the credibility goes out the window. Like, I get it. They've built stuff in their country. Most Americans don't even understand how stuff in other people's country works. They'll be like, oh, Africans, they haven't built anything. Then they go to Dubai. Like, oh my God, Dubai crazy, man. I want to go to Dubai. Africans never built nothing. Right? What? Oh, Nigeria's never built nothing. They got whole cities in Nigeria they got places in Nigeria that like America. I get it. All you see is lions and sandals and shit. That's what they show y'all in America. But go travel to some of these places. Travel. Go to Thailand. Go see some of these big ass skyscrapers that they got. And these people are building stuff in their own country. They didn't think about building shit until they got to America. Hell, even Mexicans built a big piece of America. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Don't complain about somebody undermining you, and for you to do what you do, you got to undermine other people and stuff like that. Immigrants built a lot of the biggest infrastructure in America. Immigrants at one point were taking all the jobs that Americans turned their nose up at. Do not do that, please. Do not do that. You said North Africans don't claim America. Stop it. Yes, a lot of them do. You said North Africans don't claim Africans. Stop it. My bad. Yes, they do. No, I wouldn't say America is a great melting pot because, truth be told, America is more like a salad bowl. You know what I'm saying? But, everybody has put into America, and immigrants have put in and have built America and is woven into American culture. I'm not going to sit up here and condone niggas lying and shit, just because they just found out who they was yesterday and shit. We definitely not going to do that. But, if you know your American history, you don't got to lie. That's kind of where a lot of niggas lose me. I'm like, okay, bro, we get it. But you don't have to lie. I don't even take what niggas say seriously anyway. Half these niggas don't even do their history. So half these niggas just found out what the hell a FBA was yesterday. So, I'm not listening to half these niggas, bro. I'm probably listening to y'all about no fucking history. You say, yeah, I'm out of here. You big time lying. I can hear the immigrant. Nigga, shut the fuck up. You just found out who the fuck you was yesterday. Shut up. Niggas wasn't calling themselves half this shit before 2020. Shut up. Go binge watch Tariq Nasheed Moore. Go get your religion from him. Y'all niggas weird, man.
Entertainment, the media, the news, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? So they don't want that to get out there. You know what I mean? Because it demands accountability. You know, so I just think it was a.
Nigga ain't about to practice that black hatred bullshit over here. Niggas don't even make babies with FBA women. Talk about something. The immigrants didn't build shit. Nigga, the immigrants build shit in America too. Yeah, that's another one. The Africa you don't see on TV is an interesting video type. Yeah. Type that shit in. Go learn something. Niggas haven't even left America talking about some what other people haven't built. Like, nigga, if you don't go sit down.
A numerous amount of things, you know, like the tethers complaining maybe that.
Yeah, we're gonna look at a little bit of. I was waiting for you earlier, New. I was like, if you could give me a what you call it, a timestamp, you know, on Gold P's live stream. Shout outs to Gold P. I'm gonna definitely check out his. I'm gonna share it on my timeline. Definitely check it out when I get off air. You did.
Our lineage was being broadcast worldwide, and they took it down. This is why I'm glad that I covered it on my channel.
I'm just tired of niggas having to lie to boost themselves up. It's like, bro, we get it, but you don't gotta lie. You don't gotta lie. You know.
It's solidified. It's already in stone. But it just got me so mad.
They got infrastructure in their homeland. Like, what are you, nigga? What are you stuck in? Like 1970? You think niggas are still using fucking bamboo and sticks to build their buildings and shit like that? They got infrastructure. Like, that is the most ignorant and goofiest shit you could ever say. Oh, they don't got infrastructure. Nigga, these niggas got skyscrapers and all over the place. There's skyscrapers and all in vast structures built in Africa. Nigga talk about some they don't got infrastructure in they fucking land. Nigga, where you think the pyramids are? Where you think the pyramids are? Man, shit, man, listen, man, nigga. Bro, nigga, it's these niggas. And then we don't even know if you FBA. Yeah, bamboo is actually strong. But this nigga talking about some, man, there ain't no infrastructure over there in Africa. Nigga, the pyramids are in Africa. What are you talking about?
And that they, you know, push these false narratives about, you know, immigrants building America, you know, black and brown unity, which there never was. You know, that was something put out there to ensure that us foundational black Americans get the short end of the stick. They'll push all this nonsense to where as though, you know, they ain't giving out the real, true originators, innovators, and creators. And that's us foundational black Americans. They try to distort that, you know, image.
Y'all niggas just learned your history after 2020. And y'all still don't know y'all history. Stop it. Not listening to no nigga try to tell me what some worldly shit. Nigga, you are the only thing you should know is American culture. And a lot of y'all are just now finding out your history in 2022. What were you calling yourself before FBA? I'll wait. Lying ass. Let's go. Shout outs to my real FBAs, man. Y'all need to be wary because these niggas making y'all look bad.
Because that demands accountability. Whenever they use and talk about black history, they try to use it to where those civil rights was all inclusive, to where it's including everybody, this, that, and the other, just for the optics, you know. But damn the optics, we demand accountability and we demand.
Yeah, man. Like even FBA, I know FBA's like, nigga, don't call me that shit. They'll real deal fight you. You call them an FBA. Don't call me that shit. I'm an American or I'm a African American. They would call themselves African Americans.
Justice for the atrocities that was committed against our FBA.
Yeah, Johnny come latelys in the chat rooms. Like, I know you didn't hear anything. Y'all need to rewind this shit back and get educated.
Lineage, and that's something that we ain't gonna let up on. You know what I mean? But it's just a damn shame that ABC News want to backpedal. You know, from putting out that broadcast, you know what I mean? Because it was a beautiful broadcast. The sister broke down. She's over there on TikTok. She did a beautiful job of breaking down FBA inventors, how we invented the modern day toilet, this, that, and the third, and they want to take it down in favor of, you know, going along with their agendas. You know what I mean? And I believe at this point in time, you know, the writing is on the wall. It's blatant erasure. They trying to erase our FBA lineage. This is why it's crucial and of great importance that we stand on lineage business. We delineate from folks. You know what I mean? Because we're the only people that's expected to be about everybody while pushing our needs to the back burner. And damn that, we supposed to be all inclusive, you know, look out for everybody's needs and interests, you know, at the jeopardy of our own. You know, we ain't supposed to never, you know, acknowledge our needs and interests, and damn that narrative. You know what I mean? We pushing for FBA lineage-based agendas, and anyone that don't like it, you know, to hell with you. You know what I mean? Because yeah, we just supposed to, you know, look at.
But wait until half these people find out they're not actually a foundational Black American, and they're like, listen, respectfully, you guys got to go. What Master said, that's an American. F all of that other stuff, for sure.
Out for other people, be out here advocating this, that, and the third, and while we get nothing in return, they get all the damn benefits. That's what they want us to be. You know what I mean? So yeah, damn that. And it's a damn shame that ABC want to backpedal off of that. You know what I mean? They have a problem with pushing the truth, but they'll push false narratives.
Well, the only problem I see ABC having the backpedal with it is if they start asking for reparations. Why shouldn't FBA people be able to? Why shouldn't they be able to ask the Democrats for reparations? See, Black people got to start specifically saying what they want. They got to niche down and be like, okay, listen, we're asking this specific group, Democrats. We've been voting for you guys and won you guys so much elections and stuff like that. Can we get our reparations from you? Low-key niggas don't want to ask them that question because they know the answer. And then the next question is, well, why are you still voting for them? Like, niggas are voting Democrat and don't know why. It's because their parents did. You know, it's because, well, my mama always voted Democrat, I guess, you know. It's like good and evil. And I was guilty of that too. I grew up thinking, you know, Republicans were evil. I really did. Until I hit my mid-teens. You know, and I really dived down, started doing, you know, I was already doing my Black history in my teenage years, but I started reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead. I read the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I was ass deep in the ISIS papers. You know what I'm saying? You know, they came before us. You know, I was chasing after Bohemian bitches. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Whole enchilada. So I'm not listening to no nigga that just hit 30 talking about some, man, I'm a FBA. Well, he didn't know who he was yesterday. Yeah, foolish Black Americans, man. All right, let's go.
You know, just like this video I'm about to show y'all here, family. This video really got me, you know, mad. It got me hot because down there in Miami, they pushing a false narrative. You know, they got a panel of nothing but tethers on this news broadcast I'm about to pull up, claiming that Bohemians built Miami, Florida, which is a bunch of nonsense. It couldn't be further from the truth. You know, they trying to tether our Black History Month. And as far as
cocaine built Miami, Florida. Let's keep it 100. And cocaine built Miami, Florida. And a lot of y'all don't know the history of Florida. Ask me. I definitely was a Floridian too. The Black people always been in Florida. Niggas don't even know about Christopher Columbus talking about some damn Florida. That's where some of your first matadors and conquistadors came from. Florida, South Florida. And a lot of those brothers down there, they had the swamp puppies, aka alligators and crocodiles. They had them trained. And they got that from Africa. Africans used to train crocodiles. They used to train crocodiles. Crocodiles were used for espionage. Bet niggas with their mouths open didn't know that. Crocodiles were trained for espionage. They would, when people would be getting closer or getting about to invade other people, they'll get the crocodiles to go spy on them people and tell you how close they are, and they'll give the crocodile a damn treat and send them back out there. Because people need to find a water source. And a lot of times there's a crocodile in that body of water and you wouldn't even know. You said Florida is weird. That's why Kuda has bad luck in cars. Man, if I had $1 for every car that got pried from me, then I got in an Uber and still got hit by a car. I'm like, bro, this is ridiculous. War Master knows. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Hit the like button. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
I'm concerned when you talk about Black history, that's FBA. You know, that's our history month. It should be called Foundational Black American.
I just don't like how niggas that don't do their history try to rewrite it and just give it to one particular. It's like, bro, if the immigrants built something, they built something. That should give more credence for you to say, but we built this. You know? Yeah, they built that, but we built this. You know? Yeah, they built this component of the train, which helps, modern locomotives today. But Elijah McCoy built this, instrument that'll lube up the train so that you won't have to get out and lube the train and stuff like that. It automatically does it once the train, needs lubricant and start running dry. Pause. I don't like people that gotta lie to up themselves. That's piece of shit behavior. Let's go.
American History Month, because our ancestors created it. Carter G. Woodson, which was a foundational Black American.
How do you know he was foundational? How do you know this? Did he take a test? Anyway.
And we got the most points on the board, you know what I mean? And if so much, Bohemians built Miami, why the hell couldn't people
lube up the
from the Bahamas, and the Caribbean build up their homeland? Why their homeland still look like third world countries? I want you to ask yourself that.
See, look at all of them use the same talking points. Didn't homeboy came in here with the same talking point? Why don't you help your own country? Why your country look like third world? Yeah, outside the city. Yeah, of course the country gonna look like a third world place in the countryside. Nigga, have y'all been to Baltimore? I'll show you a third world country. Go to Baltimore. Bruh. You got niggas that never even been to the fucking suburbs and the country parts of America that look third world also. Countrysides look third world. I kind of understand why a lot of niggas don't do their damn history. Cause learning from niggas is a tricky situation. Learning from Black people is a tricky fucking situation. Cause niggas, the niggas that'll tell the truth, they be like, oh, this nigga lying. Says the person that don't go look it up. But a white man says it, they take it hook, line, and sinker. They'll eat it up like it's top ramen noodles. Right in front of a nigga. White person would say the same exact thing. He telling the truth, but somehow the nigga lying. They're not even smart enough to realize that a lot of these countries that they call third world and all this other stuff and undeveloped, because they think that they're living in a first world country and shit like that, not even realizing that niggas are guinea pigs in America. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. The same white man that colonized y'all, he colonized these other countries too. Did you know that? Or did you have to learn it on YouTube? Some of these countries that look crazy, you know, like Vietnam, even though Vietnam is a big ass city, go to Ho Chi Minh, go to Saigon, go to the places that the white man hasn't blown up. They colonized that too. And another thing, to act like you've built all of America and the white man hasn't built anything in America is crazy. You can always find niggas somewhere drinking Kool-Aid. No pun intended. You ask these niggas, what did the white man build? Nothing. He stole everything from us. Oh, so the white man didn't build anything. Certain things that nigga done built for that white man wasn't out of necessity. Oh, okay. All right. All right, my nigga. If that's your rendition of history, whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
That question, family.
Niggas
Peace to
always
my sister Donna C. Here you go, family.
A couple of months in, and
which Spaniards are you talking about? Are you talking about the Spaniards that were over here or the Spaniards that were in Spain? You know what's funny? I mean, if you're FBA, why would you be worried about that? Isn't that tether business? The Spaniards? You do know a lot of the Spaniards they were modern day Moors, right? You do know a lot of them were modern day Moors. Okay, I got you. Tether business. But yeah, you do know the majority of those Spanish people, they weren't, you know, they were modern day Moors. You know, they resented the Moors because the Moors taught them how to clean themselves and keep the animals out of the house. And we taught them astrology and, you know, all that good shit. You know, modern day Moors. That's where the word Negro comes from. It came from the Spanish term for black, negro. And like I said, you had Moors, and not all Moors were Muslim, but they did wear a Muslim garb. And you had blackamoors, and blackamoors were the super jet black Moors. You know what I'm saying? And you had they used to call them, you know, Moreno Negritos, and went from Moreno Negritos instead of blackamoor, just went from Negro, black, and they took the royalty off of it, and then they just dropped Moor altogether. I didn't say DeSoto was Moors, but like I said, a lot of the Spaniards were modern day Moors. Christopher Columbus was led over here by a modern day Moor named Estevanico. You know, some Moors did also help the slave trades. What else you want to know? What I'm saying is slavery was completely different over there than it was here. Here was when slavery took on a different patina. FBA far back away.
Yeah, fam, this video really got me hot though. They gonna sit up here and talk about Bahamians and Caribbeans, you know, created Miami, this, that, and the third. You know, foundational Black Americans were already in Florida before, you know, immigrant laws were even put into effect, we was already down there, you know, cleaning out the swamps, you know, draining the swamps, clearing mangroves. You had our FBA brother, Dana Dorsey, who was the first black millionaire in Florida. You know what I mean? So this is just a false narrative. And it goes to show you that they removed our foundational black American inventor story from ABC News, but they'll push false narratives like, you know, the damn Bohemians built Miami, Florida, which couldn't be further from the truth. The Bohemians came to something that was our...
At least he knows something. You know, there's some truth to what he's saying. I don't know about cleaning out the swamps. We were okay with the swamps. Aside from, you know, what we was building, because we were, you know, the Africans were already at peace with the crocodiles. You don't hear. This is why when in America, you ever go to the circus and you have to throw the ball at the exhibit, and then that person fall into the water. That came from them throwing babies and black people. You know, black people were the original clowns, but that came from throwing babies in the river and feeding them to crocodiles. Even in Egypt, you had crocodiles being buried with the pharaohs and stuff like that. They were being mummified also and stuff like that. Now crocodiles and stuff like that. So we've always been at peace with crocodiles and quote unquote swamp puppies and stuff like that. You dig? And cats and dogs and stuff like that. Egyptians used to worship cats. That's why the Sphinx is like that, because they worship cats. And dogs held a special place for Egyptians also. That's why the goddess of embalming is Anubis. Anubis will prepare the body for the afterworld, the dog. You understand what I'm saying? And Ra, and you know, the bird symbolized Heru. You know, a lot of people don't know the story of Osar, Osset, and Heru. You know what I'm saying? It's just another rendition of the story of Jesus Christ. Niggas, I tell you.
Already built. They just added on, like they try to say that the Chinese built the railroads over here, which is a false narrative. Our FBA ancestors did it. You know, people just, you know, added on. We already had things moving and shaking. You know what I mean? And it was FBAs down there in Miami that even fought to get that incorporated and to be known as Miami, Florida. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's just a bunch of nonsense going on where they trying to distort real FBA.
He said, it annoys me when the pro-wags have all of the heat for the Europeans who participated in the slave trade, but none, but for none, anyone else, aka Africans, Arabs, Indian, etc. Yeah, and they always say the Africans sold each other away and stuff like that, and that's a half truth. You know, that's a half truth. You know, that's a half truth. You know, that absolutely is a half truth. Because that was one of the reasons for them to, you know, talk crazy to Africans when they were saying that, oh, you know, y'all sold us into slavery. That's how we got here to America and blah, blah, blah. But now all of a sudden, niggas are indigenous. It's like, bro, make up your mind. You know, just say you don't know your history. And you just want to throw the blame at somebody. Make up your mind. Because even when Einstein got here, he was like, bro, like, why are these niggas working? Why are these niggas working? Like, damn, they royalty over there. What happened over here? You know, even Einstein was confused. Like, you know, so.
History, you know, and Black History Month is FBA history as far as I'm concerned. Nobody else is entitled to it. If they could have did all this damn fly stuff, why didn't they do it in their homeland? Their homeland still look like third world.
And this guy is ignorant than a motherfucker because they do it in their homeland. And I hate to say this, but niggas ain't even in charge of the infrastructure that they built. So it's not a good idea to get on here and say, well, why ain't y'all do this and why don't y'all own the shit y'all built? Like you gotta try not to embarrass your own people by being ignorant on both sides. If you built the White House, why are you not in the White House? If you built the music and the record industry, why don't you own the record industry? If you build sports, football league, NFL, and all that other stuff, I'm pretty sure they pay them niggas enough to all come together and start their own league. Even Vince McMahon at one point was going to start the XFL. I hear you out. I'm just saying though, you know, I mean, I'm gonna tell you the truth. The only thing that's distracting niggas for really realizing that they really don't have shit is that you have a phone. Because if niggas didn't have a phone, they would realize, damn, you know, I'm at work most of the time. Why am I paying this amount of money for a house that I'm barely at? Some niggas be like, damn, I really don't own shit. Why am I going out of my way to stunt on other people who don't realize they don't own shit neither? Water is in abundance. Anyway, I'm not even gonna go down that rabbit hole. If niggas didn't have a phone, I know War Master don't like crap, but I was gonna say the only thing that's stopping niggas from realizing the condition that they're in is that they have an iPhone. But if niggas didn't have a phone, I swear to God, if people didn't have a phone, they'd realize they're kind of in a fucked up situation also. Because you just need something to distract the people. That's the thing about America. If you got something to distract them, they'll be okay with it. And they'll tell you if you're not distracting them, you're not working hard enough. So you got to distract the American people. You just got to distract them. You got to distract the American people. You said a phone is true. Yeah, you might want to subscribe. I drop gems, bro. Tell a friend to tell a friend. I would say Tariq Nasheed is causing the distraction. He is. I fucked with Flex, but it's just people listening to him. And I get it, you know. I mean, I get it, you know. He's right about a lot of things, you know, when it comes down to, you know, lineage and stuff like that. I get why Tariq Nasheed is saying it. But there's a lot of people that don't like Tariq and wouldn't like Tariq if they knew repeating him over and over again. They're repeating Tariq Nasheed. And listen, they're going to try to finesse FBA from Tariq Nasheed before 2030. These fake ass people that don't do their fucking history, they're going to try to finesse FBA from Tariq Nasheed because guess what? In their mind, he did the biggest cardinal sin in their mind. He was pimping black women. That's what they're going to see. He was pimping black women when he wasn't. You know, he was a player. You know what I'm saying? Me and him got the same mentor who was an actual pimp, Rosebud. You understand what I'm saying? You know, so he is dipped in Baywater, but what I'm saying is, you know, the niggas don't run shit in the black community. It's the black women that run shit. You will never get canceled out. You can be the biggest coon. You will never get canceled out of the black community until you commit some type of weird ass moral crime against the sister. And even then, you barely get canceled. Because if you maliciously do it, cool. But don't let you be Corey Holcomb. Don't let you be Dr. Umar. You know what I'm saying? Because that's another thing with these fake pro-black niggas. They believe in beating a bitch too. Ain't no woman about to have no simp beat on them. That ain't cool nowadays. These Grand Rising niggas, oh no. Hell no. They believe at the end of the day, they simps, but at the end of the day, when they get them a girl, they believe in having multiple wives and beating bitches too. So if you still falling for that Grand Rising bullshit in 2026, ladies, that's your own fault. I get it, it's chick crack, but cool. But hey.
Country. So these folks ain't built a damn thing. They came to something and pulled up a plate.
But it's the thing though, like I said, you know, and I said this before, you could watch it on the replay. You know, reparations is one of the worst things black people can receive at this point in time. Because once they say, here's your reparations, fuck off. Because niggas actually need more than what they asking for. But we ain't even gonna get into that. But it's like, okay, here's your reparations, fuck off. Now you done gave people the green light to treat you any old fucking way. And you better not cry about it. You know, because like I said, a lot of Negroes got comfortable being the victim. And they don't know how to act when they're not the victim anymore. When they're not white people's favorite white supremacist whipping stick or puppy, niggas don't know how to act. Niggas don't know how to act. They damn near lock up like a North Star engine, bro. They start malfunctioning when they're not white people's favorite peer group to be racist against. You know? And then this fake ass power that we're supposed to be attaining in the black community. When these fucking simps get this power, because we're supposed to be inheriting white America when the white man doesn't, you know, go extinct for whatever reason, whether it's his birth rates or he blows himself up. Black people still think that we're supposed to be inheriting America. That's not finna happen. Then let's say niggas do gain power in America. You know what we finna do? Because all of this shit revolves around female worship. You know what we finna do? We finna take all this power that we got or fought for and give it to the black woman. The worst version of the black woman ever. So it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna be the players running shit in the community. It's gonna be the simps running shit. So all this work that we do, we're gonna take all of this power and hand it over to the worst sisters in history. Because black women run the black community. Black women control the black community. You don't get canceled out of the black community until you commit some type of treason on the sisters who's following feminism and following white America. Even black men follow white America. We, as Negroes, view each other through the eyes of the dominant society. We don't know how to run America. We wouldn't know how to run it. If we start running America, we will run it the same way we saw the white man run it, because we don't have any other example of running this country. And it's sad because black people don't know that they're Americans, number one. So I don't even know why we feel like we would inherit this country. And that's what Corey was talking about. He was like, well, what has the white man done to fuck up this country? It's like, why would you worry about that? This ain't your country. This is their country. Only reason why we have to really pay attention to what is going on in white America, because the fucked up part is that we don't run the country, and a good piece of our survival rests on them. A good piece of our survival rests on them and how they run the country. Just like I told y'all, nigga, listen, I cross the street when white people cross the street, you know? Even though it happens, it's rare that a car is going to hit a white person. So black people depend on how they run the country. So I'm not listening to. I'd be scared if niggas ran America. I'd be scared if niggas ran America.
You know, at a dinner table that was already laid, we already had the plates, the forks, and the spoons out. You know, all they did was pull up a seat. But let's get into it, family. Fair use.
His audio not even working.
Hold on, I ain't got the volume up.
Well, today in Miami Life, a discussion of Black history, South Florida style. In our diverse community, many people.
And I'm gonna tell y'all too. Do your history. They saying that Florida in general actually came from Africa. I know it's crazy, but Florida, I mean, obviously everything was connected to Africa, but Florida in general wasn't really attached. Let me see if I can find this thing real quick before we get up out of here. Look.
Identify as Afro-Caribbean. We asked the panel how they reconcile those roots with.
And family, truth be told, when the algorithm fed me this story, I was just, you know, on YouTube, just looking through videos. But when they said Afro-Caribbeans in Miami, I already knew it was going to be a bunch of nonsense and BS, you know, trying to reframe, you know, FBA history. You know what I mean? Because immigrants didn't build a damn thing in America. That was our FBA ancestors, you know, who shed blood, sweat, and tears. And
that's a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. And you don't need to lie about you don't need to lie about shit like this. Now look at this. Look at this. Florida was a big piece of Africa. I told y'all to do y'all history on this. And YouTube put this in my algorithm not too long ago. Look at this. And me, I used to live in Fort Lauderdale, Broward County. You know what I'm saying? Miramar, you know, Pembroke Pines area. You know, and my family's in Florida. You did? But look at this.
Florida is about as American as you can.
And listen, this is a white man saying it. So y'all would definitely take this hook, line, and sinker because a white man said it. Let's go.
Get. It's got Disneyland, Universal, this guy, and of course, the Florida man. The enigmatic spirit that seems to overtake people in this region, forcing them to go, a little crazy. And in numerous surveys, this place usually comes out on top as being considered the most all-American.
You tell that, show a FBA this and see what happens.
Region in the South, while also typically placing the top 3 most American states overall, whatever that means. Yet despite all of its bravado, classic American wildlife, and patriotism, the state is actually harboring a big secret, one that has gone under the radar for, well, millions of years. And that's that Florida is not really American.
A lot of the South is underwater, you know?
At least, not originally. And this is a revelation that the state is buried deep inside it. And I don't mean that in a figurative way, but rather a literal one. As if you walk along one of its shark-infested beaches, you can be assured you're walking on North American-grown sand. Or I guess, sanded sand. But when it comes to what the sand is on top of, and what's really beneath your feet, that is not American. And what I'm talking about is something known as the Florida Block. This geographical block is the lowest part of the state's physical body, starting 1.2 kilometers, or 3/4 of a mile, below the surface, and it extends all the way down to the bottom of Earth's crust, while the rest of Florida lies on top of it. And for the longest time, scientists reckoned that naturally, Florida was like any other good old southern state, being a stable extension of Laurentia, an ancient North American piece of crust that's been around for 500 million years. However, back in the 70s, data from seismic tests started coming back with some pretty unusual data, which suggested that the bottom of the state's bedrock wasn't actually North American, nor even South American, rather having come from all the way across the pond in Africa. Now naturally, this was quite a surprise, seeing that Africa today is, well, thousands of miles or kilometers away from America, leading some skeptics to retest the data, taking more concentrated images and checking the bedrock's geology and fossils. And the verdict? Well, that they were identical to those seen in a very specific part of Africa, concluding that the state, and therefore its prehistoric residents, hadn't always been North American, instead having joined the continent long after its creation, and thus begging the question of how did Florida make its way halfway across the world? And to answer this, we've got to rewind the clock by about 500 million years, bringing us to the very strange time known as the Cambrian. It marked a point in history when much of the world was unrecognizable, and vast oceans covered nearly all of the planet. In the center lay...
All right, y'all, we going into overtime a little bit. Shout outs to everybody here. 8 hours and 22 minutes into the stream. Please support the show at $PTV 888 as Cash App, $PTV 888. Please support the show. Please support the work. Shout outs to everybody here. You can also support the show via the coffee store, which is PayPal. Please support the show. Let's get it.
The large island of Laurentia, which, as you know, would eventually turn into North America, while to the east, the supercontinent Gondwana rested. It was already millions of years old at this point, but still growing in certain areas, including the region that is today known as Northwest Africa. And it was here, along the shores, that through volcanic activity and marine sediment deposit, that Florida was born, stuck to the West African Craton instead of the US, with Tess finding the strongest affinity between it and Senegal. And even beyond geography, Florida was still nothing like it is today. No Miami beaches, no Everglades, no Florida man.
Man, Miami don't even look like that.
And it was actually very anti-human in general, with a climate being somehow hotter than today and the air less breathable, thanks to lower oxygen levels. Not to mention the constant spewing of lava from the exploding volcanoes, and the fact that the land was highly susceptible to mudslides left the area unsurprisingly quite barren. And suffice to say, life in the old Florida was minimal at best. However, you wouldn't have to worry about any of this, as Florida was actually completely submerged, and therefore no land animals. But things were still vibrant underwater, you could say, with a myriad of strange mollusks, arthropods, jellyfish, and trilobites calling the region home. And they would do so for millions of years, seeing that Florida was securely fastened to Africa and going nowhere, at least for quite some time. And it remained surprisingly unchanged over the next couple geological periods, the Ordovician and Silurian, with the only big change being that during the former, Florida...
And listen, and this is what War Master was saying. Most of the Americas was underwater, and what you're seeing is you're seeing movement with the land, but slowly but surely, it's all coming above water. Okay, let's go.
The rest of the world endured a super ice age that screwed over nearly all life, so there is that. And while animals had taken a major beating during this event, life as a whole still developed, with placoderms, acanthodians, and cartilaginous fish all having emerged during this time. While in general, the world also received its oldest known land animals, potentially, Camphocaris and Pneumodesmus, both of which were small millipedes, who, as you know, despite being the first animals on land, are still represented even today, including, of course, in Florida. However, these little guys definitely were not chilling in Florida, seeing that it remained snugly underwater. And though Florida might start seeming a bit boring compared to the other parts of the world, interesting things were in fact happening, just not so much in the animal department, but rather the tectonic one. For it was during the Silurian that it truly began its journey towards becoming a part of North America. Now, any map of the world at the time would seem to suggest that all land on Earth was trying its best to quarantine from one another. And yet, unbeknownst to most, it was then that the tectonic plates started moving in directions that slowly but surely started pulling everything together. This became much more evident by the Devonian period, with most map models indicating a more cramped world, with even imminent collision on the horizon, just not right at the moment. After all, two ancient oceans existed, which were standing in the way of unity, these being the Paleotethys, and more importantly, the Rheic Ocean. But there was no...
You see, if I wasn't white, well, I'm not white, but I'm saying, if I was to tell y'all this, y'all wouldn't believe me. So I'm glad I have a white man, a glacier man here to tell y'all and show y'all this, because y'all wouldn't believe me if I said this, you know. So
denying that it was shrinking and that things were ramping up fast, as besides colliding tectonic plates, life was getting a bit crazier too, including in Florida's shallow tropical sea, where placoderms of all sizes, shapes, and more importantly, diets, were likely reigning supreme. And based off of fossils found in Morocco, which was a part of the West African Craton as well, specific animals may have included members of the Dunkleosteoidea, while various sea scorpions were present too. Additionally, the area, given its depth, was likely home to expansive and alien-like reefs, which did harbor some animals that were safer for human-sized creatures, such as conodonts, bivalves, tube-like worms, and other fish. And though there was no dry land, if you were on a boat and made your way towards a shoreline, then it would be possible that in the distance you could make out along that shore Earth's very first trees and forests. Albeit, like the animals, you might mistake the shore for that of an alien planet, seeing that Devonian plants were a bit odd. And as the Devonian continued, you might have ended up spotting some more animals on land if you had really powerful binoculars, as the greening of the surface led to new environments and an increase in scorpions, spiders,
I think
and
he's
wingless
going to get to that
insects,
point.
while the tetrapodomorpha were also undergoing diversification. If you are a perceptive individual, you'd probably notice another change, which being that if you stayed in the exact same spot for an extended period of time, emphasis on extended, you would notice that the beaches were a bit closer than before, because Florida was moving quick, along with the rest of Gondwana, and every day it drifted closer and closer to North America. Until it happened. Collision. There is a lot of discourse about when exactly the two met, but recently many believe it to have occurred during the Carboniferous, when Gondwana and Laurasia, the latter being the continent to which North America belonged to, smashed into one another, and thus fusing together, and finally bringing Florida into contact with its future home. And it wasn't just Florida that was being smushed into new places. Instead, the entire planet, because this collision I'm referring to actually caused the formation of the most famous supercontinent of all time, Pangaea. It was in this collision.
There you go. All right, Dougie, he just came around Pangaea.
That Florida possibly saw land for the first time too, seeing that it ended up being situated in the interior of Pangaea. However, due to its low-lying nature and the higher water levels of the time, some believe it remained a shallow, warm sea. But whatever the case, you wouldn't want to be an animal in the area, as Florida was way too close to all the tectonic action for comfort. Specifically, it was near an area of intense mountain building that eventually gave way to the Central Pangaean Mountains, a vast mountain range that stretched across the entire midsection of the continent, and can still be visited today through its remnants, which include the Scottish Highlands, the Appalachian Mountains, and the Atlas Mountains. So yeah, pretty big. And therefore, earthquakes and volcanic activity were likely common occurrences in whatever was Florida. And even if you arrived on a chill day, there's a good chance that any life you would encounter would ruin your day regardless. As mentioned, we don't know for certain if the area is below or above sea level, but in both cases the Carboniferous still gave present Florida's wildlife a run for its money. As if underwater, you could expect a plethora of shark-like fishes, some of which could be both massive and freaky, numerous strange bottom dwellers, and then of course our old friends, the sea scorpions, who are still kicking at this point. Quite the hardy bunch. And then on the flip side, if any part of Florida was land, don't expect things to be much better. As though Florida today is known as the swamp state, it could have been the king of the swamps back then, seeing that coal forests were the dominant ecosystems during the Carboniferous, which were essentially never-ending freshwater swamps, where strange trees lied and giant creepy crawlies prowled the land. Or, well, crawled. And actually, sometimes flew too. And it wasn't just your worst phobias that lived in these swamps, since surprisingly, large tetrapods started to really diversify and emerge simultaneously, and thus making it quite tempting to flee to any visible fresh water in the area. But unsurprisingly, in super swamps, you end up with some pretty gnarly animals in the water too. In this case, giant predatorial fish and amphibians, to name a couple. So clearly, Florida of the past was the kind of place where one bad step would cost.
Nigga, the Earth just had Pokemon just running around, y'all. All of this shit is Pokemon.
But that really hasn't changed. After all, Florida, an American
right, the Earth is not flat.
General, is frankly quite pricey. So if you wanted to take a trip to the touted most magical place on Earth, or real-life Diagon Alley, you better start saving. Thankfully though, we do have things like Coopert, which makes this a tad bit easier. And how, you may ask? Well, here's how. Basically, Coopert is a completely free browser extension that automatically finds and applies the best coupon codes, requiring no effort on.
Alright, so yeah. Yeah. Florida is from Africa. I know it sounds crazy if you say it. People are not gonna get it when you say it, but yeah, I was just gonna say it, but I was like, you know what, let me just show y'all. So I don't know what this nigga is talking about.
They came to something that was already built, moving and shaking.
African American life and history. For Jamaican-born attorney Marlon Hill, the connection Caribbean-born blacks have to African American history was settled a long time ago.
They ain't got no damn connection to our history, you know, and they look a little bit outdated, you know, this news segment in general. They keep trying to refer to us as African American. We done buried and retired that term, you know, and laid it to rest, you know, so they keep trying to, you know, refer to us as African Americans. They look outdated, and there ain't no connection between, you know, FBA history and the Caribbean, you know. We always were standalone, you know, ride or die, you know, we got it out the mud.
God damn, that's a lie. The fucked up part is that you can lie to Black Americans all the fucking time because they're not going to do their history. That's one of the biggest tricks that the quote unquote, the Glacier Man uses against Black people. He know you're not going to do your history. He tells you, if you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book. Here come this nigga, we used to run all of this stuff, you know, and we didn't need no help from no other nation, and we did it all by ourselves. We did it all by ourselves. Just lying his old ass off. Unchallenged.
Other people, you know, might have came over afterwards, but we were the first ones moving and shaking. You know what I mean? We were getting things facilitated and started. You know, just because somebody...
Bruh. Oh, Lord.
I did some little minor minute things, you know, that don't...
And then downplay what other people have done. That's why I really don't like this shit. It's like, bro, you don't gotta shit on other people just to tell your story, bro. Your story should be your story and it should stand. The moment you have to start shitting on other people to tell your story, it's like, bro, now you lying, bro. Now you lying, bro.
Mean that they build a damn thing. You know what I mean? We already had things moving and shaking and was laying the infrastructure, building the railroads and things like that, you know, clearing the swamps down there in Florida, you know, and other people just, you know.
So that's the narrative. Foreigners don't build shit. You know, foreigners, you know, they're not, we don't know what they are. They don't build shit. They're not farmers. They don't know anything about agriculture. Foreigners just don't build shit. Yeah, foreigners wasn't climbing trees. They don't know nothing about herbal medicines and stuff. You know, foreigners don't build shit. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Came to something that was already moving and shaking, you know, and it was, you know, such a small, minute thing. It ain't even significant.
We wouldn't have the city of Miami without Black votes from the Bahamas, you know, so we've been...
Listen to that.
Yeah, I'm going to just downplay what foreigners have done. You know, they didn't really do much. But when white people say the same thing about FBAs, they get mad as hell. This shit is hypocrite. Like, your history shouldn't be hypocrisy.
And interconnect.
You wouldn't have the city of Miami without Black folks from the Bahamas. A damn bold-faced lie he's sitting up there telling. But ain't no real FBA brothers and sisters.
Nigga, you up here telling a gang of lies. You ain't want to be talking.
On that panel to check that nonsense, you know? They said the one lady up there was African American, but I'm thinking that it's a full panel of tethers, you know what I mean? A full tethered out panel, you know what I mean? Ain't nobody up there to give no real FBA pushback.
You know, you really can't listen to somebody that'll sit up there and bite Tariq Nasheed word for word and pass his message off as their own. You know what I'm saying? You really can't trust people like that, man.
Connected for generations since post-emancipation. So that question to me is...
Like that alone, and you trying to talk about people stealing and undermining shit, is like, bro, you bite Tariq Nasheed and you're passing off his initial thoughts as your intellectual property.
Long gone, the ship has sailed. Hill was joined on our panel by Bacardi Jackson, an African-American who heads the ACLU in Florida, and CBS Miami's Tanya Francois, a Haitian-American who recalls tough times growing up in Miami. I asked if she ever felt ostracized by other Black Miamians.
I didn't feel ostracized. I was.
Obviously, she was. She's growing up in modern Miami. What else do you think is going to happen? What else is she supposed to say? Haitians and Cubans go through hell in Miami in a lot of cases.
Ostracized. Absolutely. We were talked about smell, hair, growing up.
Oh, pity me, cry me a river. FBAs, we roast. I got roasted by other FBAs. You know what I mean? That's just what we do in FBA culture, telling jokes, you know. You got to get that tightens you to go deal with the real world. That tightens you up to deal with systematic white supremacy, you know. So yeah, she just on there, you know.
No, that does not. It just it tells you to have tough skin. People gonna make fun of you anyway. It doesn't tighten you up to deal with white supremacy.
Trying to say, oh, I was picked on, I was called African booty scratcher, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? And these people hold grudges their whole lives because.
Oh, well, niggas will call you an African booty scratcher, and then they will claim they're from Egypt. When we was kings, you know.
FBAs was joking around with him and playing with him. FBAs, if we joke around and play with you, that means we like you. You know what I mean? We got some affinity towards you. We don't joke around and play with people, you know, that we don't, you know, give a damn about, you know. So yeah, she just pushing a false narrative, and these people, you know, these damn tethers come over here and hold grudges for, you know, that a lifelong.
I ain't gonna lie, man. This shit sounds like racism. You just missing the I mean, he got the country accent, so tethers. You just missing the pickup truck. It's like you need another group of you need another group of people to call niggas. Anywho, man, shout outs to my real FBAs. Hopefully y'all wake up and check some shit like this, man. You know, I like what the other sister was saying. She, you know, she added some, you know, reason, you know, to the conversation. A lot of these niggas are just gonna lie about, you know, stuff that they invented and created, which a lot of FBA inventors and creators have invented modern things that we use today. But going out of your way to lie is fucking ridiculous. You know, you shouldn't have to do that in any case. You know, and then you know, undermine, you know, what foreigners have done. You know, foreigners have helped build the you know, the country also. You understand what I'm saying? Infrastructure, yay and nay, but you know. Who knows? Who knows? Do your history. You said, nah, it's true. I was getting roasted by some Klan members. Once I started bagging on them, we all laughed and had some brews. Yeah. The same thing happened to me in Maryland. I took one of my girls to this bar. Well, first of all, we were going to this other club, and it was closed. And there was another bar across in the parking lot that was like jumping. And I didn't know it was super racist up in there, man. You know, so we went to this other club, and there was some bikers there, and they were racist as fuck. Like, you know, they were racist as fuck. But after a couple Heinekens and stuff like that, we all start cheersing each other. We all started laughing. You know, them niggas had Confederate flags on and shit like that. Nigga, I was in there square dancing and shit. Oh, you said, oh, damn, you believed me. No, I'm not going to say with Klan members, but I've seen something similar to what you're talking about. You know, I used to work at Parks and Recreation, y'all. And I used to work with tobacco chewing racist dudes, you know. And there was a couple of brothers there. Shout outs to my brother Purnell. You know, my bro Purnell, he had an original Supra with the flip lights. He had one of them Supras that looked like one of them Corvettes and stuff like that. Gray one. I was telling him to keep it. It was in good condition. He used to drive that shit to work every day. I ain't gonna lie, my gas guzzling ass, I was driving my Crown Vic to work. I remember one time they had a tree hugging festival. Oh my God, I felt so bad pulling up with a Crown Vic. These tree huggers and stuff like that, they were going green and all kinds of stuff. Here I am pulling up with the most unfuel-friendly car, you know? in a parking lot full of Priuses. But anyway, we had a blast, you know. But I'm not gonna lie, I took one of my girls to one of those damn, you know, one of those damn bars, one of those racist bars, and we ended up having a blast. You know, we ended up having a blast. You know, so hey, you know, some niggas can hang, and I guess some can't. You know, that's all I'm gonna say. You know, started telling bikers jokes instead of your mama jokes. Man, listen. A lot of white people, go ask your white friends. Just get real comfortable around them. A lot of them, they got some little fucked up jokes that they tell. You know, Negro baby in the microwave jokes. I got some little fucked up white jokes I can tell them too. You know, once you tell one of them, they start sharing with you and stuff like that. You know, you tell them, you know, why is a chainsaw a racist favorite, weapon? They be like, why? Because when he pulls the cord, it goes, run, nigga, 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 nigga. You know, and they started laughing. And then they, you know, they start opening up and sharing some of their jokes with you and shit. And it's like, you know, you are racist, but that was funny. You know, we started telling black pill jokes. It is what it is, you know. You know. I mean, behind closed doors, you know, everybody says the N-word, you know. All kinds of stuff. It's just American culture. Go to Chief Keef concerts. You think all them people in the crowd singing Finito, you think they skipping out certain words? They hell no. They yell that shit with impunity. They know all the Chief Keef's lyrics. This shit is modernization. You know, that's what I was trying to tell, you know, a lot of my white players and stuff like that. I said, bro, they're dealing with some of these white girls is basically like dealing with Keisha. You know, she know all the Lil Wayne lyrics. She want to go out on the weekend and twerk. You know, she want to fuck black dudes. Oh, they don't like that part. You know, she want to fuck black dudes. You know, it is what it is, man. That's why they have the term mud sharks. You know, they don't deal with the women that are, you know, that they quote unquote mud sharks. You know, they got these jokes. Go look at these fucked up jokes they got on the internet. Oh, he gonna leave you with a baby and 2 black eyes. You know, they got these little jokes. You know. So it's the world that we live in, you know. Please make sure you guys hit the like button. Please make sure you guys support the show. Almost 9 hours. Much love. Thank you to all the supporters. Please support the show on air, off air. If you enjoyed tonight's broadcast, well, this morning's broadcast, we started at 11 p.m. yesterday, and it's almost 8 a.m. the next day. If you respect the work, please hit the like button and support the show on air, off air. Thank you to all the supporters. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Peace.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio. DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
chrome grips. Speeding down 80, told shorty don't trip. She think I'm fucking crazy, no baby, I'm the shit. And that's the way I'm made. Born to fucking shine, but we living in the shade. Money on my mind, it's time to get paid. Staying on my grind, saving every dime. California Kush while I'm vibing to Sublime. Chilling with your crush, tequila and some lime. Your girl has just been stolen and it's really such a crime. And yes, I pleaded guilty and I'm about to do the time. Brand new whip, touch screen is in the center. Them niggas frown up cause the losers hate winners. They know not to fuck with me, hang around gorillas. Montclair jackets keep me warm in the winter cause we cold.
It's gonna be a cold winter, snowstorm, I'ma be cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' this falling, be cold all winter. It's gonna be a cold winter, snow ain't the only thing cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' this fall, looking raw all motherfucking winter.
I'm the shit, and I'm not just saying this because I'm probably gon' be rich. I'm probably gon' make you sick, but hating will get you lynched. And I ain't acting like I'm hard, you just acting like a bitch. If it don't sound like money, then to me it don't make sense. All we fucking do is party, we be steady getting bent. The boy is so heaven sent, how much flyer can I get? Met up with the boy movies, and I've been ballin' ever since. I'm a boss though on the low. Some people don't even know how hard that this nigga go. But it's smaller while I grow. All my niggas throwing bows, and my pockets getting swole. All the girlies wanna roll, cause getting money is the goal. Stupid ass niggas, what you wanna do? If you think that you can beat me, then the joke is on you. The fucking day you cross me is the day that you will rule. I'm loved by many people, only hated by a few.
It's gonna be a cold winter, snowstorm, I'ma be cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' this fallin', be cold all winter. It's gonna be a cold winter, snow ain't the only thing cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' this fall, looking raw all motherfucking winter.
Player Talk Radio. Hey, yeah. With DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
So you haven't been with any underage girls?
Why would I let y'all catch me again for something I ain't do before that I'm gonna get caught for again? That's stupid. Which camera I'm lying to? That's stupid. That's not even common sense. Where's your common? That's stupid.
What about the alleged unspeakable things in a dark room?
Woo! Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I hope that camera keep going. This is not the truth.
So you really want to play the victim right now?
You're fucking killing me. You're fucking killing me. 30 years of my career. 30 years of my fucking career. I've been fucking these young bitches 30 years of my career. Now y'all wanna kill me. This is not me. This is not me. I just don't want to believe the truth. Hey!
This cartoon is not for children.
Hey, this your girlfriend, bro?
Yeah?
Yo, fuck this bro. Oh, this bro.
Excuse me?
He buy you dinner and
Yes?
Oh, what she bring to the table, bro?
Hey, guess what? He bought me this dress too.
She ever buy you a dress, bro?
No.
Oh, fuck. Buy you a dress? Yo, this your girlfriend?
Wife.
Yo, you pay for those groceries?
Yes, I buy food for my family.
What she bring to the table, bro? Bro, what? Bro, what she doing, bro?
She's giving birth! Go away!
Oh, bro. Oh, a baby gonna come out of her, bro?
That's how it works.
That's what babies come from. That's what babies come from. Oh, always.
Yes!
You know what's messed up? What? She still never told us what she bringing to the table, bro. We gotta ask more people, bro. Yo, this your girlfriend? She's my wife.
We've been together for 60 years.
Who buy the bread, bro?
Oh, I buy everything she asks for. Anything to see that sweet smile.
Oh, Richard.
What's she bringing to the table, bro?
The infinite generosity needed to make a marriage work.
Huh? Use smaller words, bro.
Love.
These dudes, bro.